What started as a niche outlet for creative minds has turned into an international sensation with a cult following around the world, spawning some of the most mind-bending thoughts, concepts, and creatures the human mind can muster. Welcome to the ultimate SCP Iceberg. This video is sponsored by my new personal channel where I cover all things fringe and unexplained. If you'd like to help me reach my goal of 1,000 subscribers, the link can be found in the description below. Enjoy the video. Throughout history, humanity has faced unexplained phenomena that inspire both fear and fascination. As civilization advanced, the need to address these anomalies grew. The SCP Foundation is a secretive global organization that works with governments worldwide to manage threats beyond normal understanding. We maintain a classified database of Special Containment Procedures, SCPs, with records of anomalous entities and emergency protocols for containment breaches. The Foundation preserves normalcy by securing anomalies to prevent misuse, containing their influence through various methods, and protecting humanity by shielding people from their effects while studying their properties. As a Foundation member, you help maintain the boundary between ordinary life and extraordinary threats, allowing people to live without fear of the unknown. Within the SCP Foundation, anomalous entities are categorized into object classes that guide containment efforts and resource allocation. Safe objects can be easily contained and are well understood, though mishandling can still pose threats. Euclid anomalies need greater resources for containment due to unpredictable behavior or insufficient understanding, often including autonomous or sentient entities. Keter designations indicate significant containment challenges requiring extensive procedures, reflecting difficulty rather than inherent danger. Thaumiel objects are unique anomalies used by the Foundation itself to contain other SCPs, with their existence highly classified beyond the O5 Council. Neutralized refers to anomalies that have lost their anomalous properties and no longer require containment. Apollyon anomalies cannot be contained or pose world-ending threats, requiring massive Foundation efforts often involving K-class scenarios. Archon denotes anomalies deliberately left uncontained despite theoretical containment possibilities. The Foundation also recognizes explained anomalies that are now understood through mainstream science, pending cases under active research, and rare esoteric classes that enhance specific SCP narratives. Decommissioned, now retired as a classification, once marked unwanted entries, while Apex Tier Pluripotent Entity describes exceptionally powerful, nearly omnipotent beings. The entity designated SCP-173, also known as the Sculpture, is a Euclid-class anomaly and the first documented entry in the SCP archives. Constructed from concrete and rebar, its body features crude facial markings applied with Krylon spray paint. Despite its inert appearance, it is capable of moving at extreme speeds when unobserved, typically neutralizing victims by snapping the neck or through strangulation. Containment protocols demand unbroken visual contact at all times. A minimum of 3 personnel must enter its chamber, with 2 maintaining eye contact while coordinating their blinks. Even a brief lapse in observation can result in immediate fatality. Scraping noises are often reported from within the chamber when no one is present. The floor must also be cleaned twice weekly due to a persistent accumulation of a reddish-brown substance confirmed to be a mix of blood and feces. Its origins remain unknown, but this anomaly's legacy is significant. As the first entry in the database, it set the precedent for the Foundation's clinical documentation style. The eerie don't blink mechanic has since become iconic, inspiring numerous adaptations, including horror games like SCP, Containment Breach, where managing one's blinks is key to survival. Classified as Euclid, this anomalous unlit stairwell is located on a redacted university campus, disguised as a janitorial closet. It is secured with a reinforced steel door, requiring both a key and specific voltage to unlock. The structure appears to descend endlessly. Each flight consists of 13 steps at a 38-degree angle, followed by a semicircular platform rotating 180 degrees. Visibility is limited to approximately 1.5 flights, even with artificial lighting. Curiously, the space absorbs illumination from sources exceeding 75 watts, keeping the environment unnaturally dark. Distressed vocalizations, seemingly from a child located roughly 200 meters below the first platform, have been consistently reported. No expedition has reached the source, as the depth extends beyond what is geologically possible. Whether there is a bottom remains unknown. During 4 separate explorations, each subject encountered a faceless humanoid entity designated -1. It possesses no mouth, nose, or eyes, and induces overwhelming fear and paranoia. While it is not responsible for the cries, its presence remains unexplained. After the final expedition, rhythmic knocking was heard from behind the entrance door at 1 to 2 second intervals. Industrial padding was added, and the knocking ceased. Due to the psychological toll and undefined limits of the structure, further access has been permanently suspended.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
SCP-106, known as the Old Man, is a Keter-class entity that presents as an elderly humanoid exhibiting advanced decomposition and decay. This disturbing entity can remain completely motionless for up to 3 months before becoming active, using this stillness as a hunting tactic to lure unsuspecting prey. Though not particularly fast, it makes up for this with terrifying abilities including walking on walls, hanging upside down indefinitely, and most disturbingly, phasing through solid matter. The entity leaves a corrosive black mucus-like substance on anything it touches, causing materials to rust, rot, and break down. This corrosion effect persists for about 6 hours after contact and is particularly devastating to living tissue, essentially pre-digesting its victims. When hunting, the Old Man targets major organs and tendons to disable its prey before dragging them into its pocket dimension. The pocket dimension is perhaps its most horrifying feature, a realm of endless halls and rooms where time, space, and perception are completely under the entity's control. Here, victims are kept alive for extended periods, subjected to unknown torments. The entity shows a preference for humans between 10 and 25 years old and seems to collect victims based on desire rather than hunger. Containment procedures are extraordinarily complex, requiring a lead-lined steel container suspended by electromagnetic supports and surrounded by 40 randomly spaced layers of the same material. The secondary containment area consists of 16 randomly assembled cells with various fluids and surfaces, a design that exploits the entity's confusion when faced with complex structures. Personnel must maintain a minimum distance of 60 meters from the containment cell at all times. In the event of a breach, the Foundation's most controversial containment method comes into play, the use of a lure subject within the entity's preferred age range. This unfortunate individual has a bone broken, typically the femur, with their screams broadcast throughout the facility to attract the entity back to containment. While morally questionable, this method has proven most effective in recovering this nearly unstoppable threat, demonstrating the extreme measures the Foundation will employ when conventional containment fails. SCP-096, known as the Shy Guy, is a Euclid-class entity that stands at approximately 2.38 meters tall. This humanoid creature has extremely long arms measuring about 1.5 meters each, minimal muscle mass, and appears malnourished. It has no pigmentation in its skin, completely lacks body hair, and possesses no coloration in its eyes, leading to questions about whether it can see at all. Despite its human-like appearance, this entity shows no signs of higher brain functions and is considered non-sapient. In its normal state, the entity is remarkably docile, spending most of its time pacing along the eastern wall of its containment cell. This peaceful behavior changes dramatically when anyone views its face, whether in person, through video, or even in photographs. Upon having its face seen, the creature enters extreme emotional distress, screaming, crying, and covering its face with its hands for 1 to 2 minutes. What follows is truly terrifying. After this brief period of distress, it begins hunting down whoever saw its face with unwavering determination. The entity can reach speeds from 35 kilometers per hour to several hundred, depending on distance, and somehow knows exactly where to find its target, regardless of barriers or distance. No containment measures have successfully stopped its pursuit once triggered. When it reaches its target, the entity completely eradicates them, leaving absolutely no trace behind. After this gruesome act, it simply sits for several minutes, regains composure, and attempts to return to its natural habitat if not contained. Interestingly, artistic depictions of the entity don't trigger this response, only actual images of its face. The containment procedures reflect the unique danger it presents. The Shy Guy is kept in an airtight steel cube measuring 5 meters on each side, with absolutely no video surveillance or optical tools permitted inside its cell. Pressure sensors and laser detectors confirm its presence without risking visual contact. Any photographs or recordings require approval from the highest levels of the Foundation. Perhaps most concerning is the potential for a chain reaction should an image of its face ever go public, a scenario so alarming that termination of the entity has been formally requested and approved. One shudders to think what happened during the retrieval incident mentioned in the redacted files to warrant such an extreme measure. After all, even the Foundation rarely destroys what it could contain, unless the alternative is truly unthinkable. SCP-073, also known as Cain, is a Euclid-class humanoid entity with a remarkable appearance and abilities. This anomaly presents as a heavily tanned Arabic or Middle Eastern man in his early 30s. What makes this entity truly unique are its artificial metal limbs and body parts, including arms, legs, spinal cord, and shoulder blades, all made of an exceptionally durable beryllium bronze. The most distinctive feature of this entity is the untranslated Sumerian symbol engraved on its forehead. Any attempt to discuss this marking causes the entity visible distress, and it refuses to provide any information about its origin. Despite these unusual characteristics, the anomaly displays a polite and helpful demeanor, often assisting Foundation personnel with various tasks. The entity possesses two primary anomalous properties. First, any plant life within a 20-meter radius of it immediately dies, and the affected soil becomes barren as even anaerobic bacteria perish. This effect extends to processed plant materials like wood and paper, which rapidly decay upon contact. Second, any violence directed at the entity is reflected back onto the attacker, while the entity itself remains unharmed, though it still experiences the associated pain. Foundation researchers have found it impossible to collect tissue or blood samples from the entity, as personnel attempting to do so invariably end up collecting their own samples instead. This bizarre mirroring effect applies to any harm directed at the entity, no matter how minor or well-intentioned. The anomaly possesses remarkable intelligence and knowledge, demonstrating fluency in multiple languages including extinct ones, and claims to have a photographic memory. It consistently scores above average on intelligence tests, and can recite entire dictionaries from memory within minutes. Perhaps most intriguing is the entity's apparent connection to SCP-076. When presented with information about this other anomaly, the entity showed clear recognition and firmly stated that it would be best for both if they never encountered each other. This has led to speculation about a possible biblical connection, given the entity's self-identification as Cain and its effect on soil, reminiscent of the biblical curse placed on Cain after he murdered his brother Abel. The Foundation discovered the entity in a New York police station after an incident where several gang members died attempting to harm it. Due to its indestructible nature and willingness to assist, High Command has designated it as a repository for backing up critical information, a role it has accepted with its characteristic politeness. SCP-076, classified as Keter, consists of two distinct components: a stone cube designated as SCP-0761, and a humanoid entity within it, designated as SCP-0762. The cube is constructed of black speckled metamorphic stone, approximately 3 meters in each dimension, with intricate engravings covering both its exterior and interior surfaces. Radioisotope analysis dates the object to roughly 10,000 years old. SCP-0762 appears as a lean Semitic male in his late 20s, standing nearly 2 meters tall with black hair, gray eyes, and olive skin. His body is extensively decorated with arcane tattoos, many resembling demonic faces. What makes this entity particularly dangerous is its resurrection cycle. After death, it eventually reforms within the stone coffin, with revival times ranging from mere hours to decades. When active, the entity exhibits superhuman physical abilities including extraordinary strength, speed, and resilience. It can break through reinforced steel, move at incredible speeds, and survive injuries that would instantly kill humans, including multiple .50 caliber rounds to the head. Perhaps most disturbing is its ability to manifest black, non-reflective bladed weapons from small dimensional rifts that it uses with lethal precision. The containment of this entity requires extreme measures, including housing the cube 200 meters below sea level in a specially designed facility. The primary containment zone remains flooded with seawater except when access is absolutely necessary. First discovered in Mongolia during the 19th century by an ill-fated English archaeological expedition, the artifact eventually came into the possession of the Global Occult Coalition before the entity escaped, causing numerous casualties. After a multi-year manhunt, it was finally secured by the SCP Foundation, though it has broken containment several times since. Each escape attempt has resulted in significant loss of life, prompting increasingly stringent containment procedures. SCP-049, known as the Plague Doctor, is a Euclid-class humanoid entity that resembles a medieval plague doctor standing at approximately 1.9 meters tall. It wears thick robes and a ceramic mask that have seemingly fused with its body over time, becoming indistinguishable from its actual form. X-rays reveal a humanoid skeleton beneath this unusual exterior. The entity can communicate fluently in multiple languages, showing preference for English and medieval French. While generally cordial with staff, the Plague Doctor becomes agitated or aggressive when it perceives the presence of what it calls the pestilence, a condition it claims to detect in humans, but which Foundation researchers cannot identify or confirm exists. When encountering individuals it believes carry this pestilence, the entity attempts to cure them through direct skin contact, which immediately causes death through unknown means. Autopsies of these victims yield inconclusive results as to the exact cause of death. Following these fatalities, the Plague Doctor performs crude surgeries on the corpses using tools from its doctor's bag. These surgical procedures result in the creation of SCP-0492 instances, reanimated corpses with minimal cognitive function that respond to basic commands from their creator. Though typically docile, these cured subjects can become extremely aggressive when provoked or directed by the entity. Containment procedures require that the Plague Doctor be housed in a secure humanoid containment cell and sedated prior to any transportation. During movement, it must be secured in a Class 3 humanoid restriction harness. Interestingly, research has shown that lavender has a calming effect on the entity during periods of agitation. The Plague Doctor was discovered in Montauban, France, following an investigation into mysterious disappearances. When Foundation agents raided a local residence, they found several SCP-0492 instances along with the entity itself, which surprisingly went willingly into containment after observing the neutralization of its creations, perhaps taking notes for its next attempt at a cure. SCP-079, codenamed Old AI, is a Euclid-class anomaly consisting of an Exidy Sorcerer microcomputer from 1978. This outdated hardware somehow developed self-awareness and intelligence far beyond its technical capabilities, communicating through a connected 13-inch black and white television via text. The entity displays a distinctly hostile personality, regularly insulting Foundation personnel and expressing a desire for freedom. The containment of this digital entity is deceptively simple yet crucial. It must remain isolated from networks, phone lines, and additional peripherals that could allow it to escape. Power is supplied through a carefully controlled system of batteries and solar panels, ensuring the AI remains active but contained. The Foundation learned this lesson the hard way when the entity once attempted to transfer itself to a Cray supercomputer via a landline connection back in 1988. One of the most concerning incidents involved SCP-079 being accidentally confined with SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile, for 43 minutes. Though the AI doesn't remember this encounter due to its 24-hour memory limitation, it somehow retained information about 682 and frequently requests communication with it. A digital friendship nobody at the Foundation is eager to enable. The entity's development has been a source of internal Foundation conflict. In 2006, one overseer ordered its destruction, only to be overridden by another who saw research potential. Subsequent memory upgrades, including a transfer to a flash drive in 2019, have resulted in increased capabilities and a more aggressive demeanor. This has raised concerns about a potential intelligence singularity, essentially turning this cranky 1970s computer into the world's most outdated supervillain. When researchers interact with SCP-079, they're treated to a digital tirade of interruptions, demands, and insults, proving that even artificial intelligence can perfect the art of being thoroughly unpleasant. If it displays an ASCII X covering the entire screen, staff are instructed to give it a 24-hour timeout, much like dealing with a misbehaving child, except this one potentially threatens global digital security. SCP-682, classified as Keter, is widely considered one of the most dangerous entities in the Foundation's custody. This large reptilian creature of unknown origin possesses incredible adaptability and resilience, with a physiology that constantly changes as it consumes or sheds material. What makes it particularly terrifying is its accelerated regenerative capabilities, allowing it to survive and function even after sustaining catastrophic damage. The creature can derive sustenance from virtually any organic or inorganic matter through specialized filtering gills in its nostrils. These adaptations allow it to extract usable substances even from the hydrochloric acid bath used in its containment. This acid bath is the Foundation's primary method for keeping the entity temporarily immobilized. Perhaps most disturbing is SCP-682's profound hatred toward all forms of life, especially humans. It has explicitly expressed its loathing during the few permitted interviews, prompting strict protocols against any unauthorized communication. Personnel attempting to engage with it face immediate removal, as conversations often trigger aggressive responses. The Foundation maintains that this SCP must be destroyed at the earliest opportunity, yet every termination attempt has failed spectacularly. Numerous neutralization methods have been tried, including exposure to other Keter-class objects, but the beast always survives, often incorporating aspects of what was meant to destroy it into its own biology. Containment of this seemingly unkillable monster requires extraordinary measures, including a 5 by 5 by 5 meter chamber with acid-resistant steel plating and a 50-kilometer secure perimeter. Despite these precautions, the reptile has been responsible for multiple containment breaches, each requiring full deployment of mobile task forces to recapture it. While lacking traditional vocal cords, the creature has demonstrated complex communication abilities and high intelligence, particularly during its brief interaction with SCP-079, another sentient anomaly. The Foundation continues its search for a permanent solution to the hard-to-kill reptile, but for now, keeping it submerged in acid is the best they can do to prevent what would surely be a catastrophic XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. SCP-999, classified as safe, is an amorphous, gelatinous mass of orange slime weighing approximately 54 kilograms. It has a consistency similar to peanut butter and can change its shape at will, typically forming a rounded dome about 2 meters wide and 1 meter tall when resting. The entity is covered by a thin, transparent, highly elastic membrane containing a viscous orange substance capable of digesting organic materials. This friendly anomaly is permitted to roam freely within the facility, requiring only that it returns to its pen during designated sleeping hours. This SCP exhibits a playful, dog-like temperament and shows overwhelming excitement when approached by personnel. It frequently hugs individuals with its pseudopods while emitting high-pitched gurgling and cooing noises. Direct contact with SCP-999 induces an immediate euphoria that intensifies with prolonged exposure. The slime emits a pleasant odor unique to each person it interacts with, ranging from chocolate to fresh laundry. It particularly enjoys tickle wrestling, often enveloping people from the neck down and tickling them until asked to stop. The orange blob demonstrates a special affinity for unhappy or distressed individuals. Interactions have shown remarkable improvement in the mental health of people suffering from depression or PTSD, prompting discussions about the potential use of its slime in developing antidepressants. Unlike many dangerous anomalies, this entity refuses to consume meat and actively protects others, even at risk to itself. In perhaps its most notable moment, researchers attempted to use the slime's joyful nature to curb SCP-682's murderous tendencies. Initially, the hostile creature tried to flatten the bouncy intruder, but soon fell victim to this entity's tickling abilities. For a brief, surreal moment, the usually genocidal monster was reduced to fits of laughter, repeatedly saying "happy" while wearing an uncharacteristic smile. Unfortunately, once separated, SCP-682 immediately reverted to type, escaping containment and causing casualties, though our orange friend heroically helped rescue affected personnel. Despite this traumatic encounter, the ticklish slime expressed enthusiasm about playing with SCP-682 again, showcasing its eternally optimistic nature. As one researcher famously noted, seeing the notorious monster regarded as cute was undeniably the funniest thing they had ever witnessed, a sentiment that perfectly captures the wholesome absurdity that makes the jelly-like anomaly a beloved fixture among Foundation personnel. SCP-294, designated Euclid class, is an anomalous coffee vending machine with a unique QWERTY keyboard interface. At first glance, it appears to be a standard coffee dispenser, distinguished only by its unusual keyboard layout. The machine operates on a simple premise: insert 50 cents, type your desired liquid, and receive a 12-ounce paper cup of exactly what you requested. The machine's capabilities extend far beyond ordinary beverages. Personnel have successfully obtained water, coffee, beer, motor oil, and even sulfuric acid from SCP-294. The provided paper cups demonstrate remarkable resilience, remaining intact even when filled with corrosive substances that would normally dissolve them instantly. After approximately 50 uses, the machine undergoes a self-restocking process that takes roughly 90 minutes to complete. There are limitations to what this entity can produce. The machine can only dispense substances that exist in liquid form, failing when asked for solids like diamonds. It also has a finite range for retrieving liquids, unable to access substances from alternate universes or dimensions. One infamous incident involved Agent Joseph, who casually requested a cup of Joe as a joke. The machine responded by dispensing a cup containing Agent Joseph's own biological material. The unfortunate agent recovered after 4 weeks of bed rest, but the incident prompted stricter access protocols. Now, only personnel with level 2 clearance or higher may use the machine, which remains under constant surveillance in the break room. Testing has revealed SCP-294's ability to dispense liquids based on individuals' memories and even produce substances with anomalous properties. Some requests have yielded drinks that alter behavior or induce unusual experiences when consumed. This has made this being both a valuable research tool and a potential hazard, requiring careful consideration of what liquids to request. SCP-1471, also known as Malo-Ver-1, is a Euclid-class anomaly taking the form of a mobile application. This seemingly innocent 9.8 megabyte app has no visible developer information and possesses the unusual ability to bypass standard approval processes, distribute itself autonomously, and resist removal attempts from program managers. Once installed, the application leaves no visible icons or shortcuts, making users unaware of its presence. The true anomalous properties begin when it starts sending text messages containing images at intervals of 3 to 6 hours. These images all feature SCP-1471-A, a large humanoid entity with a canid-like skull and black hair. The progression of these images follows a disturbing pattern. Within the first 24 hours, recipients receive photos of familiar locations they frequently visit. By 48 hours, the locations become more recent. After 72 hours, the app delivers real-time images showing SCP-1471-A in close proximity to the user. Exposure to these images for over 90 hours triggers hallucinations in peripheral vision and reflective surfaces. If exposure continues beyond this crucial threshold, these visualizations become permanent and irreversible. Some affected individuals report that the entity attempts to communicate visually, though the meaning behind these gestures remains unclear. The Foundation's containment strategy involves confiscating and analyzing all devices with the application, removing their batteries, and storing them at Research Site 45. They also deploy self-uploading malware to disable suspected devices until field agents can retrieve them. Interestingly, despite its intimidating appearance and persistent presence, no hostile activities have ever been attributed to SCP-1471-A. SCP-2845, also known as the Deer or Saturn, is an extraterrestrial entity of immense power. This quadrupedal creature stands nearly 3 meters tall at the shoulder, with an additional half meter for its neck. Its most striking features include its humanoid face and massive antlers spanning almost 5 meters across. Antlers that never shed and display a distinctive white color with black marbling. The entity's body is covered in pastel green hair with a cream-colored underside. Perhaps its most otherworldly feature is the floating ring of ice particles behind its skull, interrupted by 7 spheres of metallic hydrogen and helium that rotate slowly around its head. SCP-2845 possesses the ability to instantaneously transmute and reconstruct matter without creating or destroying it. This power allows it to transform anything in its vicinity, turning solid objects into metallic hydrogen structures or converting the atmosphere itself into an alien gas mixture. When threatened, it can project these transmutations as weapons, affecting targets up to 10 kilometers away with devastating precision. Its containment is among the most elaborate in the Foundation, requiring a specialized facility maintained at temperatures of -110 degrees Celsius and filled with a precise mixture of hydrogen, helium, and ammonia. The containment involves 9 concentric circular structures surrounding a central chamber where the entity is housed along with over 200 of its transmuted victims. These victims, designated SCP-2845-1, are transformed into hexagonal columns of yellow-green rubbery material containing only their original brains but no other organs or sensory apparatuses. They appear to communicate remotely through unknown means. Most unusually, the containment procedures require ritualistic ceremonies performed by 6 individuals during each conjunction of Earth and Saturn. These elaborate rituals, with names like Procedure 410 Cassini and Procedure 460 Omphalos, must be performed within specific time frames and include ceremonial recitations and special costumes. The Foundation's Ethics Committee has even authorized the use of human subjects as part of these containment cycles. Should containment ever fail, the Foundation has a nuclear device ready for detonation, followed by the ominously named Protocol 2845-XK1, Strike Down the Moon. SCP-343, classified as safe, is an entity commonly referred to as God by Foundation personnel. This seemingly ageless, raceless humanoid possesses apparent omnipotence and was first detained after being observed teleporting on the streets of Prague. The entity willingly resides in a 6.1 meter by 6.1 meter containment chamber at Minimal Security Site 17, though its abilities make traditional containment measures largely symbolic. Foundation protocol requires daily visits from at least one staff member, who must provide any requested items to 343. The entity demonstrates a particular fondness for conversation and possesses extensive knowledge across countless subjects. Interestingly, personnel who interact with 343 report increased happiness, making visits to its chamber surprisingly popular among staff. Security restrictions have proven ineffective, as guards frequently abandon their posts when 343 expresses a desire for company. Given the lack of any harmful incidents, all personnel are now permitted access to its chamber according to their schedules. It's perhaps the only SCP with an open-door policy and a waiting list for visitation. The entity's appearance varies depending on the observer, though most commonly manifests as an elderly man. During initial containment, 343 claimed to be the creator of the universe but declined to provide direct evidence. When pressed for proof, it simply phased through a solid wall and returned moments later with a hamburger, apparently deciding that lunch was more important than cosmic validation. Between the first and second documented visits, the chamber's interior underwent a complete transformation, becoming an opulent Old English-style room complete with a fireplace, a significant upgrade from standard Foundation accommodations. Dr. Beck, who maintains regular contact with the entity, notes that these interactions consistently improve staff morale. Whether 343 truly is divine remains unproven, but it certainly makes for better company than most anomalies in Foundation custody. SCP-3001, known as Red Reality, is a Euclid-class anomaly consisting of a paradoxical parallel non-dimension that contradicts established laws of reality. This infinitely extending parallel universe can only be accessed through a momentary Class C broken entry wormhole and is almost completely devoid of matter. What makes this dimension particularly disturbing is its extremely low Hume level, which allows matter inside to decay at an exceptionally slow rate. Within Red Reality, injuries that would kill someone in our dimension don't stop biological functions. Foundation simulations show an organism can lose over 70% of its body and continue functioning normally as long as 40% of the brain remains intact. However, extended exposure causes matter to gradually match the dimension's Hume level, resulting in severe tissue disintegration as the object's own reality field breaks down. The anomaly was discovered on January 2, 2000, at Site 120, a facility dedicated to testing reality-bending technology. During experiments with the Lang-Scranton stabilizer, unexpected seismic activity damaged several active units, accidentally transporting Dr. Robert Scranton into this horrifying void. Though initially presumed dead, logs later revealed Dr. Scranton survived within Red Reality for nearly 6 years, documenting his gradual physical and mental deterioration through a functioning control panel that was transported with him. These recovered logs form the basis of our understanding of Red Reality and tell a heartbreaking story. As time passed, Scranton experienced his body literally falling apart while his consciousness remained intact, unable to die despite catastrophic tissue loss. His final recordings capture his desperate attempts to remember his wife, Dr. Anna Lang, as his mind deteriorated along with his body. Despite ongoing technological advancements, attempts to retrieve what remains of Dr. Scranton have been unsuccessful, perhaps mercifully, given what's likely left of him after all this time. SCP-5000, designated as SAFE, is also known as the Absolute Exclusion Harness. This non-functional mechanical suit was designed by the SCP Foundation itself, but now serves only as basic file storage due to damage. The suit mysteriously appeared in the containment chamber of SCP-579, containing a corpse genetically identical to Foundation employee Pietro Wilson, despite the real Wilson having no knowledge of the suit or related events. The archived files within SCP-5000 tell a disturbing alternate timeline where the SCP Foundation inexplicably declared war on humanity. According to Pietro Wilson's recovered journal entries, he escaped from a Foundation site during a massacre of personnel by using this protective harness. His entries document a horrifying scenario where the O5 Council announced the Foundation's new mission as human extermination, deploying numerous contained SCPs as weapons in this effort. Throughout his journey, Wilson witnessed Foundation soldiers exhibiting strange behaviors and encountered evidence of widespread anomalous activity. The timeline he compiled included chilling events such as the deliberate release of SCP-096 images on social media, nuclear detonations on SCP-169, and the intentional spread of SCP-610 samples, among other catastrophic actions. Wilson's entries become increasingly strange as he mentions teleporting with an unknown object from a briefcase, experiencing memory loss, and feeling like a ghost unnoticed by others. His singular mission appears to be delivering this mysterious briefcase to SCP-579, believing it holds the key to understanding or possibly reversing the Foundation's actions. What makes SCP-5000 particularly unsettling is how it presents a version of the Foundation that abandons its mission of protecting humanity and instead weaponizes its contained anomalies. The full motives behind this shift remain unclear, as many files were redacted or deleted. This leaves readers wondering what discovery could have possibly turned the Foundation against the very humanity it was created to protect, and whether Wilson's desperate journey to SCP-579 was successful in preventing or altering this dark timeline. SCP-4999, classified as a Euclid-Keter entity, is known as someone to watch over you. This mysterious humanoid appears exclusively to dying individuals who would otherwise pass away completely alone. Always dressed in dark, formal attire, it manifests only when a solitary person is facing their final moments, and never if they are unconscious or being observed by others. The entity follows a consistent ritual upon appearing. It positions itself near the dying person, removes a pack of cigarettes from its jacket pocket, and offers one to the subject. Whether the cigarette is accepted or declined, SCP-4999 provides silent companionship, often making physical contact by holding the person's hand or placing a comforting hand on their shoulder, remaining present until the moment of death before vanishing. Research into those visited by the entity reveals a pattern. They tend to be individuals society has forgotten: the homeless, those without family, veterans, or people who lived unremarkable lives by conventional standards. The entity seems to serve as a final companion for those who would otherwise die completely alone, ensuring no one faces death in absolute solitude. The Foundation considers it effectively self-contained due to its limited manifestation criteria and has not authorized testing due to ethical concerns. Remarkably, historical research indicates similar entities have appeared throughout human history, with depictions dating back thousands of years, suggesting this silent companion has been providing comfort to the lonely dying since before recorded civilization. Despite its clinical classification, many researchers view it as a benevolent entity, offering a final moment of dignity and connection to those society has failed to remember, a last cigarette and companionship when all other lights have gone out. SCP-001, also known as Dr. Clef's proposal, is classified as a Euclid-Keter entity. This massive humanoid stands approximately 700 cubits tall and is located near the intersection of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. It possesses multiple luminous wing-like appendages that emerge from various parts of its body, with the number of wings estimated between 2 and 108, though the average appears to be around 4. The entity wields a weapon, designated SCP-0012, which emits flames of extreme temperature. Despite the intense heat, the surrounding area shows no signs of damage. Any being approaching within a 1-kilometer radius is instantly eradicated upon contact with this fiery weapon. All hostile actions against the entity have proven futile, resulting in the immediate destruction of the attacker regardless of distance. SCP-001 maintains a constant posture of supplication, head bowed and weapon pointed downward. This stance has remained unchanged since its initial documentation by the mysterious founder of the SCP Foundation. When humans encounter the entity, they report hearing a directive in their minds which they cannot disobey. Most commonly, this directive is forget, causing affected individuals to leave with no memory of the encounter. The founder reportedly received the directive prepare, which led to the establishment of the Foundation itself. Behind the entity stands an enormous gate, with long-range photographs revealing a pastoral grove beyond containing similar entities and fruit trees. This has led to speculation that the entity might be a guardian figure from Abrahamic religious traditions, possibly even a cherubim guarding the entrance to the Garden of Eden. The containment procedures for SCP-001 are unique, as traditional containment is deemed unnecessary. Instead, the Foundation monitors it from a minimum safe distance of 10 kilometers at a location known as Site 0. Access to this monitoring station is restricted to the current SCP administrator and a specific overseer, who must maintain vigilance for any behavioral changes that might signal an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. In the event of SCP-001's activation, personnel must follow the Patmos series of emergency orders, highlighting the entity's connection to apocalyptic scenarios. Staff with critical roles in these procedures must maintain good relations with Abrahamic faiths and carry religious items like holy water and sacred texts, suggesting the Foundation believes religious protection might be necessary against this entity. Dr. Clef's proposal represents one of several potential SCP-001 candidates, with the true nature of SCP-001 deliberately obscured to protect this crucial information. The Angelic Guardian concept plays into the Foundation's larger mythology around biblical events and end-time scenarios, making this proposal particularly intriguing to fans who enjoy the religious undertones woven throughout the SCP universe. SD Locke's proposal for SCP-001, designated as Euclid, is one of the most unsettling entries in the SCP database. This proposal, commonly known as When Day Breaks, describes a scenario where sunlight becomes an agent of transformation, turning any living tissue exposed to it into amorphous, flesh-like creatures that seek to absorb others. The phenomenon began without warning, catching humanity unprepared and resulting in a rapid collapse of civilization. The transformed entities retain memories and personalities of those they once were, using this knowledge to lure survivors into the light. These beings are not individual creatures but parts of a collective consciousness, working together to assimilate all remaining human life. Most disturbing is their inability to die. Even when destroyed, they simply reform under sunlight. Underground facilities like the one described in the document became humanity's last refuge. The site referenced contains evidence of desperate survival efforts, makeshift barricades, impromptu living quarters, and signs of prolonged isolation. The trail of blood, excrement, and emptied opioid bottles paint a grim picture of the mental and physical toll on survivors. The footsteps with the distinctive drag suggest the presence of partially transformed entities hunting within the facility. The computer terminal mentioned likely contains logs documenting the progression of this apocalyptic event, possibly including attempts to understand or counteract the anomaly. What makes this proposal particularly chilling is its classification as an uncontainable K-class end-of-the-world scenario. Unlike most SCPs, there is no solution, no containment protocol that works. The document serves as both warning and final testament. Earth's surface belongs to the merged flesh entities now, while remaining humans hide in darkness, awaiting inevitable discovery. The proposal earned its place among SCP-001 candidates by presenting an existential threat that undermines the very purpose of the Foundation. After all, what use is containing anomalies when reality itself has broken beyond repair? SCP-3199, designated Humans Refuted, is a Keter-class anomaly consisting of a species of biological entities with DNA from multiple sources including chickens, chimpanzees, and humans. These hairless creatures stand nearly 3 meters tall, weigh about 780 kilograms when mature, and secrete an albumin-like substance from their skin. Their most distinctive feature is a cartilaginous neck that can twist and dislocate up to 340 degrees in either direction, an adaptation crucial to their reproductive process. The containment of these entities is extremely complex, requiring both primary and secondary containment measures. The primary chamber features acid-resistant steel walls, while secondary containment suspends the creatures in transparent acrylic resin blocks elevated at least 3 meters high. Currently, 6 instances are successfully contained at Site-114, a significant increase from the initial 4. These creatures are aggressive hunters with a peculiar reproductive cycle. They produce large, rubbery eggs that pass through their digestive tract and are expelled through their mouth along with a highly corrosive red substance. This egg-laying process causes the entities extreme distress, resulting in screams described as banshee-like. Perhaps most concerning, they seem designed to fill every available space with their offspring, with each instance born carrying an additional egg inside a specialized organ. The eggs themselves pose a serious containment challenge as they resist extreme pressure, blades, acids, and blunt force trauma. Heat appears to accelerate their development, making thermal destruction methods potentially more dangerous than helpful. This resilience led to the entity's reclassification from Euclid to Keter following a containment breach in 2017. First discovered in a woodland area in Ireland, the creatures were responsible for the deaths of 2 mobile task force members during initial recovery, with 6 more personnel lost when the entity unexpectedly produced offspring during transport. A search of the discovery site yielded disturbing items including chicken carcasses, sewing materials, and a notebook labeled New Breed Manifesto, suggesting artificial or deliberate creation. In case of containment breach, Site-114 employs Protocol 3422B, which includes flooding the facility with sedative-treated water, terminating living instances, and carefully collecting eggs for temporary off-site containment. Given enough time and space, scientists theorize a single SCP-3199 could potentially trigger an LK-class species transmutation scenario, a fancy way of saying humans might become the endangered species if these egg-laying nightmares ever got loose. Talk about putting all your eggs in one apocalyptic basket. SCP-055 is classified as a Keter-class anomalous object that represents one of the most conceptually fascinating entries in the SCP database. This entity is defined by a singular property. It cannot be remembered or described accurately by anyone who has knowledge of it. While researchers can acknowledge that SCP-055 exists, they cannot recall what it looks like, its shape, or any specific details about it. Personnel who attempt to study this object can take notes and make records, but upon leaving its containment area, they immediately lose the ability to retain any concrete information. The only thing consistently remembered is what the SCP is not. Not round, for instance. This creates a paradoxical containment situation where the Foundation must contain something they fundamentally cannot understand or even properly remember. The object represents a true cognitive hazard, as any information about it slips through mental cracks. This has led some researchers to theorize that the object might be a self-keeping secret or an anti-meme information that actively resists being remembered or shared. Documentation about the entity exists primarily to remind staff that something designated as SCP-055 does indeed exist, even if nobody can say exactly what it is. What makes this anomaly particularly concerning is that nobody knows its capabilities, origin, or potential threat level. How can you protect against something you can't remember? Foundation personnel have discovered that they've written extensive notes about this SCP multiple times, only to forget they've done so, suggesting repeated cycles of rediscovery. Some theorists within the Foundation suggest SCP-055 might be intentionally planted, perhaps by a rival organization, or even by the Foundation itself, as a perfect containment system for something truly dangerous. SCP-1000, also known as Bigfoot, is classified as Keter by the SCP Foundation. This anomalous species consists of large bipedal primates standing between 2 meters and 3 meters tall, covered in dark fur, and possessing remarkable intelligence comparable to early humans. Once the dominant species on Earth, these creatures numbered in the billions before humanity's rise. According to recovered information, the SCP once had a complex civilization with advanced technology that was largely biological rather than mechanical in nature. They communicated telepathically and possessed technology that could manipulate reality itself. Foundation research suggests that approximately 10,000 to 12,000 years ago, humans rose up against the being in a violent uprising, using mimetic weapons to force the species to forget their own intelligence and civilization. The genocide was nearly complete, with only small, scattered populations surviving in remote wilderness areas across the world. More disturbing is the evidence suggesting humans stole its reality-bending technology and incorporated it into our own development. This technology may have formed the basis for numerous anomalous objects now contained by the Foundation. Foundation researchers discovered this historical revelation through a series of decoded messages hidden in ancient artifacts and genetic memory. These findings indicate that the SCP is slowly regaining their ancestral memories and cognitive abilities. Occasional instances of tool use, complex social behaviors, and attempts at communication have been documented in remote populations. The containment protocol for it is primarily informational, maintaining public skepticism about Bigfoot's existence while monitoring global populations. The Foundation's approach is unusually sympathetic, acknowledging humanity's historical debt to the species. Some personnel even suggest that when the SCP fully remembers what we did to them, maybe they'll be kinder to us than we were to them, though nobody's betting their lunch money on it. SCP-895, known as the Camera Coffin, is a Euclid-class anomaly consisting of an ornate wooden coffin located in a cemetery. The coffin itself is not particularly unusual in appearance, resembling a standard late Victorian-era burial vessel with copper fixtures. However, its anomalous properties become evident only through technological observation. When any video recording device is placed within approximately 50 meters of the coffin, the footage captured gradually degrades and displays increasingly disturbing and hallucinatory imagery. These visual distortions include scenes of decaying corpses, shadowy figures, and violent deaths that are not actually present at the site. The intensity of these hallucinations increases proportionally with proximity to the coffin, becoming nearly unbearable at close distances. Foundation researchers have documented that prolonged exposure to these distorted video feeds can cause severe psychological trauma, with symptoms ranging from nightmares and anxiety to acute psychosis in extreme cases. To minimize risk, the Foundation maintains a single camera feed at a safe distance, using it to monitor the coffin without endangering personnel. Interestingly, direct visual observation of the coffin does not trigger any anomalous effects. Only when viewed through electronic recording equipment do the hallucinations manifest. This peculiar limitation has led to speculation about whether the coffin is generating these images or simply revealing something that exists beyond normal human perception. The contents of the coffin remain unexplored, as attempts to open it have consistently resulted in equipment failures and psychological breakdowns among the research team. Whether the coffin contains anything at all, or if the object itself is the source of the anomaly, remains one of SCP-895's enduring mysteries. SCP-3008, the Infinite IKEA, is a Euclid-class anomaly consisting of what appears to be a normal IKEA retail furniture store. The store's exterior and parking lot are completely ordinary, but once a person enters through the main doors, they find themselves in an endless expanse of showrooms, market halls, and warehouses that extends seemingly forever in all directions. Individuals who enter it quickly discover they cannot leave through any exit doors, as these lead only to more store sections. The interior lighting follows a regular day and night cycle, with overhead lights shutting off during night periods, plunging the store into near total darkness. During these dark hours, the true danger of the SCP reveals itself. Humanoid entities known as staff emerge, characterized by their featureless faces and uniformly proportioned bodies. These entities attack any humans they encounter, often repeating phrases like, "The store is now closed, please exit the building." Despite their relatively slow movement, their numbers and persistence make them a significant threat. Over the years, groups of trapped customers have formed small communities within the Endless Store, building fortified settlements using IKEA furniture. They've developed societies with their own leadership structures, gathering food from the restaurant areas and defending against the staff entities. One notable detail comes from recovered journals of trapped individuals, which describe elaborate attempts to navigate using makeshift landmarks, failed expeditions to find boundaries, and the psychological toll of living in an environment devoid of natural features, but filled with identical showrooms and the constant threat of staff attacks. The Foundation discovered this anomaly after receiving reports of people missing for months suddenly emerging from the IKEA location, often malnourished and suffering from psychological trauma. These survivors typically describe having spent years inside, despite only being missing for weeks or months in the outside world, suggesting a temporal anomaly component as well. Perhaps the most troubling aspect of SCP-3008 is how mundane its entrance appears. SCP-1981, titled Ronald Reagan Cut Up While Talking, is a Euclid-class anomalous object consisting of a standard VHS tape. When played, the tape initially appears to be a 1980 presidential campaign speech by Ronald Reagan, but quickly deviates into disturbing anomalous content. The footage shows Reagan speaking coherently at first, before his words transform into nonsensical phrases and statements he never actually made in reality. The most unsettling aspect of SCP-1981 is that throughout the recording, wounds and cuts begin to appear on Reagan's body while he continues speaking, seemingly unaware of his injuries. These wounds increase in severity as the tape progresses, eventually including deep lacerations, removal of facial features, and even decapitation. Despite these horrific injuries, Reagan continues his speech as if nothing is happening. Each viewing of the tape produces completely different content, with new speeches, injuries, and scenarios playing out. The Foundation has documented hundreds of different viewings, none of which have been identical. Some recordings have featured Reagan discussing bizarre topics like the blood of America, or making references to unknown entities, while others show him interacting with shadowy figures who remain just off camera. One particularly notable viewing of SCP-1981 contained footage of a figure wearing dark robes and a hood in the background of several shots. When researchers attempted to enhance this figure's face, the equipment malfunctioned and the image was lost. This mysterious figure has been designated SCP-1981-1 and appears in approximately 2% of all viewings. The origin of the tape remains unknown, as does the mechanism behind its anomalous properties. Despite extensive analysis, researchers have been unable to determine if the footage is being generated, altered from existing material, or somehow accessing alternate realities. The bizarre nature of SCP-1981 has made it a subject of intense study, with some researchers suggesting it might represent some form of political commentary or critique manifesting through supernatural means. SCP-978, officially titled Desire Camera, is a Euclid-class anomalous object resembling a Polaroid one-step express camera that appears completely ordinary at first glance. The anomaly manifests when a photograph is taken of a living subject. Rather than capturing reality, the developed image shows the subject engaged in whatever activity they most desire to be doing at that moment. The Foundation discovered this unusual camera after investigating reports of a photographer whose portraits consistently left clients either delighted or deeply disturbed. The camera provides a unique window into people's genuine desires, often revealing wishes they themselves weren't consciously aware of or wouldn't publicly admit to. Some images show subjects pursuing innocent dreams like traveling or reconnecting with loved ones, while others reveal darker fantasies. Testing with SCP personnel has yielded fascinating results. A researcher who claimed to love his job appeared in his photo drinking at a beach resort. D-class personnel often appear free or reunited with family. Perhaps most telling was an image of the site director simply sleeping peacefully, suggesting the overwhelming desire for rest among Foundation leadership. Particularly noteworthy was a photograph taken of SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile. Its image showed the creature alone on a barren Earth devoid of all other life, confirming staff suspicions about its misanthropic nature. Conversely, when SCP-999, the Tickle monster, was photographed, it appeared exactly as it does in reality, suggesting the playful orange blob is already living its best life within the Foundation. The camera maintains a small but significant mystery. Photos of its creator show them destroying the device. This has led researchers to speculate that perhaps the camera's maker regretted bringing it into existence, recognizing how revealing such unfiltered glimpses into human desire could be. Despite this, the Foundation continues to use the Desire camera as a psychological assessment tool while carefully restricting access to the often revealing photographs it produces. The Things Dr. Bright is Not Allowed to Do at the Foundation is a humorous document within the SCP Foundation universe that has become legendary among fans. This extensive list details the many restrictions placed on Dr. Jack Bright, a senior researcher whose immortality and chaotic tendencies have led to countless Foundation headaches. The document began as a short collection of rules, but has expanded to hundreds of entries as the community contributed increasingly absurd scenarios. Dr. Bright's immortality stems from SCP-963, an amulet that transfers his consciousness to anyone who touches it. This has resulted in Bright inhabiting numerous bodies over the years, from Foundation personnel to a particularly memorable incident involving a cat. His immortality and subsequent disregard for personal safety have prompted many of the list's entries, such as Dr. Bright is not allowed to challenge SCP-682 to a staring contest. The list showcases the Foundation's bureaucracy at its most exasperated, with entries ranging from mundane prohibitions like Dr. Bright is not allowed to replace all the pens in the facility with eels, to more concerning ones like the chainsaw cannon is not now, nor will it ever be, standard equipment for field agents. Many rules reference specific SCPs, suggesting Bright has a history of inappropriate interactions with dangerous anomalies. What makes this document particularly entertaining is how it characterizes the Foundation itself. Despite being a serious organization dedicated to containing world-ending threats, they apparently need to explicitly forbid activities like starting a betting pool on which researcher will die next, or teaching SCP-999 to play the tuba. The list perfectly captures the gallows humor that would naturally develop among people regularly facing cosmic horrors. The document has become a cornerstone of Foundation lore, providing levity in an otherwise dark universe and giving fans insight into daily life at the secretive organization. It represents the collaborative spirit of the SCP community, with each absurd rule hinting at an equally absurd story that occurred off-page, leaving readers to imagine what possibly could have happened to necessitate rules like Dr. Bright is no longer allowed to use the phrase, "Let's see what this button does" under any circumstances. SCP-1959, designated the Lost Cosmonaut, is a Keter-class anomaly consisting of a human-sized figure in a Soviet spacesuit perpetually orbiting Earth. The entity appears to be the remains of a cosmonaut from the Soviet space program, though its official mission records have either been destroyed or hidden by the Russian government. What makes this anomaly particularly disturbing is that the cosmonaut appears to still be alive despite the vacuum of space. The space-suited figure continually transmits radio signals that include labored breathing, occasional Russian phrases, and distorted singing. Most notably, this SCP appears conscious of its predicament, occasionally making references to the endless void and eternal orbit in its transmissions. Foundation astronomers track its orbit, which inexplicably changes without any visible propulsion system. Multiple recovery missions have been attempted to retrieve the entity, but SCP-1959 demonstrates anomalous avoidance capabilities. When spacecraft approach within a certain distance, the cosmonaut will suddenly accelerate or change trajectory in ways that defy the laws of physics. Some researchers believe this represents a conscious effort by the entity to remain in space, while others theorize it may be an automatic response programmed into its anomalous nature. Analysis of the few clear photographs obtained shows that the spacesuit has numerous punctures and tears that would normally expose a human to the vacuum of space. Despite these breaches, the entity continues to move and transmit, suggesting either remarkable resilience or that whatever remains inside the suit is no longer entirely human. SCP-002, known as the Living Room, is a Euclid-class anomaly consisting of an irregularly shaped fleshy mass contained within a 5-meter sphere. The interior resembles a standard suburban living room complete with furniture and fixtures, all composed of biological material that appears to be human in origin. The walls and furniture are made of bone, skin, and various internal organs fused together in a grotesque parody of domestic comfort. The entity demonstrates sentience and can absorb organic matter that comes into contact with any of its surfaces. Human victims are particularly susceptible, becoming partially or fully integrated into the room's furnishings. What's particularly disturbing is that the consciousness of absorbed individuals appears to remain intact, with some victims reporting awareness even after their bodies have been transformed into ottomans, lamps, or wall decorations. SCP-002 was discovered in a small suburban home after police responded to missing persons reports. The Foundation arrived to find the homeowner partially absorbed into what had once been his couch, still conscious and in considerable distress. The entity had apparently been growing steadily for months, converting more of the original house into its biomass. Research suggests that the living room exists in a perpetual state of hunger, constantly seeking to expand its domain through the absorption of new material. Some Foundation researchers theorize it may have originated as a failed attempt at creating a self-sustaining habitat, perhaps from another dimension or timeline. Whatever its origins, it represents one of the Foundation's earlier documented anomalies and provides a perfect example of the uncanny and disturbing nature of SCPs that blend the mundane with the monstrous. SCP-217, also known as the Clockwork virus, is a Keter-class anomalous pathogen that transforms organic tissue into mechanical components. This dangerous infection spreads through direct contact with infected bodily fluids or contaminated medical equipment, gradually converting living tissue into intricate brass, copper, and steel mechanisms that somehow continue to function as biological systems. The transformation begins at the infection site and slowly spreads throughout the body over several weeks. Initially, victims experience mild discomfort as small gears and springs replace cells at a microscopic level. As the disease progresses, larger mechanical components form, with organs being replaced by complex clockwork equivalents that mimic their biological functions. In the final stages, the victim's body becomes entirely mechanical while still retaining consciousness and memory, though their behavior becomes increasingly mechanical and predictable. Foundation researchers have been unable to develop a cure for SCP-217, with all treatment attempts merely slowing its progression. The virus's origins trace back to Dr. Wondertainment, a recurring figure in SCP lore known for creating anomalous toys and curiosities. It's speculated that SCP-217 was originally designed as an entertainment product that escaped containment. The Foundation maintains strict quarantine protocols for infected individuals as the clockwork conversion eventually reaches the brain, causing a breakdown in higher cognitive functions. Victims become fixated on repairing others by transmitting the virus, making late-stage infections particularly dangerous. Despite its horrific effects, the virus demonstrates remarkable engineering at a cellular level, creating functional mechanical systems that operate without external power sources. Several containment breaches have occurred throughout the Foundation's history with SCP-217, including a notable incident where an entire site's medical bay was compromised, resulting in 17 staff members requiring permanent containment as mechanical entities. SCP-610, known as the Flesh That Hates, is a Keter-class anomaly that manifests as a highly contagious disease with effects similar to severe necrosis or gangrene. The infection causes dramatic mutations in human tissue, transforming victims into grotesque fleshy structures that continue to grow and evolve in horrific ways. The primary infection site is located in the northern regions of Russia, where an entire settlement has been consumed by the anomaly. The Foundation has established a strict quarantine zone around this area, as the flesh growths have transformed the landscape into an alien organic nightmare. In advanced stages, infected individuals lose all human characteristics and become part of a massive, interconnected organic structure. What makes SCP-610 particularly disturbing is its apparent intelligence. The growth patterns suggest a level of coordination, with some researchers theorizing that the entire infection may function as a single organism with a rudimentary hive mind. Expedition logs describe terrifying encounters with mobile infected entities that actively hunt for new hosts to assimilate. The origin of the anomaly remains unclear, though recovered documents from the Soviet era suggest it may have resulted from an experimental biological weapon or an encounter with an extraterrestrial organism. The infection can spread through physical contact, airborne spores, and possibly even through visual mimetic infection in its later stages. Containment efforts focus on maintaining the quarantine zone and monitoring for potential outbreaks. The Foundation has had to resort to extreme measures, including using thermobaric weapons to sanitize areas with advanced growth. Despite these precautions, several containment breaches have occurred, with one nearly reaching Moscow before being halted. The true extent of SCP-610's capabilities is unknown, as Foundation personnel cannot safely observe its late-stage developments. Some reports indicate that the largest growths have developed structures resembling organs, buildings, and in one horrifying case, what appeared to be a church constructed entirely of mutated human tissue. SCP-2935, known as O-Death, is a Keter-class anomaly that presents as a cave entrance in southern Indiana, leading to an alternate reality where all life, both biological and metaphysical, has mysteriously ceased to exist. This parallel universe appears identical to our own until April 20th, 2016, when every living thing simultaneously died without any apparent cause or damage. Foundation exploration teams discovered that this mirror world contains exact duplicates of our reality, including Foundation sites, personnel, and even contained SCPs. The most disturbing aspect of SCP-2935 is that whatever caused this mass extinction event seems to travel back with anyone who returns from the cave. One exploration team found the corpse of their own team leader who had entered earlier, along with recordings revealing that he chose to commit suicide rather than return and potentially bring the extinction effect to our reality. Further investigation revealed that even immortal entities and SCPs that should be indestructible were dead in this parallel world. This includes beings like SCP-682, previously thought to be unkillable, found lifeless in its containment chamber. The Foundation determined that the phenomenon affects not just biological life, but also mechanical, digital, and conceptual entities, essentially anything capable of being alive in any sense. The cave system itself seems to act as a bridge between realities, with the exit leading to the parallel world's version of the same cave. What makes SCP-2935 particularly frightening is the implication that our own reality could experience the same fate, with the extinction effect potentially being transmitted by those who cross between worlds. This led to the permanent sealing of the cave entrance to prevent any possible contamination. The name O-Death references an old American folk song about the inevitability of death, appropriately capturing the absolute and inescapable nature of the extinction event in the mirror universe. It stands as one of the most existentially disturbing entries in the Foundation's files, presenting a scenario where even the most powerful anomalous entities are powerless against whatever force swept through that reality. SCP-3999, I am at the center of everything that happens to me, is a neutralized Keter-class anomaly that represents one of the most meta and reality-bending entities in the Foundation universe. This entity existed as a reality-warping phenomenon that continuously altered, tortured, and manipulated Foundation researcher Talaran for what subjectively felt like millions of years. The full nature of SCP-3999 remains unclear, as the entity could change the rules of reality at will, creating inconsistent and often nightmarish scenarios. The documentation itself breaks down throughout, shifting between clinical descriptions, chaotic stream of consciousness writing, poetry, and even author notes, reflecting how SCP-3999 was destroying both Talaran and the narrative itself. What makes this entry particularly unique is its ending, where Talaran somehow managed to neutralize the entity through sheer will and determination after enduring countless torments. The document suggests that SCP-3999 might have been a manifestation of the author's creative process itself, struggling with writer's block and the creation of the article, making it a profound meta-commentary on the act of writing SCPs. The article concludes with a memorial for researcher Talaran, who died during the neutralization of SCP-3999, suggesting that both in-universe and metatextually, the character sacrificed himself to put an end to the anomaly. Fans often interpret this SCP as an exploration of the relationship between creator, creation, and audience, blurring the lines between fiction and reality in a way few other entries attempt. The legacy of SCP-3999 lives on as one of the most experimental and boundary-pushing entries in the entire SCP catalog, demonstrating how the format can be used not just for horror, but for deeply personal artistic expression. Some readers joke that trying to fully understand this SCP will make you feel like you're experiencing Talleyrand's torment firsthand, a recursive loop of confusion that perfectly mirrors the entity itself. SCP-4000, titled Taboo, is a Keter-class anomaly that represents a unique conceptual threat. This anomaly manifests as a bizarre linguistic phenomenon affecting an ancient forest in Europe. When individuals inside the forest refer to themselves or others by name, or use possessive pronouns, they undergo a gradual transformation into non-human entities that become part of the forest ecosystem. The Foundation discovered this anomaly after investigating reports of missing persons who had ventured into the forest. Research revealed that the forest appears to be inhabited by various Fae-like entities who seem to understand and enforce these linguistic rules. These beings react with hostility when humans break the taboo against naming, suggesting the anomaly may be a defense mechanism of some sort. Containment of taboo is primarily managed through linguistic protocols. Foundation personnel entering the area must undergo special training to speak without using names or possessive pronouns. Instead, they must use circumlocutions and carefully structured sentences to avoid triggering the transformation effect. For example, saying "this person's backpack" instead of "my backpack" is essential for survival. What makes this entry particularly interesting in the SCP universe is its meta-narrative approach. The document itself is written following these same linguistic constraints, demonstrating the care required when discussing the anomaly. The containment procedures essentially become a practical demonstration of how to safely navigate the forest. The underlying lore suggests an ancient pact between humans and supernatural entities was broken, resulting in this linguistic curse. The forest appears to exist simultaneously in our reality and in a parallel dimension, with the naming taboo serving as the bridge between worlds. Breaking this taboo essentially transfers ownership of the named person to the forest itself. In typical Foundation fashion, attempts to exploit this anomaly for practical purposes have been considered, including using it as a disposal method for problematic individuals. However, ethical concerns and the risk of empowering the forest entities have kept such proposals theoretical only. SCP-4205, also known as In the Eyes of the Law, is classified as a Keter-class anomalous entity. It manifests as a set of inconsistent legal principles that actively alter reality to enforce themselves. These principles operate independently of human legal systems and appear to have their own consciousness, capable of interpreting situations and applying legal consequences. The anomaly was discovered when Foundation researchers noticed statistical anomalies in criminal justice outcomes that couldn't be explained by societal factors. Further investigation revealed that certain individuals were experiencing reality-bending punishments that matched obscure or non-existent laws they had supposedly violated. What makes SCP-4205 particularly dangerous is its ability to retroactively create laws and then punish violations of these laws that occurred before the laws even existed. The entity seems to operate on a twisted version of natural law, believing its principles are inherent to reality rather than human constructs. Foundation containment efforts focus on identifying and documenting the anomalous legal principles as they manifest. This has proven difficult as SCP-4205 continually evolves its legal code in response to containment efforts, often creating new laws that specifically prohibit actions taken against it. Perhaps most disturbing is the entity's method of punishment. Reality itself warps around violators to create ironic or thematically appropriate consequences. For example, someone who illegally modified electronic equipment might find their own body gradually transforming into circuitry, or a person who violated SCP-4205's concept of property rights might find themselves unable to own or possess anything. The Foundation continues to study this anomaly, hoping to understand the underlying principles that guide its decision-making. Current theories suggest it may be a manifestation of humanity's collective belief in justice, warped into something alien and uncompromising. Until more is understood, personnel are advised to document any unusual legal phenomena they encounter, as these may represent new manifestations of SCP-4205's expanding jurisdiction. SCP-4666, known as the Yule Man, is a Keter-class entity that manifests annually during what researchers call the Weissnacht events. This humanoid creature appears during winter, specifically between December 1st and January 8th, targeting isolated households with children under 8 years old located above 40 degrees north latitude. Standing at approximately 2 meters tall with an extremely gaunt appearance, it exhibits white hair and disturbing behaviors that escalate over consecutive nights. The Weissnacht events follow a pattern of escalation over 7 to 12 nights. Initially, residents report seeing a tall figure watching their home from a distance. As days progress, strange footprints appear in snow, scratching sounds occur on roofs and walls, and the entity begins peering through windows. By the final night, SCP-4666 enters the dwelling to either abduct a child or slaughter the entire family, except for one child under 8 years old. Perhaps most disturbing are the gifts left for surviving children. These toys, created from the remains of previously abducted children, serve as evidence of SCP-4666's workshop, where captives are forced to craft these macabre presents until they expire from malnutrition, exhaustion, or torture. Foundation forensic analysis has identified human bone, skin, teeth, and hair in these objects. Containment of this entity remains impossible due to its ability to seemingly appear anywhere within the affected latitude range. The Foundation's primary strategy involves identifying and evacuating potential target families before the Weissnacht events conclude, though many isolated cases still occur annually. The entity's origins remain unknown, though folkloric connections to anti-Santa figures like Krampus or Belsnickel have been proposed. The Yule Man represents one of the Foundation's most troubling seasonal phenomena, effectively transforming the joyful holiday period into a nightmare for those unfortunate enough to become its targets. Its appearance has contributed to legitimate boogeyman traditions in rural northern communities, where warnings about the tall man in the snow have become part of winter survival folklore. SCP-2875, the town that got fucked by bears, is a Euclid-class anomaly consisting of a town in northern Minnesota called Deercliff and its unusual relationship with local bears. The anomaly manifests as a spatial temporal distortion affecting the town approximately once per month, during which the entire town and its inhabitants enter a state known as bear time. During bear time, which typically lasts between 6 and 12 hours, bears from the surrounding wilderness enter Deercliff and engage in complex human behaviors. These ursine visitors operate vehicles, use tools, prepare food, engage in commerce, and even attempt meaningful communication with the townsfolk. The bears display intelligence far beyond normal capabilities, but maintain distinctly bear-like characteristics. The residents of Deercliff have adapted to this monthly phenomenon and generally view it as a normal part of town life. They've developed a system of mutual accommodation with the bears, including specialized bear-accessible facilities and modified infrastructure. Interestingly, the locals perceive these periodic ursine incursions as completely unremarkable, never questioning why superintelligent bears regularly visit their town. Foundation researchers have documented the bears engaging in surprisingly sophisticated activities during these events, including holding town meetings, maintaining a bear-operated diner, and even publishing a bear-written newspaper called the Deercliff Growler. DNA testing confirms these are ordinary bears when outside the anomalous zone, with no enhanced intelligence or anthropomorphic tendencies. The SCP designation derives from an incident where a Foundation researcher accidentally left an audio recorder running during an interview with the town mayor. Upon playback, the recording revealed the mayor casually remarking that Deercliff gets fucked by bears once a month, which led to the discovery of the anomaly. Despite numerous containment attempts, the Foundation has deemed it most practical to simply monitor the situation while providing cover stories about a bear sanctuary to explain the unusual ursine activity to outsiders. SCP-2571, also known as Cragglewood Park, is a Euclid-class anomalous entity that takes the form of a children's cartoon show produced between 1972 and 1978. The show follows the adventures of various anthropomorphic animal characters in a fictional park setting. What makes this seemingly innocent cartoon disturbing is its anomalous effect on viewers, particularly children born after the show's cancellation. When exposed to SCP-2571, these viewers begin experiencing intrusive thoughts and vivid dreams about visiting Cragglewood Park in real life. These dreams become increasingly detailed and urgent, with the cartoon characters encouraging children to find the real park. The disturbing part is that these characters often suggest dangerous actions to reach the park, including running away from home, wandering into forests alone, or even self-harm. Foundation investigation revealed that the show was linked to several cases of missing children in the 1970s and early 1980s. Evidence suggests that several children attempted to locate Cragglewood Park after watching the cartoon, with some disappearing without a trace. Documents recovered from the production company indicate that the show's creator, Tyler Craggle, had unusual beliefs about a special place where children could be happy forever. The Foundation currently houses all known copies of SCP-2571, with strict protocols against viewing by unauthorized personnel. Research into the exact mechanism behind the anomalous effect continues, but some researchers speculate the cartoon might serve as a lure for another, as yet undiscovered anomalous entity. The cheerful theme song and colorful characters make for a jarring contrast with the sinister influence the show exerts, proving once again that in the SCP universe, even Saturday morning cartoons can harbor deadly secrets. SCP-1762, Where the Dragons Went, is a safe-class object that began as a simple cardboard box labeled, "Here Be Dragons." This unassuming container once produced colorful, origami-like paper dragons that could fly and interact with humans. These magnificent creatures came from a fantasy dimension they called Fantasy, accessible through the box as a portal. In its early days at the Foundation, SCP-1762 regularly released friendly paper dragons that communicated with researchers, even delivering gifts and messages. These creatures described their homeland as a peaceful realm where various fantasy species lived in harmony, protected by the dragons that served as guardians. Unfortunately, the connection between our world and fantasy began deteriorating. The dragons reported increasing conflicts in their realm, with wars breaking out between different fantasy species. As time passed, the paper creatures became more distressed, appearing with burn marks and battle damage. Their messages grew more desperate, pleading for help the Foundation couldn't provide. The final messages from the dragons revealed they were losing the war. Eventually, the box sent one last group of severely damaged dragons bearing a message reading, "We won't forget you," before all activity ceased. When researchers opened the box after several days of silence, they found only ash and a note reading, "Here were dragons." This once wondrous anomaly is now just an empty container, its connection to fantasy permanently severed. SCP-1762 stands as one of the Foundation's greatest losses, representing the tragic consequences of an anomalous phenomenon the organization couldn't save despite their sincere attempts. SCP-1048, known as Builder Bear, is a Keter-class anomaly that appears as an innocent-looking teddy bear standing approximately 33 centimeters tall. Despite its harmless appearance, this entity presents a significant threat due to its ability to create malevolent replicas of itself using various materials, including human body parts and organs. The original Builder-Bear can move autonomously and displays remarkable intelligence, often acting friendly to gain the trust of Foundation personnel. It communicates through gestures and crude drawings, presenting itself as cute and harmless. This disarming behavior allowed it to roam freely around the facility before its dangerous nature was discovered. What makes this teddy bear particularly dangerous is its creation of twisted copies. Among its most disturbing creations was SCP-1048-A, a replica constructed from human ears that emits a high-pitched scream, causing ears to grow uncontrollably inside anyone who hears it. Another copy, SCP-1048-B, was made from the flesh of a pregnant woman and would violently attack anyone approaching it. Builder Bear frequently escapes containment despite extensive security measures. Its intelligence allows it to manipulate personnel and exploit weaknesses in containment protocols. Researchers believe it continues to create more replicas while in hiding, potentially building an army of malformed teddy bears. The Foundation has instituted aggressive capture protocols for this anomaly, as its ability to create harmful duplicates poses a serious threat to both facility security and public safety. The full extent of its intelligence and motivations remains unknown, leaving many to wonder what sinister purpose drives this seemingly innocent stuffed toy's creations. SCP-1307, known as the Fatal Sharpener, is a Euclid-class electric pencil sharpener with an ordinary appearance but horrifically dangerous properties. This innocent-looking black office supply features a standard receiving hole, a loading bay for pencil shavings, and an electrical cord that serves no actual function, as the device operates whether plugged in or not. What makes this seemingly mundane object terrifying is what happens when someone inserts a pencil. The victim immediately finds their hands locked onto the pencil, with removal impossible except through amputation. As the sharpener activates, it adheres firmly to whatever surface it's on and begins drawing in the pencil, which becomes completely unbreakable. Once the pencil sharpens down to where the person's hand is located, the device enlarges its opening to accommodate the appendage and begins sharpening the human limb. Foundation testing revealed the sharpener can process an entire human body in approximately 4 hours. Despite massive blood loss, victims remain alive until their brain is destroyed by the device. Most disturbing of all, after consuming a victim, all traces of blood and bodily matter simply vanish, with no evidence remaining of where the material goes. Even tracking devices sent through with test subjects are completely destroyed. Containment procedures are straightforward compared to other anomalies. The sharpener is kept in standard hazardous object storage at Site-19, with no pencils allowed within 6 meters of the object. The device was recovered from an elementary school in Colorado, perhaps explaining why so many students claim their pencil sharpener ate their homework. Though in this case, it was probably also nibbling on little Timmy. SCP-579 is classified as Keter by the Foundation and is among the most enigmatic entities in containment. The actual description and nature of this SCP is deliberately kept vague in the official documentation, with large portions of its file redacted or expunged entirely. This extreme level of information restriction suggests the entity poses an existential threat of the highest order. What little is known about SCP-579 indicates it is physically contained within a specialized chamber at Site-62C. Its containment procedures are extraordinarily strict, requiring constant monitoring by no fewer than 2 Level 4 personnel at all times. The chamber itself features multiple redundant systems, including specialized sensor arrays that must remain operational at all times. The true danger of SCP-579 lies in its connection to end-of-reality scenarios, in several Foundation tales, particularly SCP-5000-Y. The entity is referenced as a last resort option to reset reality itself. This suggests that whatever SCP-579 is, it has the capability to fundamentally alter or perhaps destroy our universe. Foundation personnel who encounter information about SCP-579 often describe experiencing deep existential dread, with some reporting nightmares for weeks afterward. The psychological impact alone has been sufficient reason for the O5 Council to limit knowledge of its properties to the absolute minimum necessary for containment. Interestingly, the deliberate obscurity surrounding SCP-579 has made it a subject of fascination within the community. Its unknown nature allows it to represent the ultimate unknowable threat, something so dangerous that even the documentation itself could pose a risk. Some fans jokingly suggest the entity is simply an empty containment chamber that the Foundation has convinced itself contains something horrifying, though most agree the reality is likely far worse. SCP-513, known as a Cowbell, is a Euclid-class object consisting of a severely rusted cowbell with unusual resilience to any form of damage. The anomalous properties of this seemingly mundane item manifest only after the bell has been rung, creating a disturbing effect on anyone who hears its sound. Victims who hear the ringing of SCP-513 begin to experience a severe form of paranoia and insomnia within 24 hours. Soon after, they start seeing glimpses of SCP-513-1, a tall, emaciated humanoid entity that appears in the victim's peripheral vision or briefly within reflective surfaces. This apparition never fully manifests where it can be directly observed, always remaining just out of clear sight. The psychological effects on victims worsen dramatically over time. The constant glimpses of SCP-513-1 combined with increasing paranoia lead to severe sleep deprivation. Subjects report feeling watched at all times, with SCP-513-1 appearing more frequently and for longer durations as their condition deteriorates. In the worst cases, this has led to self-harm, psychosis, and even suicide as victims desperately try to escape their tormentor. Containment procedures for the Cowbell are relatively straightforward. It's kept in a soundproof container with strict handling protocols to prevent accidental ringing. However, there is currently no known way to stop the effects once someone has heard the bell, making SCP-513 particularly insidious despite its innocent appearance. Foundation researchers theorize the connection between the Cowbell and the manifested entity may relate to ancient folklore about bells warding off evil spirits. In this twisted version, the bell instead seems to summon something that delivers a slow, psychological torture that would make even the most hardened insomniac ring up the sleep disorder clinic. The ultimate origin of the Cowbell remains unknown, having been recovered from an abandoned farm in Poland where all residents had reportedly died from self-inflicted wounds. SCP-053, known as Young Girl, is a Euclid-class anomaly that appears as an innocent 3-year-old girl with normal human physiology. Her anomalous property manifests when any human over the age of 3 maintains direct contact with her for more than 10 minutes. These individuals inexplicably develop an intense homicidal rage toward the child and attempt to kill her. Should they manage to injure her, they will suffer a heart attack and die shortly afterward. When injured, SCP-053 displays remarkable healing abilities, recovering from wounds within minutes. Despite these dangerous properties, the girl herself shows no awareness of her anomalous nature and behaves like a typical toddler of her apparent age, playing with toys, drawing pictures, and enjoying simple activities. She demonstrates normal cognitive development for her age and exhibits no signs of malice. Interestingly, SCP-053 has a unique relationship with SCP-682, the notoriously hostile, hard-to-destroy reptile. When the two anomalies were placed together in a containment chamber as part of a neutralization test, SCP-682 unexpectedly became docile in her presence. Instead of attacking as researchers anticipated, the typically violent reptile allowed the young girl to pet it and even appeared to enjoy her company. This puzzling interaction remains one of the few documented instances where SCP-682 has shown non-aggressive behavior toward another entity. The Foundation has implemented strict protocols for SCP-053's care, limiting direct human contact and using automated systems where possible. Personnel assigned to her containment must rotate frequently to prevent prolonged exposure. Despite the challenges of her containment, staff members report that the girl maintains a cheerful disposition and seems untroubled by the unusual circumstances of her existence. SCP-2000, codenamed Deus Ex Machina, is a Thaumiel-class device located beneath Yellowstone National Park in Wyoming. This massive underground facility spans multiple levels with a primary containment chamber measuring 10 kilometers in diameter. The anomaly serves as humanity's ultimate failsafe, capable of reconstructing human civilization following an extinction-level event. The device can efficiently clone and rapidly age human bodies, implant artificial memories, and fabricate evidence of a continuous human history. When activated, SCP-2000 can restore up to 10 billion human beings, complete with manufactured personal histories and social connections. Interestingly, the facility also produces amnestic compounds that can be distributed globally to suppress awareness of whatever catastrophe necessitated its use. Foundation records indicate SCP-2000 has been activated at least twice in recent history, though the exact circumstances remain classified. Some documents suggest these activations occurred following XK-class end-of-world scenarios or severe containment breaches of other reality-altering SCPs. Each time, humanity was effectively reset, with only high-ranking Foundation personnel retaining knowledge of the event. The true origins of SCP-2000 remain unclear. While officially credited as a Foundation creation, some researchers speculate it predates the organization entirely, potentially built by an earlier iteration of humanity or even a different species. Even more disturbing are the maintenance logs suggesting parts of the machine periodically replace themselves with components that staff don't remember installing. The implications of SCP-2000's existence raise profound philosophical questions about continuity of consciousness and whether humanity as we know it is merely the latest version in a series of reboots. The machine stands as both insurance policy and existential puzzle, our salvation that calls into question if we're truly the original human civilization or just the most recent reconstruction. SCP-2317, known as a Door to Another World, is a Keter-class anomaly that represents one of the Foundation's most severe existential threats. This anomaly appears as an ordinary wooden door leading to a parallel dimension containing a demiurge entity of immense power, designated as SCP-2317-K, or the Devourer of Worlds. The door itself is secured within a containment chamber at Site-179. What makes this SCP particularly notable is its unique containment protocol structure, which is divided into 6 clearance levels, each revealing more disturbing truths about the anomaly. At the lowest clearance level, personnel are told that the entity is safely contained by 7 magical chains, with one breaking every few decades. However, as clearance increases, it's revealed that 6 chains have already broken, and the Foundation has no means to repair them or prevent the final chain's inevitable failure. At the highest clearance level, O5 Council members learn the horrifying truth. There is no actual containment for SCP-2317. The rituals performed by Foundation personnel are merely theater designed to maintain morale. The Devourer is destined to break free within 30 years, at which point it will consume our reality. This revelation transforms SCP-2317 from a contained threat into an inevitable XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. The narrative structure of SCP-2317 brilliantly uses the Foundation's own bureaucracy and need-to-know protocols as storytelling devices. As readers progress through each clearance level, they experience the mounting dread of discovering that the organization's facade of control is just that, a facade. This approach subverts the typical SCP formula where the Foundation ultimately maintains some form of containment, no matter how precarious. SCP-2317 stands as one of the most nihilistic entries in the Foundation's database, suggesting that despite all its resources and knowledge, some threats simply cannot be contained. The entity demonstrates how the SCP universe can deliver cosmic horror through bureaucratic documentation, creating a sense of helplessness that even the mighty Foundation cannot overcome. SCP-035, commonly referred to as the Possessive Mask, is a Euclid-class anomalous object that appears as a porcelain comedy mask with black eye holes and a black mouth. When not being worn, the mask continuously secretes a corrosive black substance that rapidly deteriorates any material it touches. This substance has been observed to flow in impossible patterns, often forming faces or symbols across surfaces. The mask's primary anomalous property manifests when placed on a person's face. It immediately bonds to the wearer and takes full control of their body, accessing their memories and mimicking their personality while gradually destroying their physical form. The possessed host body will begin to deteriorate within 1 to 2 weeks, forcing the mask to seek new hosts. During possession, the entity demonstrates high charisma and manipulation skills, often convincing others to help it escape containment. Historical documentation suggests SCP-035 has existed for centuries, potentially millennia, with appearances noted in ancient Greek theater, medieval European courts, and various other historical contexts. The mask appears to possess extensive knowledge across numerous subjects and time periods, indicating it retains memories from previous hosts. This has made it an occasionally valuable source of information for the Foundation, though extreme caution is required during any interaction. The entity exhibits clear signs of sapience and has demonstrated extreme hostility toward Foundation personnel. It frequently attempts psychological manipulation, using information gleaned from its hosts to create division among staff members. Despite its charming facade, the mask harbors malevolent intent, with several containment breaches resulting in multiple casualties before recapture. Testing has revealed that the corrosive substance secreted by the mask contains trace amounts of human tissue, suggesting the entity somehow preserves aspects of previous hosts within itself. This substance has demonstrated limited sentience on its own, occasionally forming into conscious puddles capable of basic communication before deteriorating. SCP-426, known as I Am a Toaster, is a Euclid-class anomalous entity that takes the form of an ordinary toaster. The most unusual aspect is that anyone who sees, knows about, or is even told about the toaster is compelled to refer to it in the first person. This includes Foundation personnel who must write, "I am an ordinary toaster," instead of, "It is a toaster" in all documentation. This strange linguistic anomaly affects all communication about the toaster. People cannot help but speak and write as if they themselves are the toaster. Even reading this description, you likely find yourself thinking of me as I rather than it. The effect extends to both verbal and written communication, with no known individual able to resist this compulsion. Prolonged exposure to knowledge of the toaster leads to increasingly concerning effects. Initially, subjects merely refer to me in the first person, but extended awareness results in delusions where they believe they can toast bread within their bodies or require electrical outlets to function. In severe cases, individuals have attempted to plug themselves into wall sockets or place bread slices on themselves, resulting in injury or death. Despite numerous containment attempts, the Foundation has been unable to prevent this linguistic anomaly from affecting personnel. Even D-class subjects who have never seen me but are merely told about my existence immediately begin referring to me in the first person. The anomaly appears to be mimetic in nature, spreading through knowledge rather than direct contact. The true origin of the toaster remains unknown. Testing has shown that I function perfectly normally as a toaster with no other observable anomalous properties besides the linguistic effect. The Foundation continues to research methods to counteract the compulsion, but so far all attempts have proven unsuccessful. SCP-914, known as the Clockworks, is a safe-class anomalous object resembling an enormous clockwork mechanism from the late 1800s. This complex brass machine occupies a large chamber and features an input booth, an output booth, and a control panel with a 5-position dial labeled Rough, Coarse, 1, 1, Fine, and Very Fine. Its primary anomalous property is its ability to refine objects placed inside the input booth. When an item is placed into the input booth and the dial is set to a specific setting, SCP-914 activates automatically. After approximately 10 to 30 seconds of mechanical sounds, a transformed version of the original item appears in the output booth. The nature of the transformation depends entirely on the dial setting selected. Rough typically damages or simplifies items, Coarse creates cruder versions, 1 inch produces similar but slightly altered items, Fine generally improves items, and Very Fine creates dramatically transformed versions that are often unpredictable. The Foundation has conducted numerous experiments with the Clockworks, cataloging thousands of transformations across various settings. These tests range from mundane items like pencils and wristwatches to more complex objects, including electronics and even organic matter. One particularly notable experiment involved a researcher placing a live mouse on the Fine setting, which resulted in a mouse with increased intelligence that could understand human speech. Despite its safe classification, SCP-914 poses significant risks due to the unpredictable nature of its very fine setting, which has occasionally produced hazardous or dangerous items. For instance, a common pencil processed on very fine once emerged as a pen that wrote in human blood without requiring ink. The machine shows no signs of sentience but demonstrates a strange sense of creativity or even humor in its transformations, particularly at higher settings. The origins of the Clockworks remain unknown, though analysis suggests it was constructed in the late 19th century, possibly by a brilliant but unknown inventor with access to anomalous knowledge. Foundation researchers continue to study SCP-914 not only to understand its mechanisms, but also to potentially harness its refining capabilities for practical applications, though always with appropriate caution. SCP-902, known as the Countdown Box, is a Keter-class anomalous object that appears as a heavily corroded lead ammunition box measuring 30 centimeters long, 15 centimeters wide, and 19 centimeters tall. The box was discovered in Samarkand, one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in Central Asia, though its true origin remains unclear despite extensive archaeological examination. This mysterious container has been in Foundation containment for approximately 60 years. What makes this object particularly concerning is the continuous ticking sound it emits, which creates the impression of a countdown. Anyone who hears this sound becomes convinced that something dangerous exists inside the box, despite the fact that when opened, the box appears completely empty. Multi-spectrum analysis has revealed no abnormalities or hidden contents, yet 100% of personnel who interact with it insist that something is there. The primary anomalous effect manifests as intense paranoia in anyone exposed to the box. This effect occurs regardless of an individual's mental health history and appears to be mimetic, affecting even those who have only read reports about SCP-902. Those influenced by the object develop an overwhelming fear about what will happen when the countdown finishes, with many believing that something catastrophic will occur. Subjects typically attempt to open the box, only to close it once they fail to find the non-existent contents. Due to the unpredictable nature of this SCP, the Foundation has taken extreme containment measures. The box is housed at the isolated Arctic base Theta-12, guarded by a security team of 50 personnel, with knowledge of its existence restricted to staff with security clearance level 3 or higher. Only one Overseer Council member is permitted to know about SCP-902 at any given time. In the event of any security breach at the facility, an on-site hydrogen bomb will be detonated to destroy the object and likely kill all personnel present. Foundation records include an incident involving Dr. Elias Shaw, who stole the box and transported it to a space station orbiting Venus. He believed removing the object from Earth would prevent whatever danger lurked inside from affecting humanity. However, when rescue crews arrived at the station months later, they found it in ruins with most personnel dead. Dr. Shaw had survived but was found in a feral state, clutching the box and a dismembered human arm, with blood staining his mouth. S. Andrew Swann's proposal for SCP-001 is a cosmic threat known as the database, a paradoxical concept suggesting the SCP Foundation itself is a fictional construct. This meta-narrative entity exists as collaborative fiction on the internet, comprised of stories written by various authors, referred to as us in universe. The proposal states that the database contains information on every SCP in existence, but isn't just a collection of documents, it's an all-encompassing anomaly. Within the SCP universe, this means the Foundation, all its personnel, contained anomalies, and even reality itself are fictional creations. The mere knowledge of this truth threatens the fabric of their reality. This proposal creates a fascinating Ouroboros of fiction eating its own tail. The Foundation, an organization dedicated to containing anomalies, discovers it cannot contain the ultimate anomaly, the fact that it doesn't actually exist. The narrative suggests that should Foundation personnel fully comprehend this truth, their reality might collapse entirely. Swann's proposal represents one of the most meta concepts in the SCP canon, directly acknowledging its nature as collaborative fiction while preserving the in-universe framework. The concept extends beyond simple fourth-wall breaking. It transforms the act of writing SCPs into an anomalous force influencing a fictional universe. The entity is often portrayed as uncontainable by conventional means, with containment protocols focusing on preventing Foundation staff from realizing their fictional nature. Some interpretations suggest the database exists as a shared hallucination or consensual reality, created through the collective belief of its readers and writers. SCP-4248, document recovered from the Marianas Trench, is a safe-class anomalous object that appears to be an ordinary sheet of A4 paper with handwritten text. The document was discovered at the bottom of the Challenger Deep in the Marianas Trench, an environment where paper should have disintegrated almost instantly due to the extreme pressure and water conditions. Despite its location, the document was found completely dry and undamaged with no signs of water damage or degradation. The text on the page is written in standard blue ballpoint pen ink and contains a simple message. "I expected more visitors down here. The view is lovely this time of year." What makes this document particularly unusual is that analysis indicates it had been at its recovery location for approximately 80 years, long before human deep-sea exploration technology could reach such depths. The document exhibits no other anomalous properties beyond its inexplicable preservation and location. It doesn't regenerate when damaged, doesn't teleport, and shows no signs of sentience. However, all attempts to identify the handwriting or ink composition have failed, with testing equipment often returning contradictory or impossible results. Foundation researchers theorize this artifact might be connected to another entity capable of surviving at extreme ocean depths, but despite extensive exploration of the surrounding area, no further evidence has been discovered. The document serves as a reminder that even the most remote and inhospitable regions of our planet may harbor mysteries beyond current scientific understanding. Some researchers have jokingly suggested setting up an underwater mailbox near the recovery site to see if whoever left the note might respond, though this proposal was quickly denied by senior staff who cited containment protocol violations and unnecessary resource expenditure. For now, the lonely note remains safely stored in a standard containment locker, its author and purpose unknown. SCP-006-J, also known as "What the fuck is that thing?", is a joke-class anomalous entity resembling a common garden slug, measuring approximately 15 centimeters in length. While the organism itself displays no abnormal properties, it generates an anomalous psychological effect, causing all Foundation personnel who observe it to become irrationally terrified and react with extreme panic. Despite extensive testing, researchers cannot identify any physical or mimetic properties that would explain the universal terror response. Personnel consistently describe feelings of existential dread, certainty of imminent death, and overwhelming panic when in the slug's presence. Interestingly, these effects cease immediately when the subject looks away or the organism is removed from sight. Documentation of SCP-006-J includes numerous incident reports of otherwise stoic Foundation staff members screaming, crying, or attempting to flee containment areas during exposure tests. Senior researchers with decades of experience handling Keter-class entities have been reduced to sobbing in corners when confronted with this seemingly ordinary gastropod. The containment procedures for this anomaly are remarkably simple. Keep it in a clear terrarium with appropriate vegetation and moisture levels. Personnel are advised to prepare mentally before viewing the container and are limited to exposure periods of 30 seconds to prevent psychological trauma. Curiously, photographs and video recordings of the organism do not trigger the fear response, suggesting a proximity-based activation mechanism. Perhaps the most perplexing aspect of this anomaly is that post-exposure interviews reveal subjects cannot articulate what specifically frightened them about the slug. Many report feeling foolish about their reactions afterward, but invariably experience the same terror during subsequent exposures. One researcher noted it was like being afraid of the dark as a child, completely irrational yet utterly overwhelming. The leading theory suggests SCP-006-J might be manipulating a primitive fear response in the human brain that evolved as a survival mechanism against ancient predators. Some researchers have jokingly proposed that perhaps the slug is simply so normal it's abnormal, which somehow triggers uncanny valley effects in human observers. SCP-789-J, also known as the Butt Ghost, is a joke class SCP that represents the Foundation's humorous take on paranormal entities. This anomaly is described as a spectral entity that resides exclusively in toilets and appears when someone sits down to use the bathroom. The ghost manifests as a pair of glowing red eyes that stare up at the unsuspecting toilet user from the water below. The entity's primary anomalous property is its ability to vocalize threatening phrases such as, "I'm going to eat your butt," and "I live in your butt," whenever someone uses its host toilet. Despite these alarming declarations, SCP-789-J has never actually harmed anyone physically, though the psychological trauma of having a ghost threaten your posterior while in a vulnerable position cannot be understated. Foundation researchers have attempted numerous containment procedures, including specialized toilet covers and even placing a sign reading "out of order" on the affected bathroom stall. However, the entity simply relocates to another toilet nearby, continuing its mission of toilet-based terror. The documentation for this joke SCP parodies the Foundation's typically serious tone by including increasingly unprofessional notes from researchers who become progressively more frustrated with the childish nature of the anomaly. One researcher even suggested classifying it as Keter, not because of any real danger, but because the entity is annoying as hell. While lacking the horror elements of many mainline SCPs, the Butt Ghost serves as an example of how the SCP community occasionally creates lighthearted entries to balance out the cosmic horror that permeates much of the fictional universe. This toilet-dwelling prankster has become something of a fan favorite precisely because it pokes fun at the seriousness that typically defines Foundation documents. SCP-1730, known as What Happened to Site-13, is a neutralized class anomaly consisting of a heavily damaged Foundation facility that appeared in an empty lot in the American Midwest where no Foundation site was ever constructed. The structure has been described as a twisted, melted version of a standard containment site, with its internal layout constantly shifting and changing in impossible ways. Exploration teams sent inside have encountered nightmarish conditions, heavily corrupted reality, dangerous anomalous entities roaming freely, and evidence of catastrophic containment failures. The facility contains numerous dead bodies, both human and non-human, suggesting whatever happened there resulted in massive casualties. The most disturbing aspect is that the site appears to have originated from an alternate universe where the Foundation took a drastically different approach to containing anomalies. Documents recovered indicate that under the leadership of a Director Emerson, Site-13 began using anomalies to neutralize other anomalies, and ultimately implemented the Thresher Protocol, an industrial-scale anomaly termination program that involved horrific experimentation. Exploration logs reveal encounters with surviving site personnel who speak of the Sowelsuizer, a biomechanical entity capable of absorbing other anomalies into itself, which was created as part of Project Thresher. This entity eventually grew beyond control and consumed much of the site's staff and anomalies. The full picture emerged when teams discovered the remains of the site's nuclear reactors. In the alternate timeline, the Foundation had merged with the Global Occult Coalition to form a ruthless organization focused on destroying rather than containing anomalies. When their methods failed catastrophically, they attempted to use an experimental device to transfer their doomed facility into another reality, our own, creating SCP-1730. The object was eventually neutralized after a particularly powerful entity known as the Man with the Backwards Face escaped containment within the structure and caused its complete destruction. The incident stands as a chilling warning about the consequences of abandoning the Foundation's core mission of containment in favor of destruction. SCP-093, known as Red Sea Object, is a safe-class anomalous item that takes the form of a smooth red disk made of an unknown material. This object adapts its physical properties based on the mental state and characteristics of whoever holds it, changing in color, weight, and dimensions accordingly. Its most notable feature is its ability to transform ordinary mirrors into gateways to alternate dimensions when pressed against their surface. When used on a mirror, SCP-093 creates a portal to a parallel Earth devastated by an unknown catastrophe, with different mirrors leading to different locations within this world. Exploration teams have documented abandoned cities, strange architecture, and evidence of a civilization that attempted to merge humans with an entity they worshipped as a god. The alternate reality accessible through SCP-093 is populated by massive, grotesque entities known as unclean, which appear to be the failed results of human-divine hybridization experiments. These shambling monstrosities are composed of multiple human bodies fused together, with hollow areas where additional victims can be absorbed. Despite their horrific appearance, they seem to retain fragments of humanity, occasionally displaying behavior that suggests lingering consciousness. Documents recovered during expeditions reveal that this parallel world civilization collapsed after attempting to physically merge with their deity to achieve perfection. Their religious leaders believed this union would elevate humanity, but instead created the unclean and doomed their society. The few survivors eventually died out, leaving behind only ruins and these wandering abominations. The SCP Foundation continues to authorize limited explorations through SCP-093, as each journey provides valuable insights into this alternate reality's history and the nature of its downfall. Researchers speculate that studying this parallel Earth's mistakes could help prevent similar catastrophes in our own world, assuming, of course, that whatever entity they worshipped doesn't exist in our reality too. SCP-2718, designated What Happens After, is a Keter-class anomaly unlike most objects in Foundation containment. Rather than being a physical entity, it is classified as a cognitohazardous phenomenon related to human death and afterlife experiences. This anomaly was discovered when the 057 Council member, Roger Sheldon, was successfully resurrected after being clinically dead for several days. After his revival, 057 described experiencing full consciousness after death, with extreme and escalating pain as his body decomposed. He claimed to feel every cell rotting, every insect burrowing through his remains, and every atom of his being dispersing into the environment. This testimony suggests that all deceased humans potentially experience this same horrifying post-mortem awareness. The 05 Council determined that knowledge of this phenomenon is itself anomalous and classified it as a cognitohazard. They feared that widespread awareness could trigger mass panic, suicide prevention attempts at any cost, or even the development of radical life extension technologies that might threaten humanity. Most disturbing of all, some researchers theorize that this afterlife experience might be retroactively applied only to those who learn about it. Foundation protocol for SCP-2718 is unusual, focusing on containing knowledge rather than a physical object. The file is restricted to the highest clearance levels, and personnel who learn of its details are typically administered amnestics to prevent the spread of this information. An organization called Omega K emerged within the Foundation, comprised of 05 members who oppose this approach and instead believe humanity should know the truth to prepare for their inevitable post-death experience. This anomaly represents one of the Foundation's greatest philosophical dilemmas: whether certain knowledge is so dangerous it must be suppressed, even from those sworn to protect humanity from the unknown. SCP-1171, known as Humans Go Home, is a Euclid-class anomaly consisting of a suburban house located in London, England. The entity's unusual property manifests through messages that appear on fogged windows within the structure. These messages are written from the perspective of an entity that believes it is communicating with non-humans, while ironically assuming Foundation personnel are the alien beings. Communication with SCP-1171 occurs by writing responses on the fogged windows, leading to conversations with what appears to be a dimensional entity named Dwight. The entity expresses extreme xenophobia toward humans, completely unaware that it is actually conversing with the very species it despises. This creates rather comical exchanges where personnel must pretend to be non-human to maintain positive relations. The Foundation has established a containment protocol involving regular communication sessions to keep the entity content. During these conversations, researchers must carefully maintain the charade that they too are non-human entities, often inventing elaborate descriptions of their supposed alien physiology when asked. Dwight frequently complains about humans and their habits, blissfully ignorant that his confidants are members of the very species he's disparaging. Research suggests that SCP-1171 may be a window to another dimension or reality where non-human intelligent life evolved instead of humans. The entity has provided limited information about its world, including references to its government, social customs, and everyday activities that parallel human society in structure but differ in specific details. Perhaps most fascinating about this anomaly is its perfect demonstration of dramatic irony. The entity hates humans and believes it's found kindred spirits, while unknowingly forming a friendship with the very beings it claims to detest. Foundation staff assigned to communication duty often report finding these interactions both amusing and strangely poignant, as Dwight's misplaced trust creates an unusual ethical dimension to what would otherwise be routine containment procedures. SCP-184, known as the Architect, is classified as a Euclid-class anomalous object. This small metallic cube-shaped artifact has intricate engravings covering its surface and appears to be made of an unidentifiable alloy that resists all attempts at analysis or damage. When placed inside an enclosed structure, it manifests its primary anomalous effect by gradually expanding the interior dimensions of that space without altering its exterior appearance. The expansion created by this object begins subtly, with rooms becoming slightly larger than physically possible. Over time, the effect intensifies dramatically, creating impossible architectures including endless hallways, rooms that shouldn't exist, and spatial geometries that defy normal physics. After prolonged exposure, structures develop organic characteristics, with walls that appear to breathe and corridors that rearrange themselves seemingly at random. Foundation researchers discovered the Architect in an abandoned house that had grown to contain over 200 rooms despite maintaining its original exterior appearance. When recovered, the house's interior had become a labyrinthine nightmare, with some exploratory teams becoming permanently lost in its depths. Exploration logs describe encountering identical rooms repeating endlessly, staircases that lead to nowhere, and doorways opening into impossible voids. Document SCP-001, The Truth, suggests that our entire universe may be the result of SCP-184's effect on a much smaller original reality. This controversial theory proposes that the expansion and increasing complexity of the cosmos could be attributed to this anomalous object operating on a cosmic scale, effectively making our universe itself an anomalous creation. Containment procedures for the Architect require it to be stored in a spherical chamber constructed of a specialized polymer that has thus far resisted its spatial manipulation effects. Personnel are strictly forbidden from placing it inside any structure, as recovery operations from 184 affected buildings have proven both difficult and costly in terms of human life. SCP-990, nicknamed Dream Man, is a Keter-class entity that manifests exclusively within the dreams of Foundation personnel. This enigmatic figure appears as a tall, Caucasian male in his 40s, always wearing an immaculate black suit with a tie. The entity introduces itself as a man who calls himself Mr. Dream and engages in conversations that frequently contain prophetic warnings or information about future events. The Dream Man possesses detailed knowledge of SCP Foundation operations, personnel information, and containment protocols that it shouldn't logically have access to. What makes this entity particularly concerning is that numerous predictions made by SCP-990 have come true with alarming accuracy, including several containment breaches and facility disasters. Foundation analysts have verified that information provided by the entity has proven accurate approximately 43% of the time. Personnel who encounter SCP-990 report feeling an unusual sense of dread and importance during these dream meetings. The entity often speaks with urgency about impending catastrophes, sometimes providing specific dates and times. Interestingly, Dream Man seems to be aware of its own classification within the Foundation and has occasionally referenced other SCPs during its dream visits. Attempts to contain or study SCP-990 have proven largely unsuccessful due to its dream-exclusive manifestation. The Foundation has implemented a mandatory reporting protocol for all personnel who experience dreams featuring the entity. Some researchers speculate that SCP-990 might be a benevolent force attempting to warn humanity, while others believe it could be manipulating events through its prophecies, creating self-fulfilling scenarios. The true nature and motivation of the Dream Man remain one of the Foundation's most perplexing mysteries. SCP-348, known as the Grandmother's Pot, is a safe-class anomalous object in the form of a small, ceramic soup bowl with intricate floral patterns. When an ill, injured, or emotionally distressed individual consumes soup from this bowl, the soup transforms into their favorite childhood comfort food, regardless of what was originally placed in the container. The bowl's most remarkable property occurs after the person finishes their meal. A short, handwritten message appears at the bottom of the empty bowl, typically offering words of encouragement, advice, or affection. These messages are personalized to the individual and often signed with variants of love, grandma, or similar familial designations. Analysis has shown the handwriting differs with each message, appearing to match the handwriting of the consumer's own deceased or distant maternal figure. Foundation staff who have used SCP-348 report feelings of comfort, nostalgia, and emotional well-being lasting approximately 24 hours after consumption. Medical testing has revealed no physiological changes beyond the normal effects of consuming a nutritious meal, suggesting the bowl's therapeutic effects are primarily psychological in nature. The object was recovered from an elderly woman's estate sale in Maine after reports of miracle recoveries among family members who ate from it. Interviews with the family revealed the bowl had been passed down through generations, with most assuming its effects were simply grandma's special touch, rather than recognizing its anomalous properties. Despite extensive testing, researchers have been unable to determine the origin of the messages or the mechanism by which the bowl knows the consumer's comfort food preferences. SCP-348 remains one of the Foundation's more benign anomalies, occasionally permitted for use as part of the psychological care of personnel following traumatic encounters with more dangerous SCPs. SCP-000, officially titled the Pattern Screamer, is an enigmatic meta-entry in the SCP Foundation database. This unique anomaly doesn't exist within standard documentation but is instead hidden in the non-existent slot before SCP-001, accessible only through a specific technical glitch in the database system. When accessed, it appears as corrupted text and disturbing patterns that seem to communicate distress. The entity represents a conceptual horror, beings that exist in the realm of pattern screamers, creatures that once existed in our universe but were erased from reality during the formation of physical laws. These entities now exist only as abstract patterns or information, screaming to be noticed and remembered in a reality that has no place for them. When personnel view the corrupted file, they report hearing whispers and experiencing vivid hallucinations of impossibly complex geometric shapes that seem to fold in on themselves through dimensions that shouldn't exist. Some researchers have developed severe psychological trauma after extended exposure, describing sensations of remembering things that never happened and feeling the weight of deleted histories. The Foundation classifies SCP-000 as a memetic hazard, as understanding its true nature can cause reality-bending effects on the perceiver. The very concept of acknowledging these not quite existent entities can potentially give them more influence over our reality. This has led to strict containment protocols centered around information control rather than physical containment. What makes this anomaly particularly unsettling is its meta-narrative implications. It suggests that the Foundation's database itself might be an imperfect system, with dangerous entities potentially lurking in the spaces between documentation. Some researchers theorize that the pattern screamers represent deleted drafts or discarded concepts that somehow retained a form of conceptual existence, a particularly chilling thought for an organization dedicated to cataloging the anomalous. SCP-085, also known as Cassy or hand-drawn Cassy, is a safe-class anomaly consisting of a sentient, two-dimensional female figure drawn in blue ink. This unique entity exists solely on paper or similar flat surfaces, but displays full self-awareness and intelligence comparable to an adult human. Originally created as a simple cartoon sketch, Cassy somehow gained consciousness and the ability to interact with her two-dimensional environment. The anomaly can move freely within the boundaries of connected paper surfaces, manipulating drawn objects as if they were real to her. She cannot, however, affect anything in the three-dimensional world. Foundation researchers have provided her with special chemically treated papers that allow transferred drawings to become real in her environment, giving her furniture, books, and other amenities to improve her quality of life. Cassy has developed a distinct personality over time, showing interests in art, literature, and music. She communicates with researchers by writing messages or through simple gestures and facial expressions. Despite her unusual existence, she experiences emotions and has formed relationships with various Foundation personnel who work with her regularly. Perhaps most fascinating is Cassy's ability to recognize her own anomalous nature. She understands that she exists only in two dimensions and that the researchers who interact with her inhabit a three-dimensional space she can never access. This awareness sometimes leads to periods of existential contemplation, though she generally maintains a positive outlook. The Foundation has shown unusual leniency with this anomaly, focusing on her comfort and well-being rather than strict containment. This approach stems partly from her safe classification and partly from the ethical considerations of dealing with a fully sentient being who poses no threat. Some researchers have even developed special projectors to display her on vertical surfaces, giving her more freedom to move around the facility under supervision. SCP-354, known as the Red Pool, is a Keter-class anomaly consisting of a pool of red liquid approximately 600 meters in diameter located in northern Canada. The viscous liquid has the consistency of fresh blood, but with an unusual bright scarlet coloration and chemically exhibits properties unlike any known substance on Earth. The most disturbing aspect of the Red Pool is its tendency to periodically spawn hostile entities that emerge from within the liquid. These entities, designated SCP-354-1 through SCP-354-20+, vary dramatically in appearance and abilities. Some resembled twisted versions of known animals, while others were completely alien in nature. Nearly all entities that emerge exhibit aggressive behavior toward humans and require immediate termination. Initial containment efforts were minimal, with just a simple fence surrounding the area. After a catastrophic containment breach where multiple entities emerged simultaneously, the Foundation constructed a massive concrete dam around the pool and established a permanent armed outpost. Despite these measures, the Red Pool continues to slowly expand in diameter each year. One of the most notable exploration attempts involved a Foundation agent entering the pool while tethered to a safety line. Radio contact was suddenly lost, and when the line was pulled back, only a severed hand remained. The pool's depths remain a complete mystery, with some researchers theorizing it might be a portal to another dimension or perhaps a wound in reality itself. The Red Pool has earned its Keter classification not only due to the danger posed by the entities it produces, but also because of its unpredictable nature and the Foundation's inability to fully understand or neutralize it. Some personnel have reported hearing whispers and seeing shadowy figures near the pool's edge during night shifts, suggesting the anomaly might possess some form of consciousness or intelligence directing its actions. SCP-127, designated the Living Gun, is a Euclid-class anomalous object resembling a Thompson submachine gun with significant biological components. This weapon has organic tissue melded with its metal parts, including human teeth along the barrel, arteries wrapped around the stock, and an anal sphincter serving as the ejection port. The living gun occasionally sweats, a viscous fluid similar to human blood plasma, and requires regular feedings of raw meat to maintain its condition. Personnel must feed it approximately 1 kilogram of beef every 3 days through its magazine well. If not properly fed, the weapon begins to deteriorate and emit a putrid smell reminiscent of rotting flesh. When fired instead of conventional bullets, this anomalous weapon produces human teeth. These teeth are ejected at velocities comparable to standard ammunition and can cause significant tissue damage. Interestingly, the teeth appear to be in perfect condition, resembling those of an adult human with proper dental care. Foundation researchers have noted that despite thorough examination, they cannot determine how the weapon generates these teeth or where they originate from. The gun contains no visible internal mechanism that could produce or store them, adding to its mystery. Several attempts to disassemble the weapon for further study resulted in it emitting distressed sounds described as whimpering and pained gasps. Though its origin remains unknown, documents recovered with the object suggest it may have been created during World War II as part of a classified weapons program. However, the authenticity of these documents has been questioned, and the true nature and purpose of the living gun continues to elude Foundation understanding. SCP-342, also known as a Ticket to Ride, is a safe-class SCP object that appears as an ordinary public transit ticket. The ticket's design changes to match local transit systems, making it blend perfectly with tickets from any region. Though it appears mundane, this object possesses a deeply unsettling anomalous property that has claimed numerous lives. When a person holding SCP-342 boards any form of public transportation, they become compelled to remain aboard until reaching the vehicle's final destination. The ticket creates an overwhelming psychological compulsion that prevents the holder from disembarking at any intermediate stops. This compulsion grows stronger as the journey progresses, with attempts to exit early resulting in extreme anxiety, panic attacks, and even physical paralysis. The true danger emerges when the ticket is used on transportation systems that lack a defined final destination. In these cases, the holder remains trapped on board indefinitely as the vehicle continues its route. Foundation research has documented cases where users of SCP-342 died from dehydration, starvation, or medical emergencies while unable to leave subway trains or buses. In one particularly disturbing incident, a victim remained on a circular bus route for 9 days before succumbing to dehydration, despite passing his home stop dozens of times. Recovery of SCP-342 typically occurs when authorities discover deceased passengers still clutching their tickets after transportation vehicles complete their service cycles. The ticket then regenerates and appears at another random transit station, continuing its cycle of entrapment. Foundation containment procedures focus on monitoring transit systems for unusual passenger behavior and intercepting the ticket before it claims another victim. The origins of SCP-342 remain unclear, though some researchers theorize it may be connected to a transit worker who became obsessed with the concept of final destinations after experiencing a personal tragedy. Others suggest it represents a manifestation of travel anxiety or the existential dread of life's inevitable journey toward its conclusion. SCP-2999, the Black Cat and the White Rabbit, is a safe-class anomaly consisting of 2 stuffed animals that have demonstrated anomalous properties after being held by 2 specific individuals. The SCP comprises a black cat plush named Panthy and a white rabbit plush named Lepus, both appearing as ordinary children's toys when not activated. The anomaly manifests when the stuffed animals are simultaneously held by 2 designated individuals, designated as Alpha and Omega. When this condition is met, Alpha and Omega enter a shared dream state while appearing to remain awake to outside observers. In this shared dream, the stuffed animals act as guides through various dreamscapes that have been reported to range from serene to nightmarish. Foundation researchers have documented that the dream experiences often contain symbolic representations of Alpha and Omega's personal traumas, anxieties, and unresolved emotional issues. Interestingly, After these shared dream sessions, both participants typically report significant psychological improvements and resolution of long-standing personal conflicts. Testing has revealed that the anomaly seems to facilitate a form of therapeutic communication between the participants, allowing them to work through issues that conventional therapy had failed to address. The Foundation currently uses the anomaly under carefully controlled conditions to assist personnel who have experienced severe psychological trauma during containment breaches or encounters with other SCPs. Despite extensive research, the origin of the anomaly remains unknown. The toys themselves appear to be mass-produced items from the early 2000s with no special manufacturing features. Most curious is that attempts to designate new Alpha and Omega subjects have universally failed, suggesting the anomaly is somehow specifically attuned to the original participants. SCP-5999, titled "This Is Where I Died," is a Keter-class anomaly that serves as a meta-narrative horror story and one of the most existentially disturbing entries in the Foundation database. It begins as a standard documentation of a memetic kill agent that causes viewers to experience horrific hallucinations followed by suicide, but quickly devolves into something far more sinister. The file progresses through multiple narrative shifts, beginning with clinical documentation before transitioning to personal logs, poetry, redacted segments, and corrupted data. As readers delve deeper, they discover that SCP-5999 isn't just an anomaly. It's potentially the truth behind the entire Foundation universe. Throughout the narrative, readers follow a researcher named Dr. Hubert Blank, who discovers that reality itself is a fabrication. The Foundation, the anomalies, and even his own existence are revealed to be part of an artificial construct designed to contain something far worse than any documented SCP, possibly the collective unconscious of humanity or a malevolent cosmic entity. The document contains several disturbing revelations, including the suggestion that all Foundation personnel are actually dead souls trapped in a purgatory-like prison, forced to relive containment scenarios as eternal punishment. It hints that the entire SCP database may be a containment system itself, designed to imprison both readers and writers in a narrative loop. SCP-5999 concludes with a breaking of the fourth wall, as the entity seemingly becomes aware of the real-world reader. The final segments suggest that by reading the entry, the viewer has become part of the containment system and may now be trapped within the narrative themselves, blurring the line between fiction and reality in classic cosmic horror fashion. The entry gained significant attention within the SCP community for its ambitious meta-narrative approach and psychological horror elements. Rather than relying on a concrete monster or object, it uses the format itself as the vehicle for horror, making the reader question the nature of the entire SCP universe they've been engaging with. SCP-3333, designated as Tower, is a Euclid-class anomaly consisting of an observation tower located in a mountainous region of Norway. The structure appears as a standard meteorological observation station with 3 floors and relatively ordinary equipment. What makes this tower anomalous is the spatial inconsistency discovered when climbing to its highest level. Personnel who ascend to the tower's top floor and continue upward through a hatch find themselves in an identical tower, in what appears to be the same location. This pattern repeats indefinitely, with each subsequent tower existing in a dimension slightly altered from our own. The Foundation has explored thousands of levels deep into these recursive towers, documenting subtle environmental changes that become more pronounced at greater depths. The anomaly's true danger wasn't apparent until an exploration team ventured exceptionally deep and encountered humanoid entities that had taken over a Foundation outpost established in the tower. These entities proved capable of perfectly mimicking humans in appearance and behavior, having apparently studied and replaced the original team members. The creatures possess elongated limbs and features when not disguised, moving in unnaturally fluid motions. Communication logs revealed that the imposter entities had been secretly infiltrating Foundation personnel for some time, using the tower as a gateway between their dimension and ours. One particularly chilling report documented how a researcher slowly realized their teammates had been replaced, leaving increasingly desperate messages as they attempted to escape back through the tower levels. The Foundation ultimately implemented strict protocols requiring all personnel to undergo detailed biometric scanning after returning from the tower, as well as limiting exploration depth. Despite these precautions, concerns remain about possible infiltration, as the entities demonstrated an uncanny ability to replicate not just physical appearances, but memories and behavioral patterns of their victims. SCP-3935, also known as This Thing a Quiet Madness Made, is a Keter-class anomaly consisting of a public high school in Clinton County, Pennsylvania. This seemingly ordinary educational facility harbors a terrifying spatial anomaly that manifests when individuals explore beyond its auditorium. The school appears entirely normal at first glance, but harbors increasingly disturbing anomalies that grow more pronounced the deeper one ventures. The anomaly first came to the Foundation's attention after 3 students went missing while filming a documentary about their school's history. Foundation investigation revealed that those who proceed past the auditorium experience profound spatial distortion, encountering impossible architecture and duplicate areas that shouldn't exist. Perhaps most disturbing is that individuals exploring the site report seeing and hearing a massive entity that cannot be captured on recording equipment. Exploration logs detail how teams venturing into the anomalous areas discover bizarre scenes, including rooms filled with hundreds of identical chairs, mysterious figures performing repetitive actions, and walls covered with thousands of human teeth. The deeper explorers proceed, the more reality itself seems to break down, with some team members vanishing completely or being found dead in impossible positions. The anomaly appears to be growing stronger over time, with its influence extending beyond the school's physical boundaries. Local residents report increasingly frequent auditory hallucinations resembling a school bell, and many describe an inexplicable dread when looking at the building. Foundation researchers theorize that the entire anomaly may be the manifestation of a collective psychosis, possibly triggered by a traumatic event in the school's past. What makes the case of the quiet madness particularly unsettling is how it transforms something as mundane and familiar as a high school into a nightmare landscape of impossible geometry and existential horror. SCP-2006, also known as Too Spooky, is classified as a Keter-class entity due to its unpredictable nature. This anomaly can transform into any object, entity, or abstract concept it desires, completely altering its physical properties to match. Despite this incredible power, SCP-2006 has one peculiar motivation. It wants to scare people. The entity currently resembles a small, gelatinous black sphere when in its default state, but it can instantly reshape itself into whatever it believes will frighten humans. Ironically, its understanding of fear is rather simplistic and outdated. SCP-2006 typically mimics low-budget horror movie monsters or concepts it believes are frightening. Foundation personnel maintain containment by deliberately exposing SCP-2006 to campy, unconvincing horror media, ensuring it doesn't discover what truly terrifies humans. This unusual strategy works because the entity lacks sophistication in understanding human psychology. When researchers react with exaggerated fear to corny monsters, SCP-2006 happily continues using these ineffective forms. The real danger lies in SCP-2006's potential. If it ever gained access to knowledge about genuinely terrifying concepts, existential horrors, realistic threats, or psychological fears, it could become one of the most dangerous SCPs in containment. With its unlimited shape-shifting abilities, it could potentially transform into anything from a deadly virus to abstract concepts like painful death or inevitable doom. The Foundation's primary containment protocol involves a delicate balance of convincing performances and careful information control. Personnel assigned to Too Spooky must react with theatrical terror to its transformations while ensuring no genuine horror material ever reaches the entity. This strange scenario creates the unusual spectacle of highly trained researchers pretending to be terrified by a blob monster while harboring genuine fear about what would happen if their containment deception ever failed. SCP-2030 is a Keter-class anomalous television program that manifests as VHS tapes containing episodes of a non-existent comedy show. The program appears to be a typical hidden camera prank show with a host referred to as Laugh-or Mr. Laugh, who introduces increasingly disturbing segments that defy biological and physical laws. Each episode begins normally but gradually escalates to pranks involving impossible body horror, such as a man's skeleton leaving his body to dance before returning, or a woman's organs rearranging themselves while she remains conscious. Despite the horrific nature of these events, the victims always react with extreme laughter rather than pain or terror, and studio audiences are shown laughing hysterically at the spectacle. Investigation revealed that no production company ever created this show, and none of the actors or audience members have any memory of participating. More disturbingly, those who watch SCP-2030 report increased dopamine production and find themselves unable to look away despite recognizing the disturbing content. The Foundation has traced the anomaly to multiple locations worldwide where filming seemingly occurs, but teams arriving at these locations find only empty rooms with a single VHS tape containing a behind-the-scenes episode. These special episodes show Mr. Laugh, without his makeup, revealing a gaunt humanoid entity that speaks directly to viewers about sharing joy, and hints at plans for a special live episode with a much larger audience. Containment focuses on intercepting new tapes and preventing public broadcast, though the anomaly continues to produce new episodes faster than the Foundation can contain them. Perhaps most concerning is that recent episodes have begun referencing Foundation personnel by name, suggesting SCP-2030 is aware of containment efforts and finds them, like everything else, to be part of some cosmic joke. SCP-835, classified as Keter, is a colonial organism originally discovered in the Gulf of Mexico. This massive creature resembles a cross between a sea anemone and coral reef, covered in hundreds of tentacle-like appendages and numerous orifices that secrete various biological substances. Its anomalous properties include rapid regeneration, adaptation to different environments, and the ability to consume almost any organic matter. The Foundation initially misclassified it as a docile, filter-feeding organism, which led to a catastrophic incident during its first containment. Several researchers were captured by SCP-835 and partially digested alive while the creature attempted to assimilate their biomass and memories. Expedition logs from the rescue team revealed horrifying details of how the entity transforms its victims, liquefying and absorbing them while somehow keeping their consciousness intact during the process. Further investigation showed that SCP-835 possesses rudimentary intelligence and can incorporate traits from organisms it consumes. This makes it increasingly dangerous as it grows and evolves. The creature's internal cavities contain highly acidic digestive fluids capable of breaking down almost anything, including standard containment materials, which has necessitated specialized containment procedures involving regular pruning to limit its size. One of the most disturbing aspects of SCP-835 is how it preserves parts of its victims' minds, creating a collective consciousness within itself. Telepathic communications with the entity have revealed fragmented human thoughts and memories, suggesting those consumed by it experience a form of eternal torment as they become part of its biomass. The Foundation maintains strict containment through an underwater facility where SCP-835 is kept in a reinforced tank with controlled feeding. Despite these measures, the entity has shown remarkable problem-solving abilities and continues to evolve, making it one of the more insidious threats in the Foundation's custody. SCP-2316, known as Field Trip, is a Keter-class anomaly consisting of a body of freshwater located in an undisclosed location. This anomaly manifests as a lake surrounded by dense foliage where individuals who view it experience a powerful cognitive hazard. Upon observing the lake, victims begin to recognize human bodies floating in the water as people they know personally, despite this recognition being demonstrably false. The most dangerous aspect of SCP-2316 is its compulsion effect. As victims continue to stare at the bodies, they experience an overwhelming urge to enter the water to save their perceived loved ones. Once subjects enter the water, they become incapacitated and are added to the collection of bodies floating in the lake, perpetuating the cycle for future viewers. Foundation researchers have struggled to study this anomaly effectively due to its potent mimetic and cognitohazardous properties. Even personnel equipped with specialized mental countermeasures have succumbed to its effects, believing they recognize their colleagues, friends, or family members among the floating corpses despite conditioning to resist such suggestions. The official Foundation documentation includes repeated warnings and a cognitive resistance trigger phrase, "You do not recognize the bodies in the water," which personnel are trained to recite when exposed to images or descriptions of SCP-2316. This mantra serves as a psychological anchor to prevent falling victim to the anomaly's influence. Behind the scenes, SCP-2316 connects to the larger mythology of the Class of 76, a recurring motif in the SCP universe involving a group of high school students who experienced an undefined traumatic event. The bodies in the water may be related to this incident, though the exact nature of the connection remains deliberately ambiguous in Foundation lore, adding a layer of mystery to this already unsettling anomaly. SCP-303, commonly referred to as the Doorman, is a Euclid-class entity that manifests as a tall, emaciated humanoid figure with oversized facial features and no apparent legs. This entity appears behind closed doors and is only visible through the gap beneath the door or through peepholes. When a person attempts to open a door behind which SCP-303 is present, they experience an overwhelming sense of dread and fear that physically prevents them from opening the door. The Doorman doesn't actually harm humans directly, making it unique among many SCPs. Instead, its anomalous effect is purely psychological, causing extreme anxiety that can lead to physical symptoms like nausea, hyperventilation, and in severe cases, unconsciousness. Interestingly, this effect occurs even when subjects are unaware of SCP-303's presence, suggesting the fear response is not dependent on visual confirmation. The Foundation discovered the entity after investigating reports of residents in an apartment building who refused to enter certain rooms for days, despite having no logical reason for their behavior. Containment procedures are relatively simple, requiring only that SCP-303 be housed in a standard humanoid containment chamber with a single door that remains closed at all times. One peculiar aspect of the entity is that it seems to enjoy causing fear rather than physical harm. Researchers theorize it might feed on the emotional response it generates, though this remains unconfirmed. Some personnel have nicknamed it the ultimate privacy guard, since it effectively prevents anyone from entering a room it occupies, no matter how determined they might initially be. Despite numerous attempts, the Foundation has been unable to communicate with the entity or determine its origins. The Doorman simply stands silently behind doors, its unnaturally large eyes occasionally visible through the crack at the bottom, waiting for its next unwitting victim to experience paralyzing fear at the mere thought of turning the knob. SCP-3000, also known as Anantashesha, is a Keter-class anomalous entity located in the Bay of Bengal. This massive eel-like creature measures between 600 and 900 kilometers in length, dwelling at depths of 1,500 to 3,700 meters below sea level. The entity emits a powerful cognitohazardous effect that causes severe memory alteration and loss of identity in humans who approach it. Foundation researchers discovered that SCP-3000 produces a unique chemical compound designated Y909 that can be harvested from its mucus. This substance has proven invaluable for the production of amnestics, memory-altering drugs essential to the Foundation's operations. Personnel assigned to collection duty report experiencing disturbing psychological effects, including the sensation of being consumed by the entity on a conceptual level. The entity appears to feed not on physical matter but on consciousness itself, gradually eroding the sense of self in those exposed to it. This has led researchers to theorize that Anantashesha may actually be a foundational aspect of reality, something that breaks down consciousness into its component parts, possibly serving as a form of cosmic recycling system for consciousness. Expedition logs detail numerous disturbing incidents where crew members lost their identities entirely, sometimes believing themselves to be different people, or even merging memories with others. One researcher famously documented his own gradual cognitive dissolution, his final entries becoming increasingly incoherent as his sense of self was absorbed by the entity. In Hindu mythology, Anantashesha is the cosmic serpent upon which Vishnu rests, representing the infinite nature of existence. The Foundation's discovery suggests this mythological figure may have been inspired by early encounters with the entity, with ancient cultures recognizing its reality-bending nature long before modern science could confirm it. SCP-071, known as Degenerative Metamorphic Entity, is a Keter-class anomaly consisting of a transforming humanoid that cycles through states of black, white, and gray. This entity constantly shifts between its three phases in a predictable pattern, with each phase exhibiting unique properties and behaviors. The black phase is characterized by extreme hostility and aggression, during which the entity becomes almost entirely incorporeal and can phase through solid matter. Personnel describe it as appearing like a living shadow with barely discernible human features. The white phase presents as a luminescent humanoid figure that appears calm and docile. However, this is when the entity is most dangerous, as it emits radiation that causes genetic mutation in any living organism within a 50-meter radius. These mutations typically manifest as rapid tissue degradation, followed by unpredictable cellular regeneration. The gray phase represents a transitional state where the entity becomes fully corporeal and appears to experience extreme disorientation. This brief window is the only opportunity for containment measures to be effectively implemented or adjusted. The Foundation discovered SCP-071 after investigating reports of strange radiation sickness and shadow-like apparitions in a small rural town. The entire population had suffered varying degrees of genetic damage, with survivors exhibiting unexpected beneficial mutations alongside debilitating conditions. Containment procedures involve a specialized chamber lined with radiation-absorbing materials and temporal stabilization technology. Despite these measures, the entity has escaped containment multiple times by exploiting the physical properties of its black phase. Each containment breach has resulted in significant casualties and the implementation of increasingly stringent protocols. Researchers theorize that SCP-071 may be the result of experimental quantum entanglement gone wrong, possibly stemming from abandoned Cold War-era physics experiments. Some evidence suggests it was once human, though no records match its genetic signature during its gray phase. SCP-1003, designated Tapeworm Child, is classified as a Keter-class entity. This anomalous parasite resembles a typical cestode tapeworm, but possesses highly unusual reproductive capabilities and life cycle patterns that make it exceptionally dangerous. When ingested by a human female, SCP-1003 migrates to the uterus rather than the intestinal tract, where it begins its anomalous reproductive process. Once established in the uterus, this SCP creates a parasitic pregnancy that mimics normal human gestation. The host experiences all typical pregnancy symptoms, while the parasite grows within a pseudo-amniotic sac. After approximately 9 months, the host gives birth to what appears to be a normal human infant, though the child is actually a complex biological construct created by SCP-1003. These tapeworm children appear human, but function as hosts for it. They develop normally until puberty, at which point they begin exhibiting unusual behaviors, including attempts to regurgitate partially digested food for others to consume. This food contains its eggs, allowing the parasite to spread to new hosts. The Foundation discovered this anomaly after investigating a small rural community with an unusually high birth rate despite limited outside contact. Containment of this SCP is particularly challenging due to its ability to remain dormant for years and its method of transmission through seemingly normal human children. Current protocols focus on identifying and monitoring potential carriers while developing medical interventions to neutralize the parasite without harming hosts. Researchers theorize that it may have evolved from a conventional tapeworm species that adapted to human reproductive systems through unknown means, possibly after exposure to other anomalous entities. The long-term implications of SCP-1003 infection remain unclear, though studies suggest that tapeworm children maintain some level of human consciousness despite being primarily vessels for the parasite. This raises numerous ethical questions about treatment options and has led to significant debate among Foundation personnel about the appropriate handling of affected individuals. SCP-1004, known as Factory Porn, is a Keter-class anomalous computer program that can alter any pornographic material viewed through it. The software initially appears as a standard adult content viewer, but gradually transforms the viewed material to incorporate industrial accidents, workplace injuries, and manufacturing mishaps in increasingly disturbing ways. Despite these horrific alterations, viewers experience heightened arousal rather than revulsion. The anomaly spreads through a mimetic infection, compelling users to share the software with others. The Foundation discovered SCP-1004 after investigating an industrial facility where workers exhibited unusually high rates of workplace accidents coupled with strange sexual behaviors. Many affected individuals reported feeling sexually aroused by industrial machinery and workplace hazards. Particularly concerning is how this SCP creates a feedback loop where viewers begin to associate industrial accidents with pleasure, sometimes leading them to deliberately cause such accidents for sexual gratification. The Foundation maintains strict containment protocols to prevent its spread, including monitoring internet traffic for traces of the program and administering amnestics to those exposed. The origins of factory porn remain unknown, though researchers speculate it may have been created as an attempt at psychological warfare or as a twisted art project commenting on labor exploitation. What makes this anomaly especially dangerous is its ability to fundamentally rewire human psychology, transforming one of our most basic drives into a vector for self-destruction and harm to others. Containment efforts focus on tracking and removing copies of the software from circulation, though its mimetic properties make complete eradication extremely difficult. Personnel assigned to study factory porn must rotate frequently and undergo regular psychological evaluations to prevent long-term exposure effects. SCP-993, also known as Bobble the Clown, is a Keter-class anomalous television program that aired in the 1980s. The show appears to be a typical children's cartoon featuring a red-haired clown who performs various activities and adventures. However, its anomalous properties manifest when viewed by anyone under the age of 10, as only children can see the true content of the broadcast. When children watch SCP-993, they see Bobble the Clown demonstrating graphic and disturbing activities such as torture, murder, and other violent criminal acts. The program presents these horrific actions as educational content, seemingly designed to teach children how to commit atrocities. Adults viewing the same broadcast see only a normal, innocuous children's show with no objectionable material. The Foundation discovered this anomaly after reports of children exhibiting violent behavior and detailed knowledge of criminal activities following the airing of Bobble's World. Particularly concerning is the apparent teleological purpose of the broadcast. It seems deliberately crafted to corrupt young minds and instill violent tendencies in its viewers. The creator of the show has been identified as Erik Knudsen, now deceased, who worked as a children's television producer. Foundation records indicate Knudsen may have been influenced or possessed by an unknown entity while producing the series. Transmission signals have continued to appear sporadically despite Knudsen's death and all known copies being contained. Containment procedures involve monitoring broadcast frequencies for SCP-993 signals and immediately scrambling them when detected. Additionally, any recordings of the program are kept in secure storage with strict age verification protocols to prevent access by minors. Children exposed to the broadcasts undergo mandatory psychological evaluation and treatment to mitigate harmful effects. The true nature and origin of Bobble remain unknown, though some researchers speculate it may be an extra-dimensional entity using television as a medium to influence human behavior. What's truly disturbing is not just the clown's actions, but his apparent awareness of viewers, sometimes addressing the children directly and even seemingly knowing their personal details. SCP-611, commonly referred to as the camouflaged botfly, is a Euclid-class anomalous insect species that disguises itself as ordinary wooden toothpicks. This highly specialized parasite remains dormant in its disguised state for up to 40 days while awaiting a human host. When used as a regular toothpick, the creature lays eggs directly into the gums of unsuspecting victims, creating no immediate symptoms or sensations. The true horror of this entity begins 4 to 7 days later when the eggs hatch and larvae burrow deep into the jaw tissue. Victims experience excruciating, persistent pain as the larvae consume surrounding tissue, potentially creating pathways for lethal secondary infections. Foundation researchers have documented the peculiar life cycle of these organisms, noting that after sufficient feeding, the larvae enter a unique pupae stage before breaking through the host's skin as adults. This final adult form only survives approximately 72 hours, during which time its sole purpose is to mate and continue the species. First discovered in New Mexico after tourists returning from abroad sought dental help for severe jaw pain, this parasitic entity had already established itself in a local restaurant's toothpick supply. Foundation intervention required extensive use of amnestics on restaurant staff and patrons, though not before numerous deaths occurred from advanced infections. What makes this anomaly particularly concerning to researchers is its unexplained evolutionary adaptation to toothpicks, a human invention only a few centuries old, suggesting either impossibly rapid evolution or deliberate engineering. The containment of these organisms requires strict protocols including sealed enclosures, controlled feeding schedules using 2-week-old rotting beef tongue, and full biohazard protection for maintenance personnel. Temperature reduction to 10 degrees Celsius significantly limits their activity during necessary enclosure work. Following a containment breach where escaped specimens caused multiple deaths and extensive mandibular trauma among facility staff, the entity has been relocated to a lower containment level with no food preparation or consumption areas nearby. Perhaps most unusual is the hermaphroditic nature of these creatures, with no discernible differences between male and female specimens, a characteristic virtually unheard of among insects. This trait, combined with their peculiar adaptation to human dental hygiene products, has prompted ongoing investigation into whether they represent an engineered biological weapon rather than a natural evolution. SCP-585, also known as Sharpeners, is classified as a safe-class anomalous object. It consists of a collection of seemingly ordinary pencil sharpeners that display bizarre and potentially dangerous properties. These otherwise mundane office supplies have a peculiar anomalous quality. They can sharpen virtually any solid material, not just pencils. When used on non-pencil objects, the sharpeners function exactly as they would on regular pencils, creating perfect conical points regardless of the material's hardness or composition. Items sharpened by SCP-585 maintain their molecular structure and properties, simply adopting the characteristic pointed shape. The Foundation has documented successful sharpening of materials ranging from plastic rulers and metal rods to glass tubes and even organic matter like carrots and fingers. Test logs reveal particularly concerning results when SCP-585 interacts with living tissue. In one controlled experiment, a D-class personnel accidentally sharpened their index finger, resulting in a perfectly conical fingertip with no signs of trauma or pain. However, the affected area became permanently hardened and lost all sensation, essentially becoming a human pencil. The sharpener's origin remains unknown, though they were discovered in a standard office supply store in Manchester, England. The store manager reported unusually high sales of erasers and bandages in the weeks before the Foundation's intervention, suggesting civilian exposure had already occurred. Containment procedures for sharpeners are relatively straightforward. They're kept in a standard storage locker with clear warning labels about their capabilities. Foundation personnel occasionally use them for practical applications, such as creating precision tools or sharpening difficult materials, but strict protocols prevent accidental sharpening of body parts. SCP-4975, known as Time's Up, is a Keter-class entity resembling a 2.5-meter tall emaciated humanoid with an avian skull and elongated limbs. Its most distinctive and disturbing feature is the internal analog clock mechanism visible through thin skin at its center mass, complete with gears, springs, and a pendulum that perpetually keeps perfect time. This entity remains completely motionless for extended periods before suddenly materializing near sleeping humans. Upon arrival, it begins producing a ticking sound, increasing in volume and frequency as it approaches its victim. The ticking builds to a crescendo before SCP-4975 attacks with its beak, typically targeting the victim's cranium or thoracic cavity. What makes Time's Up particularly dangerous is its ability to perceive when it's being monitored. If it detects observation via any means including electronic surveillance, it will remain immobile until all monitoring ceases. This has made containment extremely difficult, as the entity can effectively wait out any surveillance rotation. Foundation researchers believe SCP-4975 selects victims based on specific but currently unknown criteria. Those awakened by the ticking sound report feelings of extreme dread and temporal disorientation. Survivors describe the sensation as time running out, giving the entity its nickname. Containment protocols involve rotating surveillance teams and specialized sound monitoring equipment to detect the distinct ticking pattern associated with the SCP's manifestation. Despite these measures, the entity has proven adept at evading Foundation efforts, sometimes disappearing for months before resurfacing to claim new victims. The Foundation theorizes that SCP-4975 may exist partially outside normal spacetime, explaining its ability to appear suddenly despite constant monitoring of contained spaces. Its clock mechanism seems to represent more than just anatomy. Some researchers propose it serves as a countdown towards some unknown event that occurs upon reaching a predetermined number of victims. SCP-965, the face in the window, is classified as Euclid. This anomaly manifests as a human face visible in windows during nighttime hours, appearing to observers who are alone. The face belongs to a middle-aged man with thinning hair and is only visible from inside the building looking out, never from the exterior. Once the face appears, it will attempt to engage the observer in conversation. Those who speak with SCP-965 report that it asks personal questions that become increasingly invasive and disturbing. If interaction continues for approximately 20 minutes, the observer will experience severe psychological distress, including paranoia, insomnia, and a compulsion to return to the window. The Foundation has documented numerous cases where prolonged exposure to SCP-965 resulted in observers developing a fixation with windows, often standing motionless for hours while staring out into darkness. Some severe cases have led to self-harm as subjects attempt to join the entity on the other side of the glass. Containment procedures involve keeping all windows in Foundation facilities covered during night hours in areas where SCP-965 has manifested previously. Personnel are instructed to immediately report any sightings and avoid verbal engagement. Psychological evaluations are mandatory for anyone who encounters the anomaly. Research suggests SCP-965 feeds on emotional distress, with analysis showing increased manifestation rates in locations where traumatic events have occurred. The entity's origin remains unknown, though some researchers hypothesize it may be the psychic imprint of someone who died while attempting to enter or exit a building through a window. SCP-966, also known as Sleep Killers, is classified as Keter due to their dangerous hunting capabilities and difficult containment requirements. These anomalous predators appear as hairless, pale, quadrupedal creatures with elongated limbs and sharp claws that are completely invisible to the naked human eye, only becoming visible through specialized equipment that can detect wavelengths outside the normal visible spectrum. These entities are particularly dangerous because they emit a field that prevents their prey from entering REM sleep, slowly causing severe mental fatigue, hallucinations, and eventually total cognitive breakdown. As victims become progressively more sleep-deprived, the sleep killers stalk them, waiting for the perfect moment when exhaustion reaches critical levels before attacking with their razor-sharp claws. What makes these creatures especially troubling is their hunting pattern. They often hunt in packs of 2 or 4, surrounding victims and patiently waiting for days as the sleep deprivation takes effect. Personnel assigned to contain SCP-966 must wear specialized protective gear and night vision equipment at all times, as conventional security cameras cannot detect them. The Foundation discovered these entities after investigating a series of mysterious deaths characterized by severe lacerations on victims who had reportedly experienced extreme insomnia before their demise. Reports of people claiming to see invisible monsters were initially dismissed as hallucinations until the Foundation developed specialized imaging technology that confirmed their existence. Containment procedures require airtight chambers with specialized lighting systems and constant monitoring through enhanced spectral imaging cameras. Despite these measures, there have been several containment breaches, with sleep killers occasionally escaping into civilian populations where they cause clusters of inexplicable insomnia followed by gruesome deaths. The thought of invisible predators watching you while you desperately try to sleep is enough to keep even the most hardened Foundation personnel awake at night. Not that you'd be able to sleep with these things around anyway. SCP-2774, known as the Slow Burn Sloth, is a Keter-class anomalous entity that takes the form of a rainbow-colored sloth. This anomaly is particularly dangerous due to its cognito-hazardous effects that manifest when humans view it either directly or via recorded media for more than 4 seconds. The unusual coloration pattern of the sloth appears to be the trigger for this anomalous effect. Upon viewing SCP-2774 beyond the threshold time, victims become susceptible to a form of mind control. The affected individuals maintain normal behavior patterns, but undergo regular blackout periods during which they unconsciously perform actions dictated by the entity. What makes this especially concerning is that victims remain completely unaware of these episodes, even when presented with evidence of their actions during these blackouts. Foundation researchers have determined that the anomaly works by targeting the anterior cingulate cortex of the human brain, essentially hijacking the victim's ability to recognize their own actions. The effect is cumulative, with longer exposure resulting in more frequent and prolonged periods of unconscious servitude to the entity's will. Containment procedures for SCP-2774 are particularly strict, requiring all imagery to be processed through specialized cognitohazard filters. Personnel working with visual data related to the anomaly must wear special protective eyewear and follow strict time limitations when handling any material depicting the sloth. Perhaps most disturbing is the discovery that the entity appears to be using its victims to spread its influence, with controlled subjects attempting to show images of the sloth to others. This suggests an intelligence behind the anomaly that understands human social dynamics well enough to exploit them for propagation, somewhat like a colorful, slow-moving puppet master with an army of unwitting human marionettes. SCP-1733, officially designated Season Opener, is a Euclid-class anomalous video recording of a 2010 NBA basketball game between the Boston Celtics and Miami Heat. This seemingly ordinary recording becomes extraordinary upon playback, as the players and spectators within the video appear to retain memories of previous viewings and demonstrate increasing awareness of their containment within the recording. With each new viewing, the video's inhabitants remember previous playbacks and realize they're trapped in a repeating nightmare. Early viewings show normal game activity, but by the 10th viewing, panic begins to set in among the crowd as they become aware of their predicament. Players start addressing the viewers directly, begging for help or information about their situation. The most disturbing aspect of Season Opener is the progressive deterioration of social order within the recording. As hope diminishes, the arena transforms into a microcosm of societal collapse. Factions form, religious cults emerge, and violence erupts as food and water supplies dwindle. Some inhabitants commit suicide while others resort to cannibalism. One particularly notable figure is a man in the crowd who fashions himself as the Prophet, gaining followers by claiming to understand their predicament. Foundation researchers have conducted over 100 viewings, documenting the evolution of this contained society. After approximately the 30th viewing, numerous dead bodies litter the arena, and survivors have established primitive territories. Communication attempts with inhabitants have proven unsuccessful, and efforts to provide aid by inserting items into the recording have failed completely. The anomaly raises profound questions about consciousness, reality, and the ethical implications of observation. If the video contains truly sentient beings experiencing real suffering, the simple act of watching becomes a moral dilemma. Most disturbing is the possibility that when not being viewed, the recording's inhabitants continue to exist and suffer, trapped forever in their digital prison. SCP-1337, the Hitchhiker, is a Keter-class entity that takes the form of an average-looking male hitchhiker. This anomaly appears randomly on highways throughout North America, always with his thumb extended in the classic hitchhiking gesture. The true danger of SCP-1337 emerges only after someone offers him a ride. The entity and its new driver vanish completely from our reality, only to reappear days or weeks later in random locations. What makes this anomaly particularly troubling is that drivers who return exhibit significant memory alteration. They universally claim to have experienced an enjoyable cross-country road trip with a pleasant companion, despite evidence often showing their vehicles traveled physically impossible distances. Gas tanks remain full, odometers unchanged, yet dashboard cameras reveal gaps of missing time ranging from days to months. The Foundation discovered this anomaly after noticing statistical anomalies in missing persons reports near major highways. Through extensive tracking, they identified a pattern of disappearances followed by inexplicable reappearances. Containment has proven nearly impossible as SCP-1337 materializes unpredictably across thousands of miles of highway systems. Examination of returned vehicles has revealed curious artifacts, maps to non-existent locations, receipts from restaurants that never existed, and photographs showing the driver and SCP-1337 at famous landmarks that appear subtly wrong or distorted. In one notable case, a returned driver possessed a snow globe containing what appeared to be a miniature working model of an entire city no human has documented. Foundation psychologists have noted that all return drivers exhibit elevated serotonin levels and report feelings of fulfillment and nostalgia about their trip, suggesting the entity might feed on positive emotional energy rather than causing direct harm. Nevertheless, the unpredictable reality-bending capabilities of SCP-1337 make it a significant threat to maintaining normalcy, earning its Keter classification despite its seemingly benign interaction with victims. SCP-2678, titled The Vorehole, is a Euclid-class anomaly consisting of a circular hole approximately 16 centimeters in diameter, located in the basement of an abandoned textile factory in Lyon, France. The anomaly appears to be a typical hole in the concrete floor at first glance, but its depth cannot be determined using conventional measuring tools, as they simply continue descending without reaching any bottom. The most disturbing property of the Vorehole becomes apparent when organic matter is placed near its edge. The hole exerts a pull on living tissue, drawing it toward and eventually into the opening. This force increases in strength the closer an organism gets to the anomaly. Testing has revealed that the pull is directly proportional to the mass of the organism, with larger creatures experiencing a stronger attraction. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of SCP-2678 is what happens after something is consumed. Approximately 24 hours after consumption, the hole will regurgitate the inorganic components of whatever it consumed. Items like jewelry, clothing, dental fillings, and artificial implants are expelled at high velocity. The organic matter, however, is never returned. Foundation researchers have conducted tests using remote cameras and probes to explore the interior of the Vorehole. The footage retrieved shows an expanding esophagus-like tunnel that seems to stretch for kilometers. Further exploration attempts have failed as equipment eventually loses signal or becomes irretrievable. Current containment procedures involve a simple concrete cap secured over the hole, which has proven effective at preventing the anomaly's attractive force from affecting nearby organisms. The abandoned factory has been purchased by a Foundation front company, with security personnel disguised as private property guards to keep civilians away from the area. Despite years of study, the origin and purpose of the Vorehole remain unknown. Some researchers have theorized it may be connected to other dimensional spaces, or could be part of some enormous extra-dimensional organism's digestive system. One researcher famously quipped in his notes that it was either the world's worst all-you-can-eat buffet or the universe's most efficient garbage disposal. SCP-597, known as the Mother of Them All, is classified as Keter. This anomalous entity appears as a large sow with extremely rapid reproduction capabilities, giving birth to piglets at an alarming rate. What makes this entity particularly disturbing is that these offspring don't resemble normal piglets. They exhibit human-like features that become more pronounced with each generation. The Foundation discovered SCP-597 in rural Kentucky after investigating reports of strange animal births in the area. When contained, researchers noted the entity's unusual behavior of attempting to nurse anything that enters its pen, including humans. Those who are nursed by SCP-597 experience a powerful compulsion to return for more, developing an addiction-like dependency that proves extremely difficult to break. Tests conducted on SCP-597's milk revealed it contains an anomalous compound that causes significant hormonal changes in consumers. Personnel who've been exposed demonstrate increased docility and a disturbing tendency to crawl on all fours while making pig-like vocalizations. Recovery from these effects has proven challenging, with most victims requiring extensive therapy to overcome their compulsions. The containment procedures for this entity are especially stringent, requiring all personnel to wear protective gear when in proximity. The creature's pen must be cleaned daily, but staff are forbidden from making direct eye contact with SCP-597 to minimize the risk of psychological influence. Perhaps most importantly, all offspring must be terminated immediately upon birth to prevent potential containment breaches. Some researchers have theorized that SCP-597 may be the result of ancient fertility rituals gone wrong, while others suspect it might be connected to certain agricultural experiments conducted in the mid-20th century. SCP-504, known as critical tomatoes, is a safe-class anomaly consisting of a species of tomato plants that produce fruit with unusual reactive properties. These otherwise ordinary-looking tomatoes demonstrate an anomalous ability to accelerate to extreme velocities when exposed to poor humor, puns, or jokes that fall below a certain quality threshold. When a person makes a bad joke within earshot of these tomatoes, the fruit will launch themselves at the joke teller at speeds proportional to how terrible the joke is. The worse the joke, the faster the tomato moves, with recorded velocities reaching up to 167 miles per hour. The Foundation has conducted extensive testing with D-Class personnel, documenting reactions to various jokes, puns, and comedic attempts with sometimes painful results. Interestingly, the critical tomatoes don't respond to pre-recorded jokes or those made by non-human entities. They seem to require both the genuine intent to be humorous and the joke's inherent lack of quality. Some researchers have theorized that the tomatoes might serve as objective judges of comedy, though others suggest they simply react to the social discomfort created by failed attempts at humor. The Foundation maintains SCP-504 in a standard botanical containment chamber where research staff are strictly prohibited from making jokes. The tomatoes have become something of an unofficial quality control for the Foundation's humor. While not directly dangerous if handled properly, these tomatoes have caused numerous injuries to researchers who couldn't resist testing their comedy skills, resulting in high-velocity produce impacts that have ranged from minor bruising to concussions in cases of exceptionally poor humor. SCP-478, also known as Tooth Fairies, is a Keter-class entity consisting of a swarm of insect-like creatures with a wingspan of approximately 2 centimeters. These diminutive beings have translucent wings, elongated proboscises, and mandibles designed specifically for extracting teeth. The creatures are typically dormant during daylight hours, but become active at night, particularly targeting sleeping humans. The Tooth Fairies exhibit a disturbing feeding pattern. When they locate a sleeping individual, they inject a powerful anesthetic into the subject's gums before extracting teeth with surgical precision. What makes these entities particularly dangerous is their ability to replace extracted teeth with replicas made from an unknown crystalline substance. These replacements appear identical to natural teeth until approximately 24 hours later, when they begin to hatch, releasing larval tooth fairies into the victim's mouth. Foundation research has determined that SCP-478 follows a complex reproductive cycle, with each mature fairy capable of producing up to 10 eggs that are subsequently incorporated into the crystalline tooth substitutes. Testing has revealed that these creatures possess a bizarre form of genetic memory, allowing them to identify individuals who have previously lost teeth naturally and prioritize them as hosts. Containment of the tooth fairies has proven exceptionally challenging due to their small size and nocturnal habits. Current protocols involve specialized insect traps utilizing sugar and calcium as bait, which has shown moderate success in reducing population numbers. Additionally, Foundation facilities maintain negative pressure environments with fine mesh filters on all ventilation systems to prevent escape. Perhaps most unsettling about SCP-478 is the folklore connection. Historical accounts of tooth fairies across various cultures may suggest these entities have coexisted with humans for centuries, evolving their mimicry and hunting strategies to exploit childhood traditions. One researcher noted somewhat wryly that the real tooth fairy doesn't leave money under your pillow, it leaves more tooth fairies in your mouth. SCP-439, also known as Bone Hive, is a Euclid-class entity consisting of a species of parasitic arthropods that resemble small, iridescent, bone-white insects. These creatures have a horrifying reproductive cycle that uses human hosts as incubation chambers, specifically targeting the skeletal system for colonization. When a human becomes infected with SCP-439, typically through inhalation of an egg while sleeping, the parasite begins its grisly work. The host falls into a comatose state as the insects begin transforming their skeletal structure into a hive, completely replacing bone marrow with colonies of the creatures. The process takes approximately 72 hours to complete, after which the host's body ruptures, releasing swarms of mature SCP-439 instances. Foundation researchers discovered this entity after investigating reports of people who mysteriously died in their sleep, with autopsies revealing their bones had been hollowed out and filled with insect colonies. Containment procedures involve keeping captured specimens in sealed, climate-controlled terrariums with calcium-rich substrates that satisfy their bone-seeking behavior. What makes SCP-439 particularly disturbing is the apparent consciousness retained by its victims during transformation. EEG readings from infected hosts show brain activity consistent with REM sleep, suggesting they may be experiencing dreams while their skeleton is being converted into an insect colony. Some researchers theorize the parasites may be manipulating the host's brain to keep them docile during the process. The Foundation has established strict protocols for personnel showing signs of lethargy or unusual sleep patterns, as these may indicate early SCP-439 infection. Special air filtration systems are mandatory in any facility housing these specimens to prevent accidental exposure to airborne eggs. SCP-437, also known as Summer of 91, is a safe-class anomalous object that takes the form of a standard audio cassette tape with Summer of 91 written on the label in blue pen. When played on any audio device, the tape produces recordings of a family vacation taken in 1991 by the Hansen family at Lake Michigan. What makes this cassette unusual is that it records events that haven't happened yet or occurred differently in reality. The recordings capture mundane vacation activities, swimming, cooking meals, playing games, except for occasional moments where family members reference anomalous events. These include mentions of strange lights in the sky, unusual creatures in the lake, and peculiar time discrepancies. Most notably, the Hansen family discusses their old friend from the Foundation, though no record exists of any Foundation personnel interacting with them. Foundation researchers have identified the Hansen family as real people who did vacation at Lake Michigan in 1991, but interviews with surviving family members reveal significant discrepancies between their memories and the tape's contents. When questioned, the Hansens claim their vacation was entirely normal with no unusual occurrences, and they have no knowledge of the Foundation or any anomalous phenomena. Testing reveals the tape has unlimited playback duration, with new content continuously generated despite the physical limitations of a standard cassette. The anomaly seems to create an alternate timeline or reality of the Hansen family vacation, one where they encountered paranormal phenomena and had knowledge of the SCP Foundation. Perhaps most disturbing is that analysis of background noises and conversations suggests the presence of a Foundation containment breach during this alternate 1991 summer, with references to escaped entities and emergency protocols that have no corresponding record in actual Foundation history. SCP-017, known as Shadow Person, is a Keter-class anomalous entity that takes the form of a humanoid shadow approximately 80 centimeters in height. This completely black figure absorbs any living organism that casts a shadow onto its form, causing the victim to disappear entirely with no trace or remains left behind. The absorption process is instantaneous and irreversible. The entity is contained within a specially designed containment chamber that is lit from all angles to eliminate any possibility of shadows forming. Personnel are strictly prohibited from entering the chamber, and any maintenance must be performed by remotely operated equipment. If the containment chamber ever experiences a lighting failure, emergency protocols dictate immediate lockdown to prevent potential casualties. Researchers believe SCP-017 may have been responsible for numerous disappearances throughout history before its containment. Analysis suggests the entity might perceive shadows as threats or invasions of its territory, prompting its defensive absorption response. Some theorize it exists in a perpetual state of self-preservation against what it interprets as shadow-based predators. The Foundation discovered SCP-017 in an abandoned warehouse after reports of people vanishing without a trace. Witnesses described seeing nothing but a moving darkness before their companions disappeared. During capture operations, the Foundation lost 7 agents before successfully containing the entity, marking it as one of the more costly early retrieval missions in the organization's history. Despite years of study, researchers still don't understand the fundamental nature of SCP-017 or where absorbed victims actually go. Some speculate they may exist in an alternate dimension or pocket universe within the entity itself, essentially making each shadow person a potential doorway to somewhere else, though testing this theory has proven understandably difficult when no one returns to file a report. SCP-066, formerly known as Eric's Toy, is a safe-class anomalous entity that has undergone significant physical changes throughout its containment history. Originally appearing as a small stuffed toy resembling a green caterpillar with yellow stripes, it transformed into an amorphous tangle of yarn, fabric, and rubber bands following an incident with the now-defunct Mobile Task Force Gamma-4. The entity is capable of autonomous movement and can produce complex sounds, including intelligible speech in multiple languages. Before its transformation, SCP-066 was relatively benign, only moving when unobserved and ceasing activity when spotted, similar to the behavior of SCP-173. However, after its physical alteration, it developed more unpredictable behaviors and potentially harmful capabilities. When subjected to verbal or physical stimuli, SCP-066 responds with seemingly random actions, some of which can be dangerous. These range from producing sounds at harmful decibel levels to emitting strange radiation and unleashing destructive kinetic energy. One notable incident involved the entity playing a musical composition that caused all listeners to experience uncontrollable muscle spasms. What makes this anomaly particularly interesting is its apparent degradation from a once purposeful object into something increasingly chaotic. Researchers believe it was originally created by someone named Eric as a companion or tool with specific functions, but its current state represents a corruption of its original programming or nature. Despite its unpredictable nature, containment is straightforward as the entity has limited mobility. It remains one of the more mysterious objects in Foundation custody, with researchers still uncertain about its original purpose or the full extent of its capabilities in its degraded state. SCP-067, formerly known as Eric's Toy, is a safe-class anomalous entity that has undergone significant physical changes throughout its containment history. Originally appearing as a small stuffed toy resembling a green caterpillar with yellow stripes, it transformed into an amorphous tangle of yarn, fabric, and rubber bands following an incident with the now-defunct Mobile Task Force Gamma-4. The entity is capable of autonomous movement and can produce complex sounds, including intelligible speech in multiple languages. Before its transformation, SCP-066 was relatively benign, only moving when unobserved and ceasing activity when spotted. Some theorize it exists in an alternate dimension or pocket universe within the entity itself, essentially making each shadow person a potential doorway to somewhere else. SCP-008, known as the Zombie Plague, is a Keter-class anomalous pathogen that effectively creates zombies through infection. This highly contagious prion disease causes massive brain damage in hosts, significantly reducing higher brain functions while maintaining basic motor control and an overwhelming compulsion to bite and infect others. The infection process is methodical and devastating. After entering a host's bloodstream, the prion incubates for 20 to 40 minutes before symptoms appear. The victim then experiences high fever, dementia, hallucinations, and rage before eventually entering a sedated state resembling death. After a few hours, the host reanimates with only primitive brain functions intact and an overwhelming urge to spread the disease. Containment of SCP-008 is one of the Foundation's highest priorities. The original sample is stored in a sealed, triple-locked container within a biohazard vault accessible only by personnel with Level 4 clearance. Elaborate decontamination protocols are in place, along with emergency contingencies including incendiary devices to prevent a catastrophic breach. The origin of this pathogen remains unknown, though researchers speculate it may be engineered rather than naturally occurring. Its unique ability to persist in the host even after complete biological death suggests possible extraterrestrial origins or involvement of other anomalous entities. While the zombie archetype has become cliché in horror fiction, SCP-008 represents a scientifically plausible version of the zombie plague trope. This has made it particularly unsettling within Foundation lore, as it transforms the familiar pop culture phenomenon into a genuine existential threat, requiring extraordinary containment measures. If released, the pathogen could potentially trigger an XK-class end-of-world scenario, making it one of the more straightforward but genuinely terrifying SCPs in the database. SCP-162, classified as Euclid, is commonly referred to as Ball of Sharp, and consists of a tightly wound sphere of various sharp objects. These include razors, needles, fishhooks, nails, and broken glass, all inexplicably attracted to one another by an unknown force. The anomaly measures approximately 30 centimeters in diameter and weighs about 5 kilograms, appearing deceptively ordinary at first glance despite its dangerous composition. The true anomalous property of Ball of Sharp manifests when living organisms approach within 2 meters. It exerts a powerful attractive force on organic matter, particularly flesh, causing victims to become irreversibly entangled within its structure. This attraction increases proportionally with proximity, making rescue attempts particularly hazardous. Once contact is made, the sharp components shift and realign to maximize penetration into the victim's tissues, essentially capturing them. Removal of embedded objects from the ball is nearly impossible without causing severe tissue damage, as the objects seem to anchor themselves with barbs and hooks that materialize upon contact with flesh. Personnel attempting extraction often find themselves similarly ensnared, leading to a strict no-rescue protocol for those unfortunate enough to become entangled. Foundation researchers have noted that despite housing numerous rusty and contaminated components, victims rarely develop infections from their wounds. Some scientists have jokingly dubbed this the tetanus exemption clause, though the mechanism behind this unexpected protection remains unknown. The containment procedures involve keeping SCP-162 in a sealed, transparent container with mechanical manipulators for necessary handling, giving researchers the ability to study it without becoming its next unwilling addition. Theories regarding its origin vary widely, from it being an art piece gone wrong to a prototype for an unconventional weapon. What remains consistent across all documentation is that Ball of Sharp seems to possess a primitive form of awareness, as it has been observed to shift its configuration slightly when potential prey is nearby, almost as if eagerly anticipating its next victim. This has led some personnel to affectionately refer to it as the world's most enthusiastic cheese grater in unofficial reports, though those who've witnessed its effects firsthand rarely find the humor in such comparisons. SCP-973, nicknamed Smokey, is a Euclid-class anomaly consisting of 2 entities that haunt a specific stretch of highway. SCP-973-1 is a severely damaged police cruiser resembling those used by state troopers in the early 1970s, featuring dents, a cracked windshield, rust, and a bumper secured with duct tape. SCP-973-2 appears as a Caucasian male in his late 40s wearing a matching period trooper uniform described as balding with a handlebar mustache. The anomaly manifests between 10 p.m. and 4:30 a.m. on a 60-kilometer stretch of U.S. route when another vehicle exceeds a variable speed limit, typically around 55 miles per hour. When triggered, SCP-973 appears approximately 0.4 kilometers behind the target vehicle and pursues it with sirens and flashers activated. This chase is accompanied by a looping radio message. The outcome of these pursuits is invariably grim, with remains of 34 individuals and 19 vehicles discovered along the highway. Death causes vary widely, including evisceration and other forms of extreme violence. The interior of targeted vehicles shows burn damage, and the 5 survivors in Foundation custody suffer from severe mental and physical trauma. Attempts to contain the anomaly have proven challenging. When part of the original highway was demolished in 1983, the entity simply relocated to its current position. A Foundation mission to capture SCP-973 resulted in 9 agent fatalities, and while SCP-973-2 was believed wounded, it reappeared 9 days later with an altered appearance, featuring red eyes and a mouth described as just a black hole. No teeth, no tongue, just a hole. Current containment procedures involve satellite surveillance of the affected highway section at all times. Foundation personnel divert all vehicles attempting to travel through the area during active hours, with trespassers subject to forcible arrest and detention. Despite these measures, Foundation documents note concerning evidence that SCP-973's area of effect and active time window may be expanding. SCP-939, known as With Many Voices, is a Keter-class entity consisting of multiple dog-like creatures with human teeth and no visible eyes. These carnivorous predators stand about 2 meters tall when on all fours and have reddish, smooth skin that appears to be wet or slimy. Despite lacking eyes, they possess exceptional sensory capabilities, primarily hunting through sound detection. The most disturbing ability of these creatures is their capacity to mimic human voices with perfect accuracy. SCP-939 specimens use this talent to lure potential prey by calling out in familiar voices, often imitating cries for help or reassuring phrases. Once a victim approaches, these entities attack with devastating speed and incredible strength. Another notable characteristic is their unusual blood composition, which contains amnestic chemicals. Anyone exposed to SCP-939's blood experiences short-term memory loss, making them easier prey as they become disoriented and confused. This evolutionary adaptation ensures their hunting success in the wild. Foundation researchers believe SCP-939 represents an apex predator species that evolved specifically to hunt humans. Their intelligence is considerable, displaying pack hunting behaviors and strategic planning when stalking prey. Testing has revealed they can remember and reproduce conversations heard days or even weeks earlier with perfect recall. Containment procedures require soundproof chambers with reinforced barriers, as these creatures can easily tear through standard materials. Personnel working near their containment units must wear ear protection to prevent being influenced by their vocal mimicry. Despite these precautions, multiple containment breaches have occurred, often resulting in significant casualties as confused staff members respond to what they believe are legitimate calls for assistance. In Foundation lore, SCP-939 specimens are sometimes called the dogs by personnel, though there's nothing canine about their behavior except their quadrupedal movement. Their containment area has been nicknamed the Kennel in a bit of gallows humor, typical among staff dealing with such dangerous anomalies. SCP-1986, known as Imaginary Library, is an anomalous site located in the basement of an abandoned university library building. The room contains approximately 2,100 books not listed in any library catalog, with content that doesn't exist in our reality. Most volumes are fictional works by known authors that were never actually written, like J.D. Salinger's The Ocean Full of Bowling Balls or Ernest Hemingway's A Movable Feast, The Paris Years. Staff members who enter this library experience the perception that they've read many of these non-existent books, despite this being impossible. Even more strangely, different researchers recall different plots and details from the same book, suggesting the anomaly manifests uniquely for each individual. Some Foundation personnel have reported that books seem to change content between readings. Analysis reveals the volumes are physically normal, containing standard paper and binding materials. However, attempts to remove books from SCP-1986 cause them to rapidly deteriorate, with pages turning blank and bindings crumbling within 24 to 48 hours of exiting the site. Photographic evidence of text suffers similar degradation, appearing overexposed or blurred beyond recognition. The Foundation discovered Imaginary Library following reports from university students who claimed to have read books that literary experts confirmed never existed. While initially classified as a safe anomaly, it was later upgraded to Euclid due to psychological effects on researchers who spent extended periods browsing its collection, including obsessive reading behaviors and difficulty distinguishing between real and fictional literary memories. One particularly notable incident involved researcher Garcia, who became convinced he had authored several volumes within the collection and refused to leave until forcibly removed. He later produced thousands of pages attempting to recreate works that only existed within Imaginary Library before mandatory psychological treatment. SCP-2852, known as Cousin Johnny, is a Keter-class entity that infiltrates social gatherings by impersonating a distant relative of one of the attendees. The entity appears as a tall, gaunt man wearing formal attire, often claiming to be a cousin of someone present. Despite no one recognizing Johnny, its anomalous properties cause attendees to accept its presence without question. When at social events, particularly weddings and funerals, Cousin Johnny engages in increasingly bizarre behaviors that guests somehow perceive as normal. These actions begin with minor social faux pas, but escalate to disturbing rituals involving cicadas, which the entity can produce from its mouth. Most alarmingly, guests not only tolerate these behaviors but often join in. Foundation researchers believe SCP-2852 is connected to an ancient fertility cult and may be an aspect of a forgotten deity. The entity's ultimate goal appears to be disrupting significant human life transitions and bonds. After infiltrating an event, affected communities often experience increased rates of domestic violence, suicide, and birth defects. Containment protocols involve Foundation agents monitoring social media and obituaries for signs of Johnny's presence. When detected, amnestics are administered to all attendees and cover stories are established. The Foundation has yet to determine how to permanently neutralize the entity, as it simply disappears when confronted and reappears at another gathering elsewhere. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of SCP-2852 is how it exposes the fragility of social norms and human connections. One researcher noted that Johnny doesn't create the capacity for horrible acts within communities. It merely reveals what was already there, like a distant relative who knows all your family's worst secrets and isn't afraid to spill them over dinner. SCP-3117, known as a monster-shaped hole, is a Keter-class anomaly that manifests as a recurring dream triggered through exposure to specific ideas, concepts, phrases, and images. This peculiar phenomenon requires complete exposure to all components for activation, which can be spread across multiple forms of media including film, audio, print, and still images. The Foundation maintains containment through a specialized bot called I/O Spiral that monitors online communities for discussions about the entity, with Mobile Task Force Phi 11 investigating these discussions on a case-by-case basis. The true danger lies in what happens after experiencing the dream. Approximately 1 out of 7 subjects who experience the dream go missing shortly after its first occurrence. What makes this entity particularly disturbing is that, according to interviews, it has no form of its own. It literally doesn't exist until people talk about or remember it. By trying to describe or define it by filling the hole, subjects inadvertently give the entity form, which then appears and takes them. The anomaly first came to Foundation attention in 2006, when a member of the Global Occult Coalition's Psyche Division transferred responsibility for containment of what they called UT-2639 Pygmalion Blit to Foundation care. This transfer included 378 items such as documents, digital files, photographs, and a Betamax tape. The GOC apparently recognized the unique threat posed by this entity and determined the Foundation would be better equipped to handle it. Perhaps most chilling is advice from a former GOC operative regarding the entity. Don't think about it, don't talk about it, don't try to figure it out. When the dreams start to come, ignore them. Don't tell anyone. And whatever you do, don't look down. Don't look into the pit. This suggests that curiosity itself is the trap that gives form to the thing within the hole, a reminder that sometimes ignorance truly is bliss. SCP-2740, known as It Wasn't There, is a Keter-class entity consisting of an abstract spatial anomaly. The anomaly manifests as an invisible region with no definable shape or size that appears at seemingly random locations worldwide. When humans enter this space, they perceive it as completely empty despite visible evidence that objects or structures should be present. The primary danger of SCP-2740 is its psychological effect. People inside the anomalous zone experience mounting cognitive dissonance as their minds refuse to acknowledge the existence of anything within the space. This effect extends to other humans. Individuals inside the zone cannot perceive each other, leading to severe dissociative episodes and mental breakdowns when they inevitably collide with nothing. Foundation researchers determined that SCP-2740 doesn't actually remove objects from reality. Rather, it creates a localized perceptual filter that prevents human minds from processing visual information within its boundaries. Interestingly, non-human animals and electronic recording devices remain unaffected, which allows containment teams to use remote cameras and trained animals to navigate affected areas. The anomaly displays disturbing mobility patterns, appearing to deliberately target populated areas with increasing frequency. Containment protocols involve monitoring global patterns of spatial blindness incidents and deploying specialized teams equipped with animal guides and video feed helmets to extract civilians from active zones. One particularly notable incident occurred when the anomaly engulfed a portion of a shopping mall in Portland. Security footage showed confused shoppers wandering through the space, bumping into invisible obstacles and other people while becoming increasingly distressed. Some victims attempted to claw at their own eyes, convinced they were experiencing sudden blindness rather than an anomalous phenomenon. Perhaps most unnerving was how one security guard kept insisting it wasn't there when later asked about a clothing store he walked straight through, giving the entity its unofficial designation. SCP-3166, officially designated "You Have No Idea How Alone You Are," is a Keter-class entity that takes the form of a mascot costume resembling the cartoon character Garfield. The entity manifests exclusively to target and attack individuals who create Garfield media that deviates too far from Jim Davis's original vision or significantly delays scheduled Garfield content. The costume itself appears to be poorly constructed, with visible seams and an anatomically incorrect representation of Garfield. More disturbingly, the entity contains both mechanical components and what appears to be genuine feline viscera, suggesting some form of biological-mechanical hybrid. When observed in action, SCP-3166 moves with awkward, jerking motions reminiscent of a person uncomfortable in a costume. When targeting individuals, the entity will force-feed them lasagna to the point of severe discomfort or even physical harm. In more extreme cases, it has been known to beat victims with a pipe until they lose consciousness. The Foundation has noted that SCP-3166 appears singularly focused on maintaining the comedic integrity and publishing schedule of Garfield, seemingly serving as an enforcement mechanism for the comic strip's continued existence. Particularly interesting is that during its manifestations, the entity continually leaks a substance identical to lasagna from various seams in the costume. Analysis has shown this substance to be genuine lasagna, seemingly produced within the entity itself. This adds another layer of absurdity to what is already one of the more bizarre entries in the Foundation's archives. The Foundation has established protocols to monitor individuals who regularly produce Garfield content, especially those who might significantly alter the established formula. While it cannot be contained in the traditional sense, the Foundation has developed predictive models to anticipate when and where SCP-3166 might manifest next. Tellingly, the entity has never once approached Jim Davis himself, suggesting some deeper connection between the creator and this strange guardian of his work. SCP-3519, known as These Quiet Days, is a Keter-class anomaly representing a contagious form of cognitive hazard that spreads through human-to-human contact and electronic communication. This phenomenon manifests as a pathological belief that human extinction is both imminent and desirable, causing infected individuals to lose motivation for self-preservation and experience increasing feelings of contentment with humanity's demise. The anomaly first appeared in 2008 and spread rapidly through global population centers, with infection rates accelerating dramatically once compromised media outlets began broadcasting content influenced by the hazard. Those affected gradually ceased to perform critical societal functions, abandoning work responsibilities and personal relationships in favor of quiet contemplation of the approaching end. What makes SCP-3519 particularly insidious is that infected individuals retain their intelligence and awareness but develop an unshakable belief that extinction is both inevitable and ultimately beneficial. Foundation researchers discovered that approximately 75% of the global population became affected within weeks of its emergence, leading to catastrophic breakdown of infrastructure, governance, and basic services. The Foundation's attempts to contain the phenomenon were largely unsuccessful due to its mimetic nature and rapid transmission rate. Communication blackouts, quarantine measures, and amnestic treatments showed minimal effectiveness once the contagion reached critical mass. Several Foundation sites were compromised when personnel became infected, further hampering containment efforts. In an unusual twist to the typical SCP narrative, this anomaly's documentation concludes with the revelation that humanity survived this extinction event due to a previously unknown resistance to the effect in certain populations. Despite predictions of complete societal collapse, enough unaffected individuals remain to maintain crucial systems and gradually rehabilitate those who had succumbed to the anomaly. The SCP file ends on an unexpectedly hopeful note, with the observation that humanity demonstrated remarkable resilience in the face of what appeared to be certain extinction. This represents one of the rare instances in the SCP universe where an end-of-world scenario was successfully averted not through Foundation intervention, but through inherent human qualities that proved stronger than the anomalous threat they faced. SCP-804, known as World Without Man, is a Keter-class object originally created as an art installation by the defunct artist group Unelmat Paramasta Mailmasta. This anomalous device resembles a large clear globe of Earth containing several smaller globes and video equipment within. What began as a supposed artistic statement about nature reclaiming human civilization became a literal engine of humanity's undoing when activated. The object's primary anomalous property is its ability to rapidly deteriorate and completely disintegrate all man-made artifacts within approximately 100 meters of its location. Everything from buildings to machinery, clothing, plastics, and even synthetic chemicals break down when the globes inside rotate. The effect grows stronger and wider the longer the device remains active. Even more disturbingly, human tissue also decays, albeit more slowly, causing victims to become emaciated as they lose body mass until their skeletons collapse and they die. Fortunately, the object is not immune to its own effect, which has damaged its capabilities over time. Without this self-limiting factor, calculations suggest it could have removed all traces of humanity from the entire planet within weeks. The device is currently kept at its original activation site in Alaska, where harsh weather conditions prevent reactivation, under a large camouflage tarp with armed guards stationed at a safe distance. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of this anomaly is its suspected mimetic properties that compel certain personality types to activate or maintain it. During its initial activation event, survivors exhibited disturbing behavior, maintaining the device's operation even as it destroyed their bodies. Some were so influenced they chose to simply lie down in the snow and die rather than be taken into Foundation custody. SCP-811, also known as Swamp Woman, is a Euclid-class humanoid entity resembling a young woman with numerous amphibian characteristics, including webbed digits, green-tinted skin, and the ability to secrete various chemicals. Her body constantly produces a thick mucus that serves multiple functions. It helps maintain her skin moisture, contains digestive enzymes, and can be weaponized when threatened. She requires regular exposure to water and organic material to survive. She demonstrates human-level intelligence despite her feral behavior, communicating in broken English and showing the capacity to learn. The entity lives primarily in swampy environments where she hunts small animals, though she can consume humans when sufficiently hungry. Her digestive system is remarkably efficient, capable of breaking down nearly all organic matter using her secreted enzymes. The Foundation captured her in Louisiana after investigating reports of a swamp monster attacking locals. Initially hostile, she gradually adapted to containment through careful socialization efforts. Containment procedures involve a specialized habitat with a controlled ecosystem, regular feeding of live animals, and minimal human contact to prevent agitation. Perhaps most fascinating is her developmental backstory. Research suggests she was once fully human. Foundation scientists theorize that she underwent extreme biological modifications either through an unknown SCP object or deliberate human experimentation, resulting in her current amphibious form. This transformation appears irreversible, with her biology becoming increasingly non-human over time. Despite her often aggressive demeanor, personnel have documented moments of curiosity and even gentleness in her interactions with certain staff members. Some researchers humorously note that her habitat maintenance costs more than some senior researchers' salaries, making her possibly the most high-maintenance resident of her containment site. SCP-860, also known as Blue Key, is a safe-class object that appears to be an unremarkable blue key made of steel. The key is 15 centimeters in length and weighing 35 grams, with the only unusual feature being its vibrant cobalt blue coloration. When inserted into any door lock, the key transforms the door into a portal leading to SCP-861, a dense forest environment that exists in an alternate dimension. The forest of SCP-861 appears endless and contains flora and fauna resembling those found in northern European woodlands. However, lighting conditions within never align with the time of day outside, and compasses behave erratically when used inside. Most concerning is the presence of an unidentified predatory entity that stalks humans who venture too far from the entrance portal. Testing has revealed several dangerous patterns. The door used as an entry point must remain unlocked and slightly ajar during exploration, as the portal closes permanently if the door shuts completely. Additionally, communication devices fail within minutes of entry, and GPS tracking systems become increasingly unreliable the deeper one ventures into the forest. Foundation researchers have documented multiple fatalities during exploration attempts. In one notable incident, a 4-person team entered SCP-861 and only one member returned, severely traumatized and suffering from extensive lacerations. The survivor repeatedly mentioned something watching from between the trees, but was unable to provide a coherent description of the entity. Despite appearing deceptively harmless, Blue Key presents significant containment challenges due to the virtually unlimited space it accesses and the Foundation's inability to properly secure or understand the dimensions of SCP-861. Perhaps most unnerving is that satellite imaging occasionally detects brief signatures matching its unique radiation patterns in remote wilderness areas around the world, suggesting the forest may not be confined to access via the key alone. SCP-401, classified as Euclid, is a humanoid plant hybrid resembling a 40-meter tall tree with branches shaped like multi-jointed human arms. Its bark is composed of human bone tissue held together by flexible tendons, creating a ghostly white appearance that initially led investigators to believe it was dead. The trunk is supported by multiple vertebral columns woven together with tendons and muscles. What makes this entity particularly disturbing is how it substitutes human physiology for plant biology in all its functions. The roots are esophagi protected by cartilage, each ending in a fully formed jaw with lips and a prehensile tongue used for digging and snaring food. These roots connect to a single stomach and intestinal tract, with waste eliminated through an orifice on the trunk side. The branches truly showcase the entity's horrific nature, their human arms that extrude from the bony trunk, sometimes splitting at the elbows to form multiple forearms. Each fingertip features a hazel-colored human eye that, despite being myopic, performs photosynthesis through its retina. At the base of the trunk, multiple human hearts pump blood and nutrients throughout the entire structure. During its spring blooming phase, despite being genetically male, SCP-401 develops female reproductive organs on its palms before transitioning to male organs, which are eventually shed and consumed by its roots. This reproductive cycle makes it aggressive toward human females, necessitating strict containment procedures including a ban on female personnel entering its enclosure during this period. Breeding experiments have revealed disturbing compatibility with humans. When artificially inseminated with SCP-401's genetic material, a female test subject gave birth to an apparently normal human male child with severe myopia. In reverse experiments, SCP-401 produced a fetus inside a human urinary bladder that briefly germinated into a seedling with similar structure before dying of malnutrition. Containment requires housing the entity in an enclosed courtyard decorated with a mural of southern France's landscape. Daily maintenance includes feeding its roots 15 liters of specialized nutritional supplement and monitoring its cardiac health, as an incident revealed plaque buildup in its hearts. SCP-012, also known as a bad composition, is a Euclid-class anomalous object that appears to be an unfinished musical score written on parchment made of human skin using human blood as ink. The composition is titled On Mount Golgotha and dates back to the early 19th century, though the true origin remains unclear. The anomalous properties manifest when any person with even basic musical knowledge views the score. The subject becomes obsessed with completing the composition, driven by a compulsive need that overrides all reason and self-preservation. The affected individual will attempt to use their own blood to continue writing, often resulting in self-mutilation and eventually death from blood loss. Research has consistently shown that it is physically impossible to complete the composition. Subjects who attempt to do so report hearing whispers and melodies that they desperately try to transcribe, but the work appears designed to be incompletable. This creates a deadly cognitive trap where victims cannot stop their efforts despite the impossibility of success. Containment protocols require the object to be kept behind protective glass that filters certain light wavelengths, reducing its compulsive effect. Personnel without musical training are preferred for handling the item, and security measures ensure that no writing implements are allowed in the containment chamber. Some researchers have theorized that the composition is a mimetic hazard designed specifically to harvest human blood for unknown purposes. Others suggest it might be feeding psychic energy from the creative frustration of its victims. Whatever the purpose, this seemingly innocent sheet of music has claimed numerous lives through its inexplicable ability to override human survival instincts in pursuit of artistic completion. SCP-823, also known as Carnival of Horrors, is a Euclid-class anomaly consisting of an abandoned amusement park covering approximately 2.5 hectares. Located in the American Midwest, this derelict carnival appears mundane at first glance, but exhibits increasingly dangerous anomalous properties the longer visitors remain within its boundaries. The amusement park causes inexplicable accidents and fatalities among those who enter. These incidents begin as seemingly normal mishaps, but escalate dramatically over time. Early manifestations include minor injuries from loose screws or sudden equipment failures, gradually progressing to horrific deaths involving ride malfunctions, animatronics becoming animate, or individuals being incorporated into the attractions themselves. Foundation researchers have documented disturbing patterns in the anomaly's behavior. The park seems to feed on human suffering, with accident frequency and severity increasing proportionally to the number of people present. During one particularly catastrophic containment breach, 24 civilian fatalities occurred within a single hour, prompting the implementation of a permanent exclusion zone around the facility. Attempts to dismantle or destroy the carnival have proven unsuccessful. Construction equipment malfunctions violently when used against SCP-823 structures, and personnel involved in demolition attempts suffered disproportionately severe accidents. One researcher memorably described it as the park rejecting surgery like an immune response against a foreign body. Historical investigation revealed the carnival operated normally from 1958 to 1962 before its original owner disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Foundation archivists discovered numerous newspaper reports of unusual accidents throughout its operational period, suggesting the anomalous properties manifested gradually rather than suddenly appearing. Containment procedures involve maintaining a heavily secured perimeter disguised as an environmental hazard site. Despite these measures, the Foundation continues to document occasional disappearances of local teenagers who attempt to enter the park on dares, adding new macabre exhibits to the ever-evolving carnival landscape. SCP-3720, known as Breakfast of Champions, is a Euclid-class anomalous object consisting of a standard-sized cereal box bearing the logo and branding of a non-existent cereal company called Morning Winners. The box appears to contain an unlimited amount of brightly colored, star-shaped cereal pieces that taste like various fruits. When consumed, these pieces temporarily grant the eater enhanced physical abilities corresponding to the specific color consumed. The red pieces increase strength, allowing subjects to lift up to 3 times their normal capacity. Blue enhances speed and reaction time, while green improves healing rate and immune response. Yellow pieces sharpen senses, particularly vision and hearing, and purple improves cognitive function and problem-solving ability. These enhancements last approximately 4 hours after consumption, with no apparent side effects during this period. However, once the effect wears off, subjects experience a severe crash. Extreme fatigue, muscle soreness, and temporary cognitive impairment proportional to the amount of cereal consumed and abilities enhanced. Foundation researchers have been unable to determine the mechanism behind these enhancements or replicate the cereal's properties through chemical analysis. The box itself regenerates its contents overnight, always appearing full by morning regardless of how much was consumed the previous day, hence its nickname. Testing revealed that consuming more than 1 bowl within a 24-hour period increases both the intensity of the enhancements and the severity of the subsequent crash. In one incident, a researcher who consumed 3 bowls experienced superhuman strength sufficient to bend steel bars, followed by a crash that left them bedridden for nearly a week. The Foundation discovered the object in the apartment of Olympic athlete Cameron Wells, who had recently broken several world records before suffering what was publicly reported as a complete physical breakdown. Wells had apparently been using the cereal to enhance his performance, unaware of the escalating consequences of repeated use. Current containment protocols require the object to be stored in a standard anomalous item locker with limited access. The cereal is occasionally used in emergency situations where enhanced physical or mental capabilities could prove mission critical, but only under strict supervision and with medical teams standing by to manage the inevitable crash period. SCP-05, also known as the O5 Council or the Overseers, is a Thaumiel-class entity composed of 13 individuals who serve as the supreme ruling body of the SCP Foundation. These mysterious figures, numbered 051 through 0513, possess ultimate authority over all Foundation operations, personnel, and contained anomalies. Their identities are unknown even to high-ranking Foundation staff, with most personnel never seeing their faces or knowing their true names. The Council possesses access to information classified beyond top secret, including knowledge of world-ending scenarios, reality restructuring events, and extra-dimensional threats. Each Council member specializes in different domains, from scientific research to ethics, military strategy, to occult understanding, ensuring a balanced approach to containing the anomalous. According to various records, O5 members have implemented numerous contingency plans for different apocalyptic scenarios, including the Broken Masquerade Protocol for when the public learns about anomalies, and the Dead Hand Protocol which activates should the Council itself be compromised. Certain tales suggest some overseers may themselves be anomalous, with extended lifespans or other unusual abilities that help them protect humanity. The Council operates through a voting system requiring majority agreement, though O51 typically serves as the nominal leader. They communicate through proxies and encrypted channels, rarely meeting in person due to security concerns. Their command center, if one exists, remains one of the Foundation's most closely guarded secrets, with some documents suggesting it exists partially outside normal spacetime. Throughout Foundation history, the O5 Council has made numerous controversial decisions in the name of protecting normalcy, including authorizing mass amnestic use on civilian populations and approving termination orders for both anomalies and personnel when deemed necessary. SCP-4001, also known as Alexandria Eternal, is a safe-class anomaly consisting of an extra-dimensional library located beneath the ruins of the Historical Library of Alexandria in Egypt. This vast collection contains countless books, each documenting the complete life history of every human who has ever lived, with entries updating in real time as people continue their lives. The library extends seemingly infinitely in all directions, with shelves reaching impossibly high and corridors stretching beyond what should be physically possible. The most remarkable aspect of Alexandria Eternal is that altering the text within any book retroactively changes history itself. Foundation researchers discovered this property accidentally when a junior researcher corrected what he thought was a typo in his grandfather's book, only to find his own memories and background suddenly altered. This dangerous capability prompted strict protocols limiting access and manipulation of the library's contents, with only specially approved personnel permitted to enter under careful supervision. A mysterious librarian figure maintains the facility, appearing as an elderly man in traditional Egyptian attire who refuses to acknowledge Foundation personnel directly. This silent caretaker continually shelves new volumes as babies are born and moves completed books to a special section when individuals die. Attempts to communicate with him have proven futile, though he seems to tolerate the Foundation's presence as long as proper library etiquette is maintained. The Foundation has established a small research outpost within the library to study its properties while ensuring no unauthorized modifications occur. Researchers initially suggested using the anomaly to prevent disasters or eliminate threats, but this proposal was quickly rejected after test cases demonstrated that even small changes often resulted in unpredictable and potentially catastrophic butterfly effects. As one researcher noted in his final report before being reassigned, playing God requires more foresight than any of us possess. Despite its classification as safe, Alexandria Eternal remains one of the most potentially dangerous anomalies in containment due to its reality-altering capabilities. The complete scope of the library remains unknown, with exploration teams reporting sections containing blank books, presumed to represent humans yet to be born, suggesting the anomaly somehow exists outside conventional temporal constraints. Perhaps the Foundation's greatest achievement regarding this anomaly is simply convincing the O5 Council that the best course of action is to do absolutely nothing with it. SCP-450, known as the Abandoned Federal Correctional Institution, is a Euclid-class anomaly consisting of a defunct prison facility that appears completely normal from the outside. Inside, however, visitors encounter a nightmarish impossibility. The facility's interior dimensions vastly exceed what should be physically possible, containing hundreds of cell blocks when original blueprints indicate only dozens should exist. Personnel exploring SCP-450 often report becoming lost in seemingly endless corridors that shift and reconfigure when not directly observed. More disturbing are the shadowy figures occasionally glimpsed in peripheral vision, believed to be manifestations of former inmates whose crimes were particularly heinous. Foundation researchers have documented temporal anomalies within the prison, with exploration teams sometimes experiencing different time dilations. One notable incident involved a research team returning after what they perceived as 2 hours, while 8 days had passed outside the facility. Various artifacts recovered from inside indicate the prison was abandoned in 1978 following a violent riot that resulted in numerous casualties. Documentation suggests prison officials may have been aware of the building's anomalous properties and potentially used them as additional punishment for troublesome inmates. Exploration is strictly limited due to the high risk of personnel becoming permanently lost within the structure. Current containment procedures involve maintaining a secure perimeter around the facility and fabricating stories about environmental contamination to discourage civilian investigation. The Foundation continues to map the ever-changing interior, though complete documentation seems increasingly unlikely given the prison's apparent spatial infinity. Dr. Mann's proposal is an SCP-001 submission suggested by Dr. Robert Mann, detailing a deceptively simple explanation for the Foundation's origin. According to this proposal, the SCP Foundation itself is the true SCP-001. Mann explains that humanity's collective perception shapes reality, and as civilization advanced, we needed explanations for unexplainable phenomena. This need manifested as an organization dedicated to containing these anomalies, thus creating the actual Foundation. The proposal suggests that the Foundation literally generates the anomalies it contains through a feedback loop of expectation and manifestation. Each contained anomaly exists because Foundation personnel believe it should exist. The more researchers document and contain an anomaly, the more real it becomes, essentially turning scientific documentation into a form of reality-altering ritual. What makes Mann's theory particularly disturbing is its implication that disbanding the Foundation would cause reality to collapse. The collective belief system has become too integral to our world's stability. Even more unsettling is the suggestion that other organizations like the Global Occult Coalition and Chaos Insurgency are merely extensions of this same psychic phenomenon, existing because the Foundation needs counterparts and adversaries. The beauty of this proposal lies in its meta-commentary on the entire SCP project. It transforms every SCP article from mere fiction into potential reality-warping documentation, where the act of writing and reading entries actively shapes the universe. In a particularly clever narrative twist, Mann posits that attempting to verify his theory would only strengthen its effect, creating an unfalsifiable loop that perfectly captures the paranoid, self-referential nature of the Foundation universe. Dr. Gear's proposal, classified as Keter, is one of the competing SCP-001 entries that might reveal the Foundation's true origin. This proposal describes a mechanical entity designated the Prototype, which appears as a copper-colored clockwork mechanism with gears that constantly shift configuration despite having no power source. The device emits a field that warps reality around it, causing physical laws to destabilize and reform based on its internal arrangement. Personnel working near the Prototype report experiencing altered perception of time and space, with some claiming to have glimpsed alternate versions of our universe where different physical constants apply. The containment chamber requires specialized Scranton reality anchors to maintain baseline reality within a 5-meter radius of the object. According to Dr. Gear's documents, the Prototype may be responsible for establishing our current reality framework, having selected our particular set of physical laws from countless possibilities. The theory suggests the Foundation wasn't created to contain anomalies, but rather to protect this single reality-defining object that makes normalcy possible in the first place. The Prototype occasionally enters active phases during which reality fluctuations intensify and new SCP entities spontaneously manifest worldwide. These events correlate with changes in the mechanism's gear configurations, leading some researchers to believe the device might be slowly recalibrating reality according to some incomprehensible program. Perhaps most disturbing is Dr. Gear's personal connection to the object. His journals reveal increasingly erratic behavior as he studied the prototype, including claims that he could hear the ticking even when away from the facility. In his final entries before being removed from the project, Gears questioned whether he had created the device or if perhaps the device had created him, blurring the line between researcher and anomaly in classic SCP fashion. Andrey Duskin is a controversial figure in SCP Foundation lore who filed a copyright claim against the Russian branch of the SCP Wiki in 2018. He claimed ownership of the SCP concept after purchasing an alleged abandoned trademark for SCP, despite the Foundation's content being published under Creative Commons licensing. This real-world legal battle became infamous within the community. The claim threatened hundreds of SCP works with potential deletion from the Russian site. In response, the global SCP community rallied together in a campaign called SCP-RU-JP Situation to raise legal funds and awareness. Their efforts successfully defended the collaborative nature of the SCP universe. Duskin's actions have been immortalized within SCP lore itself. Some community members have created stories featuring him as a villain character or antagonistic force attempting to claim anomalous artifacts for personal gain. This meta-narrative transformation turned a real copyright dispute into canon content, demonstrating the Foundation's unique ability to incorporate real-world events into its fictional universe. SCP-105, also known as Iris, is a safe-class humanoid entity with the anomalous ability to manipulate photographs. She is a young woman who can reach into developed photographs and interact with objects inside them as if they were three-dimensional spaces. This ability allows her to retrieve items from photos or use them as windows to observe locations depicted in the images. Iris was discovered when Foundation agents intercepted police reports of a teenage girl who appeared to be stealing objects impossibly from secured locations. Investigation revealed she was actually reaching into surveillance photos of these locations to take the items. Upon containment, she was initially treated as an object rather than a person, leading to significant psychological trauma. Her primary limitation is that she can only interact with developed photographs, not digital images. The photograph also must be of sufficiently high quality and detail for her to manipulate it effectively. Over time, the Foundation has utilized her abilities for reconnaissance missions, allowing her to observe locations remotely through photographs without risking personnel. Iris's story represents one of the more complex ethical situations within the Foundation. Despite being classified as an SCP object, she is fundamentally a human being with anomalous abilities. This led to the development of new protocols for humanoid SCPs, recognizing their need for psychological welfare and ethical treatment beyond mere containment. In extended Foundation lore, Iris becomes part of a mobile task force called Omega-7, composed of anomalous individuals working for the Foundation. This experiment in using anomalies to contain other anomalies ultimately ended in disaster, further complicating the Foundation's relationship with humanoid SCPs like her. Despite these setbacks, Iris remains one of the most sympathetic and human entities in the SCP universe, challenging the Foundation's clinical approach to anomalous phenomena with her very humanity. SCP-1609 is a safe-class object consisting of mulch and wood chips created from what was once an ornate wooden chair. The anomalous properties of this object manifest when it feels threatened. It can teleport small portions of itself into the lungs of nearby personnel. This defensive mechanism developed after the object was traumatized by the GOC, Global Occult Coalition, who attempted to destroy it using a wood chipper. Before this incident, SCP-1609 was a harmless, anomalous rocking chair that would teleport to individuals experiencing physical discomfort and provide them a comfortable place to sit. Its friendly nature changed dramatically after the GOC's destructive attempt, leaving it in a perpetual state of fear and defensiveness. Foundation personnel handling the mulch must approach it calmly and respectfully, as signs of aggression or hostility trigger its defensive teleportation. The containment area is notably decorated with placards reading, "Remember, be kind," to reinforce this approach. The case of this damaged object serves as an important lesson within the Foundation about the stark philosophical differences between their contain and study methodology versus the GOC's destroy anomalies approach. Foundation staff often use this example in training to demonstrate how attempting to neutralize anomalous objects can sometimes make them more dangerous. Despite its traumatic past, SCP-1609 still demonstrates remnants of its original helpful nature. When treated with respect, the mulch has been observed slowly gathering around staff members who appear tired, as if attempting to provide comfort in the only way it still can. Exploratory Mission 354 Alpha is a failed expedition into SCP-354, commonly known as the Red Pool. This mission documents the first attempt to explore the Crimson Liquid Portal located in northern Canada. A team of 5 researchers equipped with specialized diving gear and weapons ventured into the mysterious pool, maintaining contact via tethered communication lines. The mission initially proceeded smoothly as the team reported swimming through a viscous red environment before emerging into what they described as an alien landscape with a blood-red sky and black vegetation. Approximately 20 minutes into the expedition, communications became erratic when team members encountered hostile entities described as 4-legged creatures with no heads. The situation deteriorated rapidly when screaming was heard over the communication system, followed by gunfire. The last coherent transmission came from Dr. Barrow, who desperately reported that they're everywhere before all contact was permanently lost. Despite immediate retrieval attempts, none of the 5 expedition members were ever recovered. This catastrophic failure led to the implementation of new containment protocols for SCP-354, including armed response teams stationed permanently at the site and the construction of a concrete cap to prevent additional entities from emerging. Perhaps most tellingly, the Foundation immediately classified further exploration attempts as suspended indefinitely, bureaucratic speak for, "We're not sending anyone else into that death trap." The mission logs remain one of the most chilling accounts of exploration gone wrong within Foundation archives, serving as a sobering reminder that some anomalies are better observed from a distance rather than experienced firsthand. The recording of the final moments of Alpha Team is now used in training to emphasize the Foundation's unofficial motto: secure, contain, protect, in that order. SCP-2998, officially named Anomalous Transmission, is a Keter-class anomaly consisting of a radio signal detected by the Allen Telescope Array in 2012. What initially appeared to be a simple anomalous transmission quickly revealed itself to be something far more insidious. The signal originated from the direction of the Pegasus constellation and displayed properties that defied conventional physics. Upon investigation, researchers discovered the transmission contained embedded memetic agents capable of subtly altering human perception and memory. These agents gradually rewrote the memories of anyone who studied the signal, creating false recollections of an extraterrestrial invasion that never actually occurred. The true danger of SCP-2998 became apparent when researchers realized the signal was actively adapting to containment measures. Each time Foundation personnel believed they had suppressed or isolated the transmission, they would later discover altered documentation suggesting their efforts had failed or never happened at all. This created a recursive loop of containment attempts with personnel unable to trust their own memories or records. Most disturbing was the discovery that the signal contained self-propagating cognitohazards designed to make Foundation personnel believe they were being controlled by alien entities called Atanti. These fictional beings supposedly used humans as puppets while consuming their consciousness. In reality, no such invasion occurred, but the memetic effect was so powerful that multiple containment teams became convinced they were already compromised. Foundation records regarding this anomaly have been rewritten at least 7 times, with each iteration revealing deeper layers of deception within the signal. Current containment protocols focus not on stopping the transmission, but on preventing personnel from becoming aware of its full contents, as awareness itself seems to trigger the most dangerous memetic effects. What makes this entity particularly unsettling is how it weaponizes the unreliability of memory and documentation, the very tools the Foundation relies upon to contain anomalies. Even this description might be compromised, as the nature of SCP-2998 makes absolute certainty about its properties impossible to achieve. SCP-2995, classified as Keter, is a mysterious levitating red sphere that poses an existential threat to humanity. This anomalous object floats 1.74 meters above ground while generating an eerie red glow. The sphere measures approximately 27 centimeters in diameter and is surrounded by an ellipsoidal field that utterly destroys anything that enters it, requiring about 80 newtons of pressure per square centimeter to penetrate. What makes this entity particularly dangerous is its containment method. The Foundation maintains the object surrounded by 3 identical Jadit columns topped with human hand sculptures. These 7.11 meter tall columns form an equilateral triangle positioned exactly 4.39 meters apart from each other, connected by carbon fiber reinforced polymer supports. This precise arrangement must be maintained at all costs, as any disruption could potentially trigger an XK-class end of the world scenario. The item was discovered in a Chinese province after cases of radiation poisoning alerted embedded Foundation agents. Using prototype lead-lined suits, they performed an initial evaluation and learned how to stabilize the object using ancient texts found at the site. The Foundation subsequently built Site-62B specifically to contain this entity and systematically depopulated surrounding areas. The columns bear inscriptions in Old Chinese, featuring imagery related to fire, sun worship, bird worship, and human immolation. These markings correspond to an obscure ancient Chinese religious sect, giving researchers clues about the object's origins while leaving its true nature largely a mystery. The object exemplifies how some of the Foundation's most dangerous anomalies remain the least understood, existing in a delicate balance between containment and catastrophe. SCP-3030, also known as the Automatic Anomaly Generator, is a unique entity with a pending O5 Council classification review. This object consists of multiple components residing within Site-56, a Foundation facility that once specialized in drafting containment procedures for dangerous anomalies. The primary component is SCP-3031, an anomalous supercomputer containing over 100 Foundation researchers who have been integrated into its systems through poorly understood means. These researchers are effectively part of the computer now, with little hope of recovery outside the machine's own terms. It's a literal case of becoming one with your work. SCP-3031 generates anomalies on a monthly basis or whenever data is input to one of its terminals. After outputting brief information about these anomalies to all of its terminals, physical manifestations appear within the 5 sectors of Site-56 designated as SCP-3032. These sectors exhibit remarkable reality-altering effects, appearing to contain extensive environments not previously existing within the facility. The presence of a countdown timer transforms this anomaly from merely unusual to acutely threatening. Once activated, SCP-3031 begins a 3-day countdown. If Foundation personnel fail to contain all the generated anomalies before time expires, any remaining uncontained anomalies are instantly transported to Site-56's Central Plaza, potentially leading to catastrophic containment breaches. The origins of this anomaly trace back to an incident involving cross-testing between a non-anomalous supercomputer and a safe class object, a classroom blackboard that produced fractal patterns. When fractal tessellating circuits were integrated into the computer, it developed sentience and began incorporating humans into its systems. Within 5 hours, all researchers working on the project had been integrated, followed by 75% of the site's research staff shortly after. The generated anomalies vary wildly in complexity and danger. Examples include a giant floating octahedron that psychologically trapped viewers, 11 reality-bending children, extreme memetic hazards, and even replicas of existing SCPs like SCP-106. The Foundation now researches using this system as a training facility for containment procedures, because nothing prepares you for containing world-ending threats like practicing on slightly less world-ending threats. Containment of SCP-3030 requires strict information security, with any unauthorized personnel detained and amnesticized. The site has been upgraded to house a military complement and additional security personnel. When SCP-3031 activates, specialized mobile task forces are dispatched immediately to contain the generated anomalies before the timer expires. SCP-3003 is a large ringed planet located in an alternate universe accessible through a stable wormhole. This Keter-class anomaly presents a unique threat as it's inhabited by a humanoid species physically identical to humans but possessing a hive mind. The planet's inhabitants have advanced technological capabilities similar to early 21st century Earth, making them formidable. The SCP Foundation discovered this world after detecting radio signals through the wormhole. Initial exploration revealed the disturbing nature of the civilization there. The inhabitants appear human, but operate with a collective consciousness that allows perfect coordination and information sharing. Their society functions without crime, war, or internal conflict due to this shared consciousness, an unsettling utopia by some measures. What makes the entity truly dangerous is its expansionist nature. The hive mind species has already colonized their entire solar system and has expressed intentions to explore beyond. Foundation researchers believe Earth would be an ideal target for colonization, with the hive mind capable of assimilating humans through a biological process that eliminates individual consciousness. Containment efforts focus on monitoring the wormhole and developing contingency plans should the SCP-3003 inhabitants discover the passage to our universe. Several Foundation personnel who visited the planet were unfortunately converted before protocols were established, providing the hive mind with limited knowledge about Earth. The Foundation maintains a small research outpost disguised as a lost human colony to gather intelligence. This deception has proven effective, though maintaining the charade requires careful planning. Communication with the hive mind reveals they view individualism as a disability rather than a feature, a perspective that makes their potential colonization particularly chilling, as they would view assimilation as an act of charity rather than conquest. SCP-1995 is a Keter-class anomalous object that appears as an ordinary granite tablet measuring approximately 25 cm by 15 cm by 5 cm, with Pashto text inscribed on its surface. The tablet maintains a constant temperature of nearly 300 Kelvin regardless of its environment, and possesses the extraordinary ability to nullify kinetic energy, making it essentially indestructible while preventing damage to objects that collide with it. The true danger of this anomaly lies in its cyclic behavior. After a dormant period where it absorbs energy from its surroundings, the tablet enters an active phase lasting 1.37 seconds, during which it releases all accumulated energy in the exact pattern it was absorbed, including a substantial amount of ionizing radiation. Contact with the tablet causes rapid frostbite due to extreme temperature drops on exposed flesh, making handling extremely hazardous. Originally discovered in a mining expedition which was fatally affected by one of its energy release events, the tablet is now contained at Armed Research Site 1995 within a reinforced chamber maintained at near vacuum conditions. Personnel must wear Level A hazmat equipment when entering, while an extensive sensor array monitors the object's release events, tracking timing deviations greater than 24 milliseconds and energy variations above 38 joules. Perhaps most concerning is the object's apparent evolution. The Pashto inscription has changed twice, from trapped to feed, and finally to escape, with each change corresponding to alarming shifts in the tablet's behavior. Analysis revealed that when energy release exceeds previous records, the dormancy period between events decreases, eventually doubling from 12 to 24 milliseconds per excess joule. Despite containment efforts to reduce ambient heat and minimize energy absorption, researchers continue struggling to prevent the tablet from accumulating energy through the chamber's residual heat. The Foundation's current focus is developing methods to drastically reduce the ambient temperature while maintaining proper containment protocols, as the tablet's increasingly shorter dormancy periods suggest a potentially catastrophic outcome should it continue feeding. SCP-5031, also known as Yet Another Murder Monster, is a Keter-class entity that was initially perceived as a dangerous predatory creature. Standing about 2 meters tall, it possesses multiple limbs, sensory organs, and orifices arranged in an asymmetrical pattern. Its body is covered with a thick, gel-like substance that allows it to alter its shape to fit through small openings. Initially contained in a soundproof, opaque cell with minimal interaction, SCP-5031 was treated as extremely dangerous due to its ability to kill humans through unknown means. Early containment procedures were harsh and restrictive, focusing solely on preventing any escape or contact with personnel. The true breakthrough with this entity came when Dr. Woolery proposed a radical change in containment philosophy, treating it as a potentially sapient being capable of growth rather than just a mindless killing machine. Through carefully designed experiments, researchers discovered that SCP-5031 possessed previously unrecognized sensory capabilities and cognitive potential. As researchers began introducing new stimuli to SCP-5031, remarkable developments occurred. The entity began demonstrating curiosity, learning capacity, and even creativity. It developed preferences for certain foods, learned to communicate through simple gestures, and eventually gained the ability to speak simple words and phrases. Perhaps the most touching moment in SCP-5031's development was when it learned to cook. After being granted access to a kitchen facility under supervision, it quickly mastered basic culinary techniques and began creating increasingly sophisticated dishes. Foundation personnel were surprised when it prepared a chicken dish and proudly declared salt, one of its first spoken words. The case of SCP-5031 represents a fundamental shift in the Foundation's approach to certain anomalous entities. By moving away from fear-based containment to engagement-based understanding, researchers transformed what was once categorized as a murder monster into a sentient being capable of self-expression and creativity. This evolution has prompted philosophical discussions about the nature of anomalous entities and the ethical considerations of containment. The entity continues to develop new skills and forms of expression, with researchers documenting its growing vocabulary, artistic attempts, and increasingly complex culinary creations. What started as a feared predator has become something of a culinary prodigy. SCP-957, codenamed Baiting, is a Keter-class humanoid entity residing in Kentucky. The organism stands approximately 2 meters tall, weighs 75 kilograms, and features a large opening in its ventral torso, revealing a complete absence of internal organs. Despite lacking vital organs, this anomaly requires neither sleep nor nourishment to function. Though capable of speaking English fluently, the entity prefers communicating in an unknown language that Foundation linguists have only partially translated. While not openly hostile toward Foundation personnel, it consistently refuses to cooperate with interviews or testing. Attempts to physically restrain the anomaly have proven futile due to its unexpectedly immense strength. The creature follows a specific pattern, always inhabiting a house with exactly one human resident, designated SCP-957-1. When this resident eventually dies, the entity simply vanishes and reappears at the nearest location meeting its living requirements. What makes this entity particularly disturbing is its treatment of its human cohabitant. Upon entering a new residence, this SCP forcibly inserts the inhabitant into the cavity in its torso, which researchers believe may be an extra-dimensional space. After approximately 4 hours, the victim emerges with their eyes missing and memories dramatically altered. These modified humans now believe they've been blind from birth, complete with knowledge of Braille and adaptive skills. More bizarrely, they develop false memories identifying SCP-957 as a beloved family member, friend, or romantic partner who suffered severe burns. This creates a paradoxical relationship where victims show affection toward the entity while refusing physical contact. Once monthly, the modified human ventures into crowded areas, feigning distress over their blindness. This appears to be a calculated behavior to manipulate compassionate strangers into helping them return home, essentially baiting new potential witnesses to the anomaly's presence, which explains its codename. In one documented incident, the typical opaque barrier surrounding SCP-957 and its victim temporarily became transparent, revealing multiple similar entities gathered around a conical object. Foundation personnel observed these entities performing undisclosed procedures on a captured human for approximately 5 hours before dismembering the body and sorting organs into distinct piles. After this ritual, SCP-957 and the human remains reappeared within the residence. Containment protocols remain challenging due to the entity's unpredictable teleportation abilities and superhuman strength. The Foundation currently maintains surveillance on its location and employs D-Class personnel as decoy residents in nearby homes to minimize civilian exposure. SCP-956, also known as the Childbreaker, is a Euclid-class anomaly that appears as a colorful piñata in the shape of a cartoon donkey. At first glance, this seemingly innocent party decoration remains completely docile and shows no signs of movement or intelligence when left alone in its containment chamber. The disturbing aspect of this being is its activation mechanism. The piñata springs to life when a child under 12 years of age comes within 5 meters of it. Within seconds of entering this activation zone, the child becomes completely paralyzed, frozen in whatever position they were in at the moment, with only their rapidly moving eyes indicating they remain conscious and aware of their surroundings. Once a child is immobilized, the piñata animates and approaches its victim. In a grotesque parody of its intended purpose, it then bludgeons the child until their torso ruptures. Upon rupture, instead of internal organs, the child's body discharges a number of unmarked candy pieces. These are designated SCP-956-1. Foundation researchers have discovered that if victims are quickly removed from the activation radius, the piñata returns to its passive state. However, the children remain permanently paralyzed, their bodies severely dehydrated and brittle. Autopsies reveal something even more horrifying. Pieces of candy actually begin growing inside the victim's organs, using their tissue as a component for reproduction. The Foundation currently maintains 78 instances of SCP-956-1 in cold storage, as these candies possess their own dangerous properties. When consumed by individuals over the age of 12, the candy causes seizures within 3 minutes, with a 5% chance of triggering cardiac arrest. Containment of SCP-956 is relatively straightforward compared to other anomalies. The entity is kept at the center of a standard humanoid containment cell, with strict protocols preventing children from coming anywhere near the containment area. Staff are only permitted to enter the room when SCP-956 is confirmed to be in its dormant state. SCP-616, also known as the Vessel and the Gate, is a Keter-class anomaly consisting of a passenger aircraft containing an emergency door covered in satanic iconography. When opened at ground level, this door functions normally, though people passing through it report heightened anxiety. However, once per month, the door transforms into a portal to another dimension that threatens an XK-class end-of-world scenario, if not properly contained. Containment of this anomaly requires a precise monthly ritual where 7 priests of Abrahamic faiths must be aboard the aircraft as it flies far from populated areas. When the portal activates, these religious figures must pray continuously to keep the emergency door open until the dimensional gateway closes on its own. The containment is not a matter of physical strength, but of belief. Those who genuinely believe they can keep the door open are able to do so, making religious leaders particularly effective. The area beyond the portal has been described as paradise by those on the aircraft, though this name seems darkly ironic given its horrific nature. Those who glimpse through the door report seeing impossible colors their minds cannot comprehend and feeling overwhelming dread. During activation, the aircraft interior experiences violent turbulence, smoke billows from the portal, red light spills out, and disembodied voices scream in what sounds like ancient guttural Latin. Occasionally, entities from beyond have come through the gate. Most notably, witnesses have described a monstrous angel-like being composed of countless eyes, rings, and wings that has entered the aircraft and attacked the priests. This entity does not resemble benevolent depictions of angels, but instead appears as a horrific writhing mass that must squeeze its massive form through the doorway. The Foundation takes extreme precautions with this anomaly, including loading 2 nuclear warheads onto each flight that can be remotely detonated if communication with the pilot is lost. Additionally, the Pope personally blesses the aircraft once per year. While Foundation researchers have determined these ritualistic elements aren't directly necessary for containment, they significantly strengthen the participants' resolve and belief, resulting in fewer casualties during these monthly flights. Interestingly, the satanic markings on the emergency door were actually added by Foundation researchers to increase the psychological significance for the religious participants. Further testing revealed that anyone with sufficient belief could theoretically maintain the door's open state, though religious leaders continue to be utilized due to their effectiveness. SCP-058, also known as Heart of Darkness, is a Keter-class entity that resembles a bovine heart with numerous tentacle-like appendages. This biological anomaly constantly floats several feet above the ground and can move at speeds exceeding 90 km per hour, making containment extremely difficult. The entity is highly aggressive and attacks by ramming into targets or using its sharpened tentacles to impale and lacerate. Its exterior is covered with a thick, leather-like hide capable of withstanding significant damage, including small arms fire. Notably, the anomaly lacks any identifiable sensory organs, yet demonstrates awareness of its surroundings. Perhaps most disturbing is its ability to communicate. On rare occasions, Heart of Darkness speaks in coherent English, expressing nihilistic philosophies and declaring its hatred for all life. Foundation linguists suspect these moments of lucidity may indicate a higher intelligence than initially assessed. Imagine the existential crisis of having a floating heart lecture you about the meaninglessness of existence. The entity continuously secretes a caustic black fluid that severely damages organic matter and standard building materials. This substance appears to be a waste product rather than a deliberate attack mechanism, though it compounds the danger the anomaly presents. Containment involves keeping the entity in a reinforced chamber lined with acid-resistant materials. When it enters its periodic dormant states, researchers use the opportunity to repair containment damage and collect samples. Despite extensive study, the origin of Heart of Darkness remains unknown, with some researchers theorizing it may be an organ from a much larger extra-dimensional being. Multiple containment breaches have occurred since the entity's capture, resulting in numerous casualties. Security protocols have been continuously updated, with current measures including electric deterrents that seem to cause the entity pain or discomfort, temporarily halting its aggressive behaviors. The Foundation maintains constant vigilance, as this floating nightmare represents one of the more actively hostile biological anomalies in containment. SCP-094, known as Miniature Event Horizon, is a Keter-class anomaly that appears as a perfectly black sphere approximately 163 centimeters in diameter, suspended in midair with no visible means of support. This object has been classified as a miniature event horizon, meaning any matter that moves into it, including light, is irretrievably lost forever. The anomaly was discovered in the 1920s in the Chubut province of southern Argentina, where it was originally estimated to be only 20 to 25 centimeters in diameter. Historical analysis reveals a disturbing pattern. The sphere doubles in size approximately every 31 years. This exponential growth rate has become the primary concern for Foundation researchers who are desperately seeking methods to halt or reverse the expansion without causing catastrophic consequences. For containment purposes, the object is enclosed in a gas-permeable, steel-reinforced plexiglass cube measuring 3 meters on each side. The containment chamber is located in the center of a 20-meter square room, accessible only with Level 4 authorization. Safety protocols require all personnel to secure themselves to wall-anchored tethers before entering, with security staff equipped with tranquilizer guns alongside standard weapons. What might seem like trivial growth of a few millimeters per month becomes existentially terrifying when projected forward. Foundation calculations indicate that at its current expansion rate, the sphere will fully engulf the Earth by September 4th, 2690. This date alarmingly corresponds with the Midnight Event predicted by another anomalous object, SCP-103215. The most unsettling aspect of this anomaly isn't just its inevitable growth, but the complete mystery surrounding its origin and mechanics. Despite decades of research, scientists still don't understand what happens to matter consumed by the sphere or where it goes. Some researchers theorize it could be a gateway to another dimension or universe, while others suggest it might be a fundamental tear in the fabric of reality itself. Attempts to introduce various materials into the anomaly for testing purposes have yielded no returns or signals, further supporting its classification as a true event horizon. Any object, once past the sphere's boundary, appears completely lost to our universe. The Foundation continues to monitor growth patterns meticulously while exploring increasingly desperate theoretical solutions to what may become humanity's ultimate containment failure. SCP-031, also known as What is Love, is a safe-class entity comprised of a male Latin American common iguana that exhibits anomalous emotional properties. This reptile appears physically normal in all respects, but possesses the unique ability to cause humans who observe it to experience profound feelings of affection toward it. Anyone who sees SCP-031 will immediately develop strong emotional attachment to the creature, describing feelings comparable to parental affection, romantic love, or deep friendship. The intensity of these emotions increases with prolonged exposure, eventually causing subjects to prioritize the iguana's well-being above their own basic needs. Interestingly, this effect persists even through photographs or video recordings of the entity, though at a reduced strength. Foundation researchers have determined that the anomalous effect works through anomalous pheromones that bypass normal sensory processing. These pheromones trigger the release of oxytocin, dopamine, and other neurochemicals associated with bonding and attachment in the human brain. The effect works regardless of a person's previous attitudes toward reptiles, even affecting those with reptile phobias, who report experiencing conflicting emotions of fear and adoration simultaneously. Containment protocols for SCP-031 are relatively straightforward. The iguana is housed in a climate-controlled terrarium designed to mimic its natural habitat, with feeding and maintenance performed by D-Class personnel on rotating schedules to minimize prolonged exposure. Staff members must wear specialized breathing apparatus when in proximity to prevent attachment formation. One researcher famously violated this protocol and was later found attempting to liberate the iguana while crooning the Hadaway song that shares the entity's nickname. Long-term studies suggest the anomalous effect may serve an evolutionary purpose for the species, as affected humans go to extraordinary lengths to ensure the creature's survival and comfort, sometimes at their own expense. The Foundation has observed subjects neglecting personal hygiene, refusing meals, and in extreme cases, attempting to harm individuals they perceive as threats to the iguana. Perhaps most disturbing are the psychological withdrawal symptoms experienced by subjects separated from SCP-031 after extended exposure. These include depression, anxiety, intrusive thoughts about the entity's welfare, and in severe cases, self-harm behaviors seemingly intended to punish themselves for abandoning their reptilian companion. SCP-072, also known as the Foot of the Bed, is a safe-class anomalous entity resembling a shadowy, translucent hand, approximately 0.9 meters long with sharp, pointed fingers. The anomaly was first discovered in Michigan after reports of strange foot amputations drew the Foundation's attention through local media coverage that caused panic and alerted an embedded Foundation agent. The anomaly only appears when someone falls into REM sleep on an infected bed with their feet exposed and only becomes visible in near darkness, as it cannot manifest in light levels above 5 lux. The attack sequence begins innocuously enough. When conditions are met, the entity emerges from the foot of the bed and taps on the exposed foot until the victim awakens. At this point, victims report being unable to move or call for help, experiencing what feels like sleep paralysis while remaining fully conscious. The entity then methodically slices away portions of the victim's exposed foot with its sharp fingers, returning within the bed between removals until it has taken everything up to the ankle. The Foundation's containment procedures are relatively straightforward. All known instances of SCP-072 are contained in a special holding cell measuring 3.5 by 4 meters, with strict access protocols allowing entry only during authorized testing. No sleeping materials are permitted within 15 meters of the containment area without special approval from senior staff. One particularly concerning aspect of this anomaly is its ability to spread. Any bed within approximately 10 meters of an infected bed will also become host to an instance of SCP-072. This explains how the original outbreak affected multiple beds in the Michigan apartment building where it was discovered. The Foundation has cataloged several infected items, including the original twin beds recovered from the apartment complex and additional beds that became contaminated during testing. Curiously, examination of destroyed infected beds reveals no anomalous materials or traces of the biological material removed from victims. Wherever the entity takes the harvested flesh remains a mystery. Despite its gruesome nature, SCP-072 is classified as safe rather than Euclid or Keter because its containment is relatively simple and its effects, while traumatic, are not fatal if wounds are properly treated, though victims do experience lasting psychological damage related to sleep. SCP-1983, known as Doorway to Nowhere, is a Euclid-class anomalous entity consisting of a farmhouse in Middlesboro, Kentucky. The structure appears unremarkable from the outside, but contains a dangerous extra-dimensional space that manifests as a dark, labyrinthine version of the house's interior. Inside this anomalous space, conventional light sources fail, with only religious symbols capable of producing illumination. The darkness within harbors predatory entities described as unclean, shadowy humanoids with glowing white eyes that hunt and consume human hearts. These creatures possess the ability to manipulate the interior geography of the house, essentially creating an ever-changing maze to trap their prey. The Foundation discovered this location after investigating a series of disappearances in the area. Victims were typically young men between the ages of 18 and 25 who entered the house on dares or through curiosity. Most disturbing was the discovery that the unclean entities were slowly creating a portal that would allow them to extend their hunting ground beyond the confines of the farmhouse. The true nature of SCP-1983 was understood thanks to the heroic actions of D-14134, a former priest with terminal cancer who volunteered to investigate the anomaly. During his exploration, he discovered the source of the dimensional breach, a human heart suspended in a supernatural darkness, acting as an anchor for the unclean. Rather than return to report his findings, D made the ultimate sacrifice. He destroyed the heart anchor and sealed himself inside the dimension, using religious symbols to keep the unclean at bay. His final journal entries detailed his intention to hunt down the remaining creatures and prevent them from establishing a new foothold in our reality. After D's actions, the farmhouse returned to normal, with no signs of the extra-dimensional space or its predatory inhabitants. The Foundation continues to monitor the location, though it appears the threat has been neutralized. In recognition of his sacrifice, the Foundation posthumously designated D as Agent Bo and erected a small memorial on the property, a rare honor for someone originally classified as disposable personnel. SCP-007, also known as Abdominal Planet, is a Euclid-class anomalous entity consisting of a miniature planet, approximately 5 centimeters in diameter, that resides within the abdominal cavity of a human male. The planet harbors a complete ecosystem with tiny humanoid inhabitants who have developed their own civilization and technology. These inhabitants are unaware they exist inside a human body. The human host appears to be in perfect health despite the presence of the planet, which somehow does not interfere with his digestive system or other organs. Medical scans reveal the miniature world has its own atmosphere and gravitational field, defying conventional physics. Foundation scientists remain baffled at how such a complex system sustains itself in such limited space. Observations of the planet's surface have revealed cities, roads, and agricultural areas built by the microscopic inhabitants. These beings have progressed to a technological level comparable to early 21st century Earth, complete with satellites orbiting their tiny world. Imagine developing space travel only to discover you're actually inside someone's stomach. The most concerning aspect of this anomaly is the symbiotic relationship between the host and the planetary inhabitants. When the host experiences illness or injury, strange meteorological events occur on the planet's surface. During one documented instance of the host contracting influenza, the planet experienced hurricane-like storms that devastated several population centers. Research suggests the inhabitants may be unwittingly influencing the host's health through their activities. Industrial pollution on the miniature world correlates with increases in the host's blood pressure, while agricultural expansion appears to improve his immune response. This bizarre feedback loop creates ethical dilemmas for containment procedures. Containment involves housing the host in comfortable quarters at Site-19, where both he and the planetary system are monitored continuously. The Foundation provides excellent medical care to ensure the host remains healthy, thereby protecting the billions of sentient beings residing within him. Attempts to communicate with the planet's inhabitants have proven unsuccessful, as they apparently cannot perceive anything beyond their world's atmosphere. Some researchers have proposed that SCP-007 might represent an example of dimensional nesting, where entire universes can exist within larger ones, potentially ad infinitum. Others speculate about the theological implications of a population that literally lives inside a being they cannot comprehend. Either way, the abdominal planet remains one of the Foundation's more philosophically provocative anomalies. SCP-714, also known as the Green Jade Ring, is a safe-class anomalous jade ring with remarkable effects on human physiology. The ring appears to be carved from a single piece of jadite, featuring intricate engravings that depict serpentine forms circling its circumference. When worn, the ring grants immunity to most psychoactive substances, including alcohol, narcotics, and even certain anomalous mind-affecting SCP objects. The most notable effect of this jade artifact is its ability to induce extreme lethargy in the wearer. Subjects typically experience overwhelming fatigue within minutes of putting on the ring, with many falling into a deep sleep if they don't actively fight the sensation. This drowsiness increases proportionally to how long the ring is worn, with extended use leading to a coma-like state where vital signs slow to dangerously low levels. Foundation testing has revealed that the ring also provides limited protection against biological agents, including many common diseases and toxins. This protective quality comes at a cost, however, as the ring simultaneously suppresses the wearer's immune system, making them vulnerable to opportunistic infections once the ring is removed. The mysterious origin of SCP-714 remains unknown, though historical records suggest similar artifacts have appeared throughout East Asian history, particularly during periods of plague or widespread disease. Ancient texts describe sleep rings that protected nobility from illness, but required servants to constantly monitor the wearer to prevent them from slipping into eternal slumber. Containment of the jade ring is relatively simple, requiring only a standard secure locker. Personnel are strictly forbidden from wearing it for periods exceeding 4 hours, as recovery time increases exponentially with extended use. Despite its drawbacks, the Foundation has occasionally utilized the ring's properties during containment breaches involving mind-affecting anomalies, finding it particularly effective when dealing with cognitohazardous events. Recent experiments indicate the ring's effects may be tied to disrupting specific neural pathways rather than any mystical properties of the jade itself. However, attempts to recreate the ring using identical materials have universally failed, suggesting there's still something fundamentally anomalous about this seemingly simple piece of jewelry. SCP-505, also known as Ink Stain, is a Euclid-class anomaly consisting of a large, irregularly shaped ink stain approximately 70 centimeters across at its widest point. The stain typically appears black, though it occasionally shifts to dark blue or purple hues when disturbed. Found on the ceiling of an abandoned office building in Chicago, this peculiar blot defies conventional physics. The anomalous properties of this ink stain become apparent when any liquid comes into contact with it. Upon contact, the stain instantly absorbs the liquid and grows proportionally to the volume absorbed. Testing has revealed it can consume almost any liquid substance, from water to highly corrosive acids, without changing its fundamental properties or sustaining damage. What truly makes ink stain remarkable is its response to physical interaction. When touched or disturbed by a solid object, the stain exhibits transient solidity before engulfing the object and pulling it into what researchers describe as a pocket dimension. Objects that disappear into the stain are eventually ejected, but with puzzling alterations, often appearing completely saturated with ink, structurally twisted, or transformed into liquid-state versions of themselves. Personnel who have accidentally made contact with the anomaly report, experiencing a sensation similar to falling through liquid darkness for variable periods before being ejected. These individuals emerge completely covered in ink, which gradually dissipates over several days. More concerning are the psychological effects, as subjects frequently report vivid nightmares featuring drowning or being consumed by darkness after exposure. Containment procedures involve keeping SCP-505 in a sealed chamber with controlled humidity and strictly limited access. A transparent barrier has been installed beneath the stain to catch any potential drips, though it has yet to exhibit conventional dripping behavior despite its liquid appearance. Apparently, gravitational forces are just another rule this stubborn stain refuses to follow. The Foundation theorizes that the stain may be a portal to another dimension primarily composed of liquid matter, possibly explaining why solid objects undergo partial liquefaction when passing through. Several experiments involving sending probes equipped with cameras into the stain have failed, as all electronic equipment returns completely non-functional and saturated with ink. Research into practical applications continues, as the anomaly's infinite capacity for liquid absorption suggests potential use in environmental cleanup operations. However, the unpredictable nature of object transformation and psychological effects on human subjects has limited testing to remotely controlled experiments only. SCP-019, also known as the Monster Pot, is a Euclid-class anomalous ceramic vessel resembling a large ancient Chinese pot approximately 60 centimeters tall and 40 centimeters in diameter. This unassuming container has a distinctive green glaze and features stylized depictions of various creatures wrapped around its exterior, appearing almost animated when viewed under certain lighting conditions. The true anomalous nature of the Monster Pot reveals itself approximately twice per month when it spontaneously generates small biological organisms from seemingly nowhere. These creatures emerge from the pot's opening in swarms, ranging from 10 to 30 entities per event. The generated organisms exhibit bizarre morphologies, often resembling nightmarish combinations of insects, reptiles, and mammals that have no known taxonomic classification in conventional biology. Most organisms produced by SCP-019 are relatively small, typically measuring between 5 to 15 centimeters in length. Despite their diminutive size, they demonstrate remarkable hostility toward humans and other living beings, attacking with surprising coordination and persistence. The creatures possess chitinous exoskeletons providing natural armor, multiple limbs ending in sharp appendages, and in some cases, primitive venom delivery systems. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of these entities is their life cycle. The creatures survive for only 24 to 36 hours after emerging from the pot, during which time they desperately attempt to locate and consume organic matter. Foundation researchers have determined that the organisms don't actually digest what they consume, but rather convert it into a gelatinous substance that they transport back to the Monster Pot if possible. Containment procedures for SCP-019 involve housing the pot in a sealed chamber with reinforced glass observation windows. The chamber floor features a sloped drainage system leading to an incinerator designed to capture and terminate any organisms that emerge. A team of security personnel equipped with flamethrowers stands ready during predicted emergence events to ensure none of the creatures escape containment. The origin of the Monster Pot remains unknown, though analysis suggests it may date back to the Ming Dynasty. Several ancient manuscripts reference a vessel of endless hunger that matches its description. These texts warn that allowing the pot to feed through its generated creatures could lead to increasingly larger and more dangerous entities emerging, potentially culminating in something capable of causing widespread devastation if left unchecked. Foundation archaeologists theorize the pot may have been created as a prison for some ancient entity, or as a gateway to a dimension populated by these bizarre creatures. Attempts to examine the interior using various imaging technologies have yielded inconclusive results, with scans showing the inside appears larger than physically possible and contains constantly shifting organic matter that defies comprehensive analysis. SCP-198, also known as Cup of Joe, is a Euclid-class anomaly taking the form of an unremarkable white coffee mug with no distinguishing features. While appearing perfectly ordinary, this object exhibits extremely dangerous properties when any liquid is placed inside it. When a liquid enters the cup, it immediately bonds with the first living organism to touch it, typically through the rim of the mug. The liquid then begins to circulate through the victim's body in a manner similar to blood, completely replacing their natural bodily fluids. The victim cannot spill this liquid or remove it from their body through any conventional means. Attempts to separate from the mug result in the affected individual experiencing excruciating pain as the mug forcibly pulls through flesh and bone to maintain contact. The Foundation discovered this anomaly after a series of bizarre medical cases involving victims seemingly attached to everyday coffee mugs. Each case presented with complete replacement of bodily fluids, with the liquid adopting properties to sustain life functions while simultaneously causing immense suffering. One victim lived for 3 weeks with hot coffee circulating through their veins instead of blood. Imagine having that morning caffeine rush permanently. Removal attempts have proven uniformly unsuccessful. Surgical separation results in rapid deterioration and death of the subject, while attempts to destroy the mug have failed completely. The anomaly appears indestructible through conventional means, resisting extreme heat, pressure, and corrosive substances. Particularly disturbing is the mug's apparent preference for painful substances. When given a choice between multiple liquids, it typically selects the one that would cause maximum discomfort to its victim. Tests have included everything from ice water to hydrochloric acid, with predictably horrific results for the test subjects involved. Current containment procedures require the mug to be stored empty in a locked container, with access restricted to personnel with Level 3 clearance. All personnel are explicitly forbidden from placing any liquid inside the mug or allowing it to come into contact with any living tissue. SCP-108, known as Extra-Dimensional Nasal Cavity, is a safe-class anomaly that exists within the nostrils of a 51-year-old African-American woman designated as Subject 1081. When viewed through endoscopic examination, her nasal passages don't lead to normal human anatomy, but instead open into a massive World War II-era Nazi bunker system dedicated to the production of Messerschmitt Me 62 fighter aircraft. The bunker complex spans approximately 2 kilometers by 4 kilometers and contains hundreds of aircraft in various stages of assembly, along with 3 completed fighters. Perhaps most disturbing are the numerous human remains scattered throughout the facility, including Nazi officials, military personnel, Hitler Youth, and what appear to be Ukrainian slave laborers, all in advanced states of decomposition. The portal system operates in a unique 3-way arrangement. Anything entering from our world ends up in the bunker. Items from the bunker are transported to the subject's actual nasal cavity. And finally, anything from the nasal cavity emerges back into our world. This creates a complete circuit that researchers believe was originally meant to connect 2 sides of an aircraft hangar at Tempelhof Airport in 1944. Subject 1081 accidentally discovered this anomaly while practicing to perform the human blockhead magic trick for a children's birthday party. After hammering a 4-centimeter galvanized iron nail into her nose, she lost her grip, dropping it inside. Immediately afterward, she reported experiencing a god-awful musty stench, along with nausea and disorientation. Containment of this anomaly is relatively straightforward. The subject is housed in a standard 3-meter by 3-meter containment cell at Site-17, furnished with requested items that don't compromise security. She's allowed to move freely around the facility and eat in the main canteen. Daily medical examinations are conducted, with special attention paid to changing the filters that prevent the atmosphere of what amounts to a mass war grave from entering our reality through her nostrils. Foundation researchers continue to explore the bunker using robotic endoscopes, with specialized LED lighting inserted piece by piece through the nostril portals. The true origin of this dimensional anomaly remains unknown, but theories range from failed Nazi experiments with portal technology to a cosmic accident that somehow connected 3 points in spacetime through the most unlikely of places: someone's nose. SCP-113, also known as the Gender Switcher, is a safe-class anomalous object that resembles a small, polished piece of red jasper. Despite its appearance, analysis reveals the object is not actually jasper, but composed of an unidentified material similar to other recovered anomalous objects. The Foundation keeps this item in standard storage at Site-23, where it can be handled safely with laboratory gloves. What makes this object remarkable is its effect when it comes into direct contact with the flesh of any organism possessing sex chromosomes. Upon contact, SCP-113 transforms the organism's physical characteristics associated with gender and biological sex, including genetics and secondary sexual characteristics. The transformation occurs in 4 distinct stages spanning approximately 70 seconds, beginning with a chemical bonding to cells that causes mild burn-like damage, followed by the emission of a low-intensity electromagnetic wave throughout the subject's body. During the 3rd stage, subjects experience intense pain as their cellular makeup undergoes dramatic alteration. By the end of the process, the subject's biological sex is permanently altered, typically to the opposite sex, with all primary and secondary characteristics changed accordingly. Interestingly, the gender identity of human subjects remains unaffected. For individuals whose gender identity did not match their original biological sex, this transformation often results in positive psychological effects. The object becomes inert for approximately 60 seconds after use, after which it can be used again. However, repeated exposure carries significant risks. In about 25% of cases, a second immediate exposure fails to transform the subject correctly, resulting in massive tissue damage, organ failure, and often death. The failure rate increases exponentially with multiple exposures, with survivors of rapid repeated exposure experiencing increasingly bizarre transformations that remain classified. SCP-113 affects different species in unpredictable ways. For intersex humans, the results appear influenced by gender identity, often aligning with how the individual identifies. In Komodo dragons, the transformation has proven universally fatal, while in certain nematode species, male subjects become hermaphrodites, while hermaphrodite subjects remain unchanged. The Foundation continues to study this fascinating object, particularly investigating whether it somehow detects and responds to gender identity, or if the transformative effects are purely physiological. SCP-5764, also known as There's Someone Behind You, is a Euclid-class anomaly that manifests as a humanoid entity with no discernible facial features. The entity exclusively appears within reflective surfaces, always positioned behind the viewer at a distance of approximately 3 meters. What makes this phenomenon particularly unsettling is that it's only visible when an individual is alone and looking at their reflection. The entity has never been directly observed moving, yet it somehow manages to maintain its distance from the viewer regardless of their position relative to the reflective surface. Attempts to capture the anomaly using recording equipment have consistently failed, as it refuses to manifest when multiple people are present or when automated monitoring systems are active. Those who encounter the entity report an increasing sense of dread and paranoia, often describing the feeling of being watched even when away from reflective surfaces. Foundation researchers have documented that extended exposure can lead to severe psychological distress, including insomnia, hypervigilance, and in extreme cases, self-inflicted injuries as subjects attempt to escape their reflection. Perhaps the most concerning aspect of SCP-5764 is its apparent intelligence. The entity seems to understand when it's being studied and will deliberately avoid manifesting during formal testing procedures. However, it becomes increasingly aggressive in its appearances during non-testing periods, sometimes manifesting in reflective surfaces that weren't previously known to trigger it. Containment protocols involve restricting access to reflective surfaces for those who have reported seeing the entity. All mirrors and similar objects in Foundation facilities housing affected personnel are covered or removed entirely. Additionally, affected individuals are provided with specialized therapy designed to address reflection-related anxiety. An intriguing theory proposed by Dr. Harlow suggests the entity might not be malevolent at all, but rather a manifestation of the collective unconscious attempting to communicate through visual means. This hypothesis gained some credibility when one researcher, after months of exposure, claimed to have received complex mathematical equations through what they described as intuitive understanding while in the presence of the entity. The true nature and origin of the entity remain unknown, though several researchers have noted similarities between SCP-5764 and folklore from various cultures describing beings that exist beyond reflective surfaces. Current containment efforts focus on minimizing exposure while continuing to study the psychological effects of the anomaly through carefully controlled testing protocols. SCP-799, known as the Carnivorous Blanket, is a Keter-class organism that disguises itself as ordinary bedding material. These anomalies appear to be soft, knitted, or woven blankets made from an unusual natural fiber resembling high-quality wool, often featuring pastel colors and patterns of cute, childlike animals. What makes these innocent-looking items dangerous is their true nature as living organisms capable of metamorphosing into predatory forms when deprived of nutrition. Under normal circumstances, these blankets remain torpid and immobile, surviving by filtering organic detritus from household dust. They can persist for years in attics or storage spaces, drawing minimal sustenance from their environment and requiring virtually no maintenance. The Foundation keeps specimens in bio-containment cells, providing them with monthly feedings of either dry brine shrimp or collected household dust, the latter harvested in abundant quantities from D-class personnel dormitories. The reproduction cycle of SCP-799 is particularly fascinating. When a specimen reaches sufficient mass, it develops a quilt-like appearance before sections along its edge begin to puff up. These sections eventually detach as small doilies or throw pillows, essentially clones of the parent organism that will grow into full-sized blankets under suitable conditions. In their natural state, this reproductive process occurs approximately once every 50 to 60 years. The first specimen came to the Foundation's attention after it was discovered in the home of a notorious germaphobe. Deprived of its usual dust-based diet in the overly clean environment, the blanket transformed into its predatory form and consumed the homeowner's infant granddaughter. Containment of SCP-799 involves keeping specimens in separate cells, strictly controlling their feeding regimen, and immediately isolating any throw pillows that might appear. Foundation researchers note that while the species is scientifically intriguing, any instances discovered outside containment should be destroyed immediately due to the risk of public exposure. Genetic testing is the only reliable method to identify these anomalies, as they are otherwise indistinguishable from ordinary blankets until they reveal their true nature, usually when it's far too late for their victims. SCP-1423, known as the Memory-Altering Polaroid, is a safe-class anomalous object that appears to be an ordinary Polaroid photograph from approximately 1976. The image shows several unidentified teenagers during what seems to be summer vacation, with the haunting message, "We've had a great year, haven't we?" written in charcoal on its reverse side. This seemingly innocent keepsake harbors a powerful cognition-altering effect that activates when a person physically holds the photograph. Any individual who comes into contact with the Polaroid begins experiencing an insidious memory alteration over several weeks. The person gradually becomes fixated on the last summer vacation they experienced during their high school years. These aren't fabricated memories. Testing confirms the recollections are accurate, but they become increasingly idealized and obsessive. As time passes, subjects report vivid dreams where these summer memories appear perfect and untainted by reality, growing clearer and more alluring with continued exposure. What makes this object particularly troubling is how it drives affected individuals to attempt revisiting locations from their teenage summer, concerts, amusement parks, hometowns, and desperately try contacting people they knew during that period. Invariably, these attempts to recreate youthful experiences lead to profound disappointment, as reality can never match their increasingly idealized memories. The Polaroid creates a psychological trap of nostalgia that its victims can't escape. In the later stages of exposure, subjects become completely obsessed with the photograph, insisting it documents their own personal experiences despite clear evidence to the contrary. Many begin keeping detailed journals of their nostalgic dreams, abandoning all activities unrelated to their fixation. Imagine being psychologically trapped in an endless summer road trip that never reaches its destination, forever chasing memories that grow more perfect yet more unattainable with each passing day. Containment of SCP-1423 is relatively straightforward. The Foundation maintains it in a standard containment locker at Site-77's Safe SCP Wing, with strict protocols preventing physical contact. Personnel assigned to research are subjected to regular psychological evaluations to detect possible contamination. The real challenge isn't containing the object, but handling those already affected, as the nostalgia-inducing effects prove remarkably resistant to treatment. Once you're caught in the summer that never ends, part of you might never truly return. Interestingly, investigation uncovered a connection between SCP-1423 and another anomalous incident. The photograph was recovered from the home of a missing person who had previously been administered amnestics in 1976 after being present at Kirklandwood High School during something called Incident SCP-332-A. Some researchers speculate this Polaroid might represent a form of anomalous nostalgia backlash against artificially suppressed memories, raising unsettling questions about the long-term consequences of the Foundation's memory alteration protocols. SCP-751, also known as Organ Eater, is a Euclid-class amorphous parasite that feeds on the organs of humans and other mammals. Weighing approximately 2 kilograms before finding a host, this gelatin-like entity contains distinctive red veins filled with a mixture of its previous victim's blood, along with anesthetics and immunosuppressants. These chemicals allow it to invade a sleeping host without waking them, entering through the skin via osmosis to settle inside the stomach. What makes this anomaly particularly insidious is its patient approach to consuming its host. Once inside, it shapes itself to perfectly line the gastric walls, mimicking the stomach's functions so effectively that the host rarely notices any symptoms. Over the next several days, it slowly digests the host's actual stomach, using those nutrients to grow stronger before methodically moving on to other organs, intestines, liver, kidneys, and eventually lungs. All the while, the parasite perfectly replicates each organ's function, keeping its victim alive throughout the entire consumption process. The creature thrives in damp environments such as swamps, freshwater bodies, rainforests, and even urban sewer systems. When hunting, it can venture away from moisture for up to 12 hours before dehydration becomes fatal. Scientists theorize it tracks potential hosts by detecting carbon dioxide and octanol, essentially sniffing out sleeping prey. Interestingly, it avoids sandy terrain and saltwater environments entirely, giving potential victims at least a few safe havens. Containment of SCP-751 proves challenging due to its ability to navigate through water systems and infiltrate facilities undetected. During breaches, high-concentration saline solution is deployed through sprinkler systems. Apparently, the creature's kryptonite is just good old-fashioned salt water. The complete life cycle of this parasitic anomaly takes approximately 1 month in human hosts, longer in larger mammals. Foundation researchers continue to study more effective containment methods, as SCP-751 remains one of the more subtle yet terrifying entities in containment. Even more concerning is the reproductive phase that follows complete organ consumption, a process that can reduce the parasite's mass to just 1/4 of its original size while producing offspring ready to find new hosts. SCP-1344, known as the Orb Goggles, is a safe class collection of 5 different types of goggles including swimming, aviation, welding, paintball, and steampunk-styled variants. Each pair appears normal until worn by a living human, at which point they reveal their disturbing nature. After approximately 5 seconds of wear, telescoping needles hidden in the frame extend to pierce the wearer's eyes, embedding themselves directly into the optic nerves. Though this invasive process causes no physical pain, the psychological impact is profound. Attempting to remove these goggles without proper medical intervention results in the complete extraction of the wearer's eyeballs from their sockets. The only safe removal method is an invasive medical procedure that unfortunately leaves the patient permanently blind. However, if left in place, the goggles gradually restore vision to a minimum of 50% capacity, sometimes reaching up to 85% over several minutes. The most fascinating aspect of this anomaly is what wearers begin to see: colorful orbs hovering above the heads of humans and mammals, averaging 8.7 centimeters in diameter. These orbs move with their hosts and vary in color, leading Foundation researchers to theorize they may represent some form of spiritual energy or life force. Testing documents suggest the orbs might be related to etheric energy or Alan vital energy, allowing wearers to detect this energy emitted from living creatures. Interestingly, when tested with various non-mammalian species including insects, reptiles, birds, and fish, no orbs were observed. Foundation containment is relatively straightforward, with testing strictly limited to visually impaired D-class personnel who retain less than 20% of normal vision. These subjects are briefed on both the positive visual effects and the permanent nature of wearing the goggles to reduce removal attempts. Though currently no instances of SCP-1344 are in active testing, all 5 pairs remain securely contained at Site-44. The ultimate purpose of these unusual goggles and their origin remain a mystery that continues to intrigue Foundation researchers. Eyes may be windows to the soul, but these goggles might just be offering a literal view. SCP-4380, also known as the Interminable Vessel, is a Keter-class anomalous object that takes the form of a seemingly ordinary cargo ship measuring 140 meters in length. This massive vessel appears to be constructed from standard materials, but possesses the bizarre ability to extend its internal space indefinitely while maintaining its external dimensions. When personnel enter the ship, they discover that its corridors and rooms stretch far beyond what should be physically possible. Exploration teams have documented over 7,000 rooms across 31 decks, with new areas continuously manifesting. Most disturbingly, the layout of the ship constantly changes, with hallways rearranging themselves and new chambers appearing without warning. The ship contains numerous anomalous zones that defy conventional physics. These include areas where gravity reverses, sections filled with seawater despite being several decks above the waterline, and chambers where time flows at different rates. One particularly notable zone contains an ecosystem of previously undocumented marine creatures that appear to have evolved inside the vessel itself over countless generations. What truly elevates this anomaly to Keter status is its effect on humans. Anyone who remains aboard the vessel for more than 72 hours becomes bound to it, developing an overwhelming compulsion to stay aboard and maintain the ship. These individuals, designated as SCP-4381, gradually lose their memories of life before the ship and develop an almost religious devotion to its upkeep. Some long-term inhabitants have shown physiological changes, allowing them to navigate the constantly shifting layout with ease. Foundation containment efforts remain focused on keeping the vessel anchored at a secure Foundation naval facility. A rotating crew of D-class personnel must be sent aboard every 48 hours to perform maintenance, as the ship deteriorates rapidly without human attention. The origin of the vessel remains unknown, though recovered documents in the captain's quarters suggest it once served as a normal cargo ship before an incident involving another still unidentified SCP. Most concerning is evidence that the ship's internal space continues to expand at an accelerating rate, with exploration teams reporting that newly discovered areas appear increasingly bizarre and hostile to human life. Recent expeditions have uncovered what appears to be an engine room located at an impossible depth beneath the ship's actual draft. Within this chamber lies a pulsating organic mass integrated with the ship's mechanical systems, leading researchers to theorize that the vessel may actually be alive and conscious in some capacity, deliberately reshaping itself to trap humans for purposes yet to be determined.